Yeah. Mic check, yeah. Yeah. I saw. Indies. Matic. Conscious. Don't endanger us. It's too many, it's way too much. Been through shit, can't make it up. Been through shit, can't make it up. Work couple jobs, ain't make enough. Work couple jobs, ain't make enough. Turn to the pad and the pen they love. Turn to the pad and the pen they love. Yeah. It's the year 2015, and I'm working at Party City, still trying to make it in the hardest city. Went through a breakup, but my heart is with me. Soul still full, but I'm feeling empty. Checking my phone, seeing what they sent me. I'm all out too, but I'm home mentally. I need something else, it's the early 20s. Yeah, clock in and out, now I'm at a desk job. Then I got sent to the warehouse. It was feeling like Best Buy. Being Dub was the best ride. Had a few shows here and there. Rehearsed at the sweatshop. From a bus stop to a train stop. Told myself can't be in the same spot. Told myself can't be in the same spot. Met a co-worker, yeah, and his name was James. Showed a young boy how to maintain. Now I figured out how to make a way. Job closed down, but I wasn't phased. Got off my and we spilled our pain. Years go by and we here to stay. A part of the game ain't come to play. Commit my sins, then wash away. Said pain, go away. Please come back another day. Rest my head down where I lay. Release my stress out from this J. Pain, go away. Please come back another day. Rest my head down where I lay. Release my stress out from this. Don't endanger us. It's too many, it's way too much. Been through shit, can't make it up. Been through shit, can't make it up. Work couple jobs, ain't make enough. Work couple jobs, ain't make enough. Turn to the pad and the pen they love. Turn to the pad and the pen they love. Yeah, don't endanger us. It's too many, it's way too much. Been through shit, can't make it up. Been through shit, can't make it up. Work couple jobs, ain't make enough. Work couple jobs, ain't make enough. Turn to the pad and the pen they love. Turn to the pad and the pen they love. Yeah.
I keep waking up. Can't really sleep cause I think too much. I don't really share what I'm thinking of. Thoughts running wild so I roll it up. I don't really do too much linking up. Stay to myself, I'm an introvert. All I really do is just record and work. No breaks in, feeling overworked, but I'm more alert. It's the year 2016. Me and bro, yeah, we plotting on big dreams. Got married to my high school sweetheart. Fast forward dad looking for his green card. Immigration trying to send him to the big yard. Cried tears, yeah, that shit really hit hard. Now we about to go hard, trying to live large. Can't stop till we all see the big dog. Remember days I was working on Fifth Ave. Thinking back like, damn, I need a big bag. Walking past all the stores looking big mad. Now I'm thankful for the blessings that I do have. Walk through, now they looking like who them. We the wave, now they tying down a do-rag. Pop tag, don't brag, we don't do that. Stay down, stay real, yeah, true that. Hey, if you knew what we've been through, how far we came and how we grew. Been through this, ain't nothing new. Just us two, ain't got no crew. If you knew what we've been through, how far we came and how we grew. Been through this, ain't nothing new. Just us two, ain't got no crew.
Don't endanger us. It's too many, it's way too much. Been through shit, can't make it up. Been through shit, can't make it up. Work couple jobs, ain't make enough. Work couple jobs, ain't make enough. Turn to the pad and the pen they love. Turn to the pad and the pen they love. Yeah.
Let me show you what I can.
Coming at you!
Fire! Get ready to die! Poser!
waiting for me. Only the dead see the end of war. Useless failure. Sword ring! Here's your timely demise. Got oh, great sword!
Then you won't get spoken to. People only see you when you up, then they notice you. Trying to be a legend, create lines is quotable. Only the real shall last, and I only know a few. People when they feelings always acting emotional. Ain't about a check, then it ain't negotiable. Gotta show respect to the people that's posting you. Soon to be on posters posted up like the older dudes.
Now we aging like fine wine, how we supposed to do. Peep the shade on the timelines, this time posted cool. Shit is black and white like photos from a disposable. Certain situations you ain't end up uncontrollable. All up in their head, I be so confused. I just brush it off, peep the shoulder moves. We all got the same 24, so it's no excuse. Switch it up, we could rap or produce. The things you can't have is forbidden fruit.
It seems like people love telling lies on me. They know that I'm the one, they got their eyes on me. They know I'm here to stay, yeah, and I won't leave. We do this for the fans, for your eyes only. Just watch closely, bet they all gon' see. They don't f with us, but they still gon' pray. Don't talk to me, man, you gotta show me. If it ain't ISO, then it ain't in
In such isolation from all negativity. They tried over and over, but can't get rid of me. We gon' do our thing until infinity. Beware the industry, please stay in control of your dignity.
Yo, people fidgety, that's why they can't sit with me. They all full of bigotry, puffing on their nicotine. Stop, please, never let another man belittle me or take away my liberty and search for positivity. It seems like people love telling lies on me. They know that I'm the one, they got their eyes on me. They know I'm here to stay, yeah, and I won't leave. We do this for the fans, for your eyes only. Just watch closely, bet they all gon' see. They don't f with us, but they still gon' pray. Don't talk to me, man, you gotta show me. If it ain't ISO, then it ain't Indies, yeah.
Sometimes I love too hard. Sometimes you go too far. Cool down, my love. Cool down, my love. Yeah. Sometimes there's attraction. It's hard to keep up with your passion. So cool down, my love, cool down, my love. Sometimes I wanna give all of me. Sometimes I wanna scream, oh my God, you got me in so much trouble now. Sometimes I just wanna tell you to stop, so you don't go and break my heart. I'm so confused, babe, I just don't know. So now I gotta make up my mind. Do I wanna leave it all behind? I can't let you go so easily. 'Cause baby, we got chemistry.
Here.
With prize pool of €20,000. For the first time ever in Arena of Valor esports history, 6 European teams will fight for the title of AIC Europe Qualifier Champion. Winner will represent Europe at AIC and enter the competition with other top teams for the Global Title Champion at Arena of Valor International Championship 2022. Playoffs start on April 23rd. Join us on YouTube or Twitch to watch the games.
Hey there everyone, it's my pleasure to welcome you to the AIC Europe Qualifier 2022. My name is Counterfeit and I'll be your host, as starting today is a 2-weekend competition where our European teams will compete for their share of a €20,000 prize pool and a single spot at the AIC. Now coming up in a moment, we'll be learning more about the tournament itself and the teams taking part. But before we get to that, I'd like to introduce to you the 3 commentators who will bring you today's games: Niberia, TJ, and Clamaris.
That's right, everyone. I get introduced first, despite not being in alphabetical order, because I'm right below Counterfeit, so he's just like, that's first priority. So, I'm a little special.
I was trying to work that out, Matt, because I come in here, of course, doing Arena of Valor before. Clamaris has been a player in Valor series, so I really thought we were going to go in experience order, and we were going to start over here and then go down to Clamaris and his long history in the game, and then, mention Matt, Niberia, Daniel sometime around the end.
We see,
Well,
I've also...
You have to earn your way up in the introduction order. You'll get there. Don't worry, TJ, you'll get there.
I was hearing people calling himself special, but I think I'm the only one. EU champion here.
Tell us more about that, Clamaris. Tell us more about that.
I would say a lot about this, but I think mocking about them being EU champion is enough. But yeah, it's been a pleasure to be invited to be caster with you all. I will try to get a lot of experience for you, and I will try to entertain you a lot.
Well, as has been alluded to, Matt, Niberia, TJ, you guys obviously a lot of experience in the scene. Which, for anyone who's coming to us maybe for the first time and not familiar with the wonderful faces, would you mind expounding a little bit more?
Well, TJ, since you're so certain how special you are, why don't you start?
Yeah, so right here, I actually have a medal that was given to me when we broadcast the Arena of Valor Series Season 1. And it was given to us after we completed that season. And then what we did was we did another season of the Arena of Valor Series, and for reasons that are a little bit inexplicable to me, they gave me another medal after that looks the same. And so that's my experience. I broadcast the Valor Series, the European Championship, as well as all of the international competitions, the AWC and the AIC, for a couple of years. And I could not be more thrilled to be bringing Arena of Valor back to Europe for the first time in a while.
Well, you see, TJ, you forgot to mention your most prestigious experience, and that is Arena of Valor Caster School.
I lost my mind.
I'm the only one who thinks...
How could you forget?
I'm the only one who thinks it's the same coin twice. There's no Season 2 and Season 1. I have the Season 2, by the way. Ooh.
Oh, he's looking. He's trying to...
Oh, they're a little bit different, I think.
Right.
Alright, so before we get carried away with TJ 2 coins, we're going to talk a little bit about the tournament itself. We could spend a long time discussing in detail, but fortunately we've got a video that explains absolutely everything in record time. So we'll catch you guys on the other side of that video to continue to talk about today's event. Welcome to the Arena of Valor International Championship Europe Qualifier 2022. 3 teams have been invited. 3 teams have won the AOT. Now, all 6 of those teams will compete for €20,000 and a ticket to the AIC. In the group stage, played on Saturday the 23rd and Sunday the 24th of April, all 6 teams will play in best of 3 matches against both the other teams in their 3-team groups. The lowest performing team from each group will be eliminated, and the remaining 2 teams from each group will move on to the playoffs. The 4 remaining teams will compete in a seeded playoff bracket that begins on Saturday 30th of April, with both the best of 5 semi-finals to determine our 2 finalists. On the next day, Sunday the 1st of May, we begin the day with the losing teams of the previous round fighting for 3rd and 4th place in a best of 5 match. Once 3rd place is decided, then will the previous day's 2 winning teams take to the stage to collide in our all-out best of 7 grand finals match that determines the ultimate winner of the AIC Europe Qualifier 2022. The winning team will not only receive a fantastic cash prize, but they also secure a spot at the AIC Worlds. It all begins on the 23rd of April. We'll see you there.
Hey everyone, welcome back. That's right, I'm stealing the intro from Counterfeit. What a wonderful format graphic there. And you know, I am excited and a little bit terrified by looking at those best of numbers across there. Best of 7 with global pick ban. Just getting real deep in the weeds by that point if it goes to all 7.
When we did AIC in 2019, and I believe that was the first time that any of the Western teams had ever played under global pick ban, which is of course the rule set where if you pick a character in the first game in the series, you can't play it in the second game of the series until you get to the final game, at which point all bets are off, you can play all the characters again. And we did that tournament for the first time, and instantly we were getting characters that we had not seen in literally years played on stage as a direct result, and so I am thrilled to have global pick ban from moment one here in EU.
I think it's so good the I stop playing because when you are OTP something and you have this format, it's so hard to change your game style. So let's see if players can show us what are they capable of and if they can play Arthur maybe. I want to see spicy picks today.
Alright, so before we get in deep into the weeds with the heroes, of course, we do need to take a look at the journey that the teams have taken to even get to this point. So TJ, could you take us through the map of everything that's come so far?
Sure. We came in with 2 groups of teams. A group of teams that qualified and a group of teams that were invited. And we mixed those 2 groups up into the 2 groups you see here. And that will be this weekend, April 23rd and 24th. We're going to play those 2 groups out, those 2 3-team groups as you see our match schedule for both days. The winners advance on towards our group stage. That starts next weekend and culminates in a grand final on May 1st that determines who goes to the AIC 2022.
Yes, so we'll be losing 2 teams between this weekend and next. One of those teams will be dropping out today. Of course, we've also got prizes on the line for our teams who will be playing it here today. What is exactly going to be awarded, TJ, for our teams? Were they not just to get their AIC spot, but the very top spot indeed?
8,000 euro! I don't know if you can see it on screen right now, but it's very big! And we're also distributing the prize pool all the way down the pool. You can finish 5th or 6th place and still get a decent hunk of cash. So, a very good spread. And of course, I think more important, arguably, than even the prize pool is the fact that it does get you that ticket to the AIC, the Arena of Valor International Championship, where the best teams from around the world are awaiting the European champion.
So we'll be talking a little bit more about the teams which have been invited in just a moment. But for the time being, Nabirium, I know that you've got some familiarity with the teams coming in through the open tournament. So they've been playing through, a month worth of play to get to this point. They haven't just been sort of brought straight in. What can you tell us about those 3 teams?
I've been really interested in watching 2 teams in particular. Sorry, Haka 7. I'm distracted by the other players. We have, of course, Team Fish, very easy to pronounce for everyone, and then Saida Anshang, which is a Mandarin name, so we're just going to call them CDAX for the rest of the broadcast. Gives a little nice punch to it, and I've been really excited by some of the picks that they've been bringing up, so I'm going to be keeping my eyes on that as we go through the rest of the day.
Alright, so let's take a little video that will sum up all 3 teams, even if one of them is your particular favourite. We'll be covering all 3. We'll catch you on the other side, and we'll then be bringing up our teams that have been invited. We'll see you in a minute.
Hello, my name is Sabrina, also known as Sia from Team Haka 7. Most of our players are from Germany. 3 together with me as a manager, we are 4. 1 player, our mid laner, is from Austria, 1 from Turkey, and 1 from Cyprus. Yes, and we've been playing all around 3 to 4 years, I would say. We spent a lot of time in this game. I would say everyone is a carry. Yeah, that's a good answer.
Hi, I'm Lawyer from Team Fish. I've been playing Arena of Valor for 4 years, and I like Meta very much because it often serves as a calling up my team. I look at a lot of teams such as Nova Esports or Turkish teams Super Messing Blood or Cosnex Ruya, and a team from Team Pro League Division. Nova is the team which I'm most afraid to face, but we will do our best.
That does not even seem fair. GG. GG. Easy clapping for Team CDAX, guys. Simply easy clappings.
Of course, that only covers us for half of the teams that are going to be playing here today. We have got those invited teams coming through as well. So, let's talk a little bit about them. Clamaris, I know you've got a read on our 3 invited teams. What should we know first of all before we take a look at their video as well?
People used to watch AOV should recognize a lot of old faces. We have teams like Nova Esports. I think is the most of the time winner of the Valor series. I was part on it, so not my favorite.
no bias at all.
Not my favorite, but also I have Clash, all friends of mine. So I will cheer for them also. But then we have new faces. Tamina, I don't know them, but I think they will play really, really good and try to get the spot on the favorite Nova.
All right, well, certainly Nova are a lot of people's favorites as well, favorites of many of the other teams, just purely down to how much experience they have together. But we have got a little video, as I said, to tie this all up in a nice bow. So again, we'll catch you on the other side of this one. We'll be going more into the groups themselves. See you in a minute.
Hello, my name is Oktay. I'm the CEO of Hong Kong-based organization Nova Esports. We have been in Arena of Valor for a long time in the past. So we entered back in this year and we built a team for 3 months ago. We built a team after seeing that AOV is rising in Europe again this year. And we found 7 players and a coach, his name is Hong. Our AD carry is Shanks, he's a very good player. Our support players are City Boy and Benji. And Hey and Pose are playing in mid lane. And 99 is our top laner. And another is our jungler.
Hi, my name is Guglielmo, also known as Gulli. I am the sports director of Team Clash, and we've newly arrived on Arena of Valor. So all of my team is actually from Germany. They have been playing for quite a while for Arena of Valor, playing since I think a lot of them since 2019, some from 2018, but they've been in the competitive part and in the top ladders for a lot of years, and we're glad to be able to bring them all together to play this tournament.
So my name is Marcel, my in-game name is Lulumeo, and I'm playing for the team STMN esports with my 4 team members. His name is, the first name is our mid laner David, also known as Miko. Our support is Kren, also known as Kren in-game, and our jungle is Meg, and at least our side laner is Traps.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Now let's start talking about where these teams have ended up. So we've got the two groups, Group A and Group B, with 3 teams in each. In Group A, we have CDAX, as I'm calling them at least, Clash, and Team Fish. In Group B, Nova Esports, Haka 7, and Stamina Esports. Guys, any thoughts on the strength of each group?
I mean, everyone here was really talking about Group B being the group of death and how scary it was to see Nova Esports and Stamina Esports in the same group. I'm actually more scarified for today. I'm more worried about today when we have Clash and Team Fish and CDAX all in the same day, and Clash coming in as the only invited team in that group. I'm going to say it, I think the invited teams are overrated, and I think we're going to get some surprises from the qualified teams that came through the open tournament over today.
Little spicy there, TJ. I'm going to be honest. I'm not sure how much I agree, but then again, I'm a fan of Team Fish. I'm a fan of CDAX, so I'm interested in seeing what's going to happen here. Also worth noting, these are the only 3 teams that have animals as their logos. Because Clash has that little like lizard thing in the shape of a cube.
Yeah,
It's a dragon. It's a dragon.
it's a dragon. Well, I'm just getting word from our fact checker. It's a dragon.
All right, well, let's go past the animals to the animals that we're playing in game number 1. CDAX and Team Fish. Clamaris, what should we be expecting from our first game of the day?
As far as I know and I saw, Team Fish has very good macro gaming. I think if they can use that to make the game faster and snowball from that, I think Team Fish is going to be able to take it. But I think CDAX can also counter that because they have really good players and maybe they can make a game longer and win on the late game.
I did a little bit of scouting. I'm a side with CDAX here, a counterfeit.
Okay.
This one's hard for me. I think CDAX solely because of the cat logo. I'm trying to not be biased. I found that when I predict things based on like facts and logic, I run into problems. So I've just decided, you know what? Whoever has the better branding is going to win because that's esports, baby.
All right, and of course, we've got Clash versus Team Fish coming up second. TJ, any thoughts on that one?
It's hard to bet against Clash. I said that I believe in the open qualifier teams. Clash, of course, are one of the teams that was always a participant in Valor Series around the middle of the field. So I guess they're the favorite in this game.
I think PJ has his point. I think experienced player has a lot more chances to win. First games are always tough, and the nervous is so hard to control. And I saw some players on Clash with a long experience. I think they're gonna win.
I think that my co-casters are being very boring right now, so I'm gonna say Team Fish. Let's go, baby! Glub glub.
All right, and very briefly, CDAX versus Clash. Clamaris, in a word, who do you think it's going to be?
Clash against who?
All right,
Clash.
Clash against CDAX.
Bet of Clash.
All right, the rest of you.
CDAX. Let's go. Meow meow. I'm just going with the sounds the animals make. I think that's their new cheers.
Clash all the way.
All right, we've got some pretty strong opinions. Do let us know in the chat which ones you are here to support as well. Perhaps we'll get to change your mind for the course today. Do remember that by the end of today, we will have got enough information to say goodbye to one of these teams we're having been played today. Of course, in a second, we'll be talking about a few of the players on those teams. But, I mean, for you guys, are there any particular sort of play styles or heroes you'll be looking at for today that you think are going to, mark a team that's going to be successful at this stage of the competition?
Well, I'm looking towards our 2-star players at the moment because we've been talking a ton about support players, counterfeit.
I can tell you what I don't want to see because of those support players. TJ, we've had a long discussion about this. If I see Aya in any of these games, I'm taking off my headset and I'm walking away. I am just gone so fast. That hero frustrates me to no end. So I'm just hoping for our players' sake that Aya is just gonna be full band the whole time.
All right, well,
Fingers crossed.
let's go and look at those support players for each team. So they're both captains for both their teams, Moyen and Loya. So Moyen, the team captain for CDAX, Loya, the team captain for Fish. And we don't necessarily have a ton of information as to what kind of heroes they're going to be playing, but with these players coming in, with them being in the supportive style, who are you guys liking right now?
I think Moyen has looked really good during the open qualifiers we've seen, so I'm going to be really excited to see him take to the stage.
I think I'm in the same camp there with Moyen. I really like their preferences for heroes. We asked them all, what's your favorite heroes? And they gave Crest and Lumber. So, little throwbacks makes me feel comfortable to the first meta I ever played in Arena of Valor. So I like that kind of playstyle. I like the throwbacks.
All right, I think we are more or less ready for our first game today. So me and Clonaris will take a back seat to allow for TJ and Niberia to take center stage for our first match of the day. Guys, have fun.
Thanks, guys. See ya, nerds. It's just TJ and I now. What's up, TJ?
I got so much more space. I'm so much bigger.
I know, we can just kind of stretch out a little. We can just kind of do like airplane arms.
We have horizontally less space than we did a moment ago, but we are also more pixels, so it balances out.
Yeah, we fill more on the screen, and that's really what's important to inflate my already inflated ego further. Oh goodness, it's just my face now in Pick Band. I'm too shy.
Carrying it. This is, of course, a best of 3. I feel the need to clarify, and we are playing with global pick ban rules, which means any team who picks a character cannot play it for the rest of the series. The other team can play that character, but if you pick a character, you cannot play it for the rest of the series.
TJ, I've just seen something heartwarming. Just absolutely lovely.
What is kind of kindling your heart, making you feel warm on this? We're in North America, a little bit of a cold
It's
morning.
a little chilly. Yeah, it is morning.
What do you like?
I got banned. It's just nothing brings me more joy than to see her gone. Makes me happy. Makes me thrilled that Team Fish and CDAX are on the same page as me. We don't need to see that. We don't need that kind of disruption to our gameplay. We're just going to pull out UA and we're going to be happy with it.
Not only did Aya get banned, she got first ban, followed immediately by Florentino. If you've been watching the international meta, if you've been tuning into the Vietnamese pro games, you'll know this is the meta of the very best AoV right now. So Team Fish are coming in with their research done.
I'm looking forward to seeing what else they're going to bring out, because global pick ban is one of my favorite things about Arena of Valor, and I just love to see the mind games that can happen, where it's just like, all right, maybe we won't blow this pick here. Maybe we won't pick the absolute best hero here, because next game there will be a better plan for it.
If you think you've lost draft, there's like a very reasonable part of your mind that has to go, okay, well, we're losing this draft. Maybe we shouldn't pick the best characters for the rest of it. Maybe we should prioritize instead picking up characters that, we won't miss in future games.
Oh my god. What?
We got a Scud in our first game, Matt!
What? Okay, so backstory for anyone who isn't TJ and I've been trash talking Scud for the past 2 weeks as we got ready for this event. I've just been like, Scud, if they really want to throw draft,
that's all you've been saying.
Yeah, if they really want to throw draft here, they could pick Scud. And then there we go. We see Scud. And he's number 30 on the most picked there in the Vietnamese league. So he's
good, to be clear.
Yeah, he's fine. I just hate him. It's just another one of those personal preference things where it's just like, no, thank you. Leave the punches at home.
So CDAX do have a late game character, or a late game carry in that UA. They also have the Varus, who's going to do very well coming online around the mid game alongside Scud. So they look really good for the kind of front-to-back team fighting that you dream of, wherein they have the Varus, they have the Scud holding the front line, UA sitting a little bit behind it. I'm going to see them pull out a Dragon Laner, something like a Caphany is still on the board. They can sit even further behind that front line. Caphany, Talanas work very well here to give CDAX a little bit more sustained damage.
I'd love to see more Talanas. She's one of my favorite Dragon Laners, just because she's She's kind of very traditional, and I love seeing people that just win through positioning. Of course, on the other side, we see Hayate, who's been a very action-packed Dragon Laner. I think the number 2 most picked hero in the entirety of competitive play at the moment. Just absolutely nutters.
Absolutely nutter butters. He's really good.
Yeah. The professional term, TJ.
The thing about Hayate and Volcase actually is that they're both pretty hard scaling champions, so Team Fish right now don't have a ton of early game threat. Everything on their team is going to take a little while to get going. And when I look at Varus and Scud in particular, I see tools for CDAX to win earlier. Those characters are going to come online nearer to the 5-minute mark. So Team Fish, I think, are looking for something a little bit more early game threatening in their final couple of picks here. They can pull that out even in the support role. Something like a Baldum fulfills that role. Oh my lord. Or they could lock in an Omen who is permanently banned across international play, who is so powerful up in that Darkslayer lane that it's going to be almost impossible for a Varus to win 1v1 trades against him.
This is interesting. So TJ, you know, when I've been watching competitive, I've always seen Volcath go towards that Slayer lane. Where do you put him if you're rotating Omen up towards that spot?
You can also play Omen in other roles, so we're not worried about the details yet. This is all very flexible. Okay. We do get the Baldum here, which is what I called for. That gives you a little bit more early game team fight winning power. Oromar would also do that. Anything that has like stuns can just buy you time for Hayate to come online, because you have the tools to disengage from fights early, and you have the tools to say, hey, early game character, you're not playing. So,
speaking of stuns,
yeah,
the Oromar going to be picked up there against the Itachi on the other side there for CDAX. And can we just point out for everyone at home, TJ's massive brain, he was like, you know, it'd be good here, caffeine. Insta-ban from Team Fish. Very impressed here, TJ.
Bigger brain even than that, because I said caffeine or Telenas, and CDAX grabbed the Telenas.
True!
So yeah, we're gonna get everything we were looking for. That will be your Telenas into that Dragon Lane carry role here, and the Abyssal Dragon Lane versus, it looks like, gonna be the Hayate, which will be a pretty fair fight in terms of scaling power. The Telenas will come online a little bit earlier. Hayate will be more effective in the hyper late game team fights.
I also have to say, I think my favorite thing, again, we've been chatting so much about Arena of Valor that everything has come up in a previous discussion, but Volcath, if anyone's never read the flavor text on his ultimate, please do, because the specific phrasing always sends me. It's not that he can't die, it's that he's immune to death. I love it.
He would like it if he could die. Just, you know, he understands that you're trying to give him a little bit of death to win the team fight. Unfortunately, he just can't right now. You know, his schedule's really packed. He's got appointments today.
He's got appointments, he's got a meeting, he's got to go to the salon. That hair does not style and maintain itself. It takes a lot of work. He just doesn't have time to die.
I had really long hair until yesterday, so I feel that. I get to a certain point where it's like you're putting shampoo in it, and any more product than that, you have to either go all the way, full commit, like 15 products, or you just stop, or you just shampoo and nothing else.
You just give up. You're just like, you know what? Shampoo, and I'll let the rest sort itself out. We're gonna settle here.
Well, let me tell you something about Volcath. He's going the whole mile. He's spending upwards of like €50 on hair products every day. I can tell from that luscious mane, he's committed.
That's a lot of commitment. You know, that's what makes him so good at being immune to death. It's commitment to staying alive just to maintain the hair. I think that's really what it is. It's not just the busyness, TJ. There's a lot of factors going on.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think coming out of the draft, Matt, I'm going to favor CDAX. I think their composition makes a little more sense to me. I think Fish don't have a ton of early game power. A lot of this game is going to rest on their Baldum player. A lot of this game is going to rest on Moyen to be able to get them to that late game.
So keep an eye down there on the bottom side of the map towards that dragon lane. Watch the Baldum, but as we know, I mean, Baldum has such amazing playmaking potential. Always a joy to watch with the Wild Prisons, so there's always hope. Once they get to that stage, though, how do you turn that game around if you're not able to get out early?
If the Hayate gets online, then he should be your primary focus during team fights. The big thing you're looking to do is to stop Hayate from being able to hover at the side of the fight and just throw cooldowns in. Telenas is actually a really good answer for this because she can do the same thing, but almost better. So if you can take two kinds of fights, either the kind of fight where you instantly jump on the Hayate and you kill him, then they can win. Or you could take the other kind of fight where you're able to match front to back. So you have two front lines that are fighting and the Telenas is doing damage and the Hayate are both doing damage safely to the full extent of their kits. And Telenas will win that trade if Hayate doesn't get to ult. If Hayate gets to get into the middle of the team fight once all the cooldowns are spent, drop his kunai blitz, that will end the team fight. But if you can engineer the second kind of team fight where it's just Telenas spending their basic attacks and Hayate throwing shurikens in, Telenas will do more damage.
Gotta put a lot of pressure there, not only on the support end, but also the Dragon Lane player there for the side of Team Fish, so they really have their work cut out for them in those team fights. I think they can do it. We've watched them before. They've been really strong team. So I like to have faith. I like to put my faith in the underdog. If it's not clear by now, TJ, just want a little bit of chaos in my day. Just wake up, have a little bowl of chaos, pour in some milk. Actually, I can't have milk, so maybe not.
Okay,
putting in milk would be chaos.
Intolerant.
Yeah.
Every time we get here, we end up on drinking Cheerios with water. So I'm going to turn that shiv around real quick.
No, I've never said that, TJ.
The Omen here is the other thing I want to flag. We were wondering where it would go. It looks like we are seeing our Volcase in the jungle, and therefore Omen will be up there on that Dark Slayer lane.
Going to be keeping an eye on that lane as well, because like you said, Omen has been pretty much permanently banned in most of the competitions globally.
Yeah.
So I want to see why.
The big thing about Omen is, of course, that he has permanent in melee range lifesteal. He has a little bar that fills up the more he auto-attacks someone, and if it finishes filling up, then he gets massive lifesteal on all of his attacks. So anytime you're taking a sustained trade against him, which he's really good at guaranteeing with his death sentence, you lose. That makes Omen pretty terrifying.
Oh, Xiao in a lot of trouble here. One more auto will do it. Sai able to find it, but Fish should be able to punish pretty freely there.
A 1-for-1 trade during the early game, but the early 80 carry gold passed over to Sai.
Going to be very close up there in the top lane. Susu in a little bit of trouble. Oh my god, Susu and Sai in the same game.
Wow.
Sai able to pick that one up. Beautiful play.
Yeah, flickering forward there, CYB, in order to find that pick. Susu thought they were going to win the 1v1 trades, and they did win the initial just vamp trade, but CYB was able to back off and grab his health pack from behind the turret, grab that regen, and come back in to get the kill.
Gotta be real careful with that. I'm excited for this Slayer lane now, TJ. I know Omen's super strong, but with the way CYB played that, it's going to be a fun lane. Now, Dragon going to be picked up here by CDAX. Doesn't look like anyone's in range from Team Fish to contest.
No, that should be a pretty easy trade. So Dragon goes over to CDAX, and Team Fish walk away with the first Slayer. The Slayer, of course, a little bit less valuable during this early game. It's good for turret damage, but Dragon is going to get you the fight, going to get you the kills, and it's going to get you that easy clear, which you see Moyan taking advantage of, pushing forward and stealing away a couple of camps. Susu's trying to answer, he counter-invades, he's in the blue buff, and he's going to get collapsed on.
He's going to be in a whole lot of trouble. The full dive onto Susu. Too much for him to handle, and now CYB picks up a second kill this game.
And Fang gets credit for that as well, finishing it with the Rising Winds, their ultimate, so that UA is getting big.
Mammoth in a little bit of trouble. There goes the dive. Mammoth gets taken down. CDAX now will look for Jiu Xiao, but not able to find it just yet. Fish will answer with a kill of their own onto Moyen. There we go, Lawyer in for the dive. CEST in a lot of trouble. Flickers away. Jiu Xiao will find the kill on the backside.
So a good turn for Team Fish as they're able to find 2 kills down bottom map. That's gonna... Oh, he gets out. Oh. That's going to be a pretty solid spread of gold back over to Team Fish. They're still at a gold deficit after CDAX ran the early game, but they've got a little bit back just from those kills down bottom, and that is where they need the gold.
Iki trying to poke away. We haven't talked a little bit about this mid lane, mostly because it's pretty low action so far. We've just been seeing mostly roaming from Feng here. Oh my god, another engage in the side of the jungle. Mammoth will survive, but Empty goes down. Speaking of mid lane.
Yeah, a whole lot of pressure coming in from Feng. You saw that UA really coming online here. And Moyan continuing to bully.
God, CDAX are just so aggressive. They've been spending their entire game in this jungle.
And that's why the gold lead is so dire. If you look at the top of the screen, it's because CDAX are constantly pressing forward into the Team Fish jungle, constantly forcing Team Fish to play defense on their own jungle camps. And even if CDAX don't get all those jungle camps, they get half of them. So they're getting 1.5 jungles to clear, 1.5 jungles worth of gold, whereas Team Fish are operating with just half of theirs.
TJ, I think this is the busiest game we've seen so far in all of our
that
prep.
is true, Matt, because this is the first
This is the first game, yeah. I had to qualify it a little bit. I was like, in all of our prep, but it was too little too late.
I'm jumping on them like CDAX into the mid lane. This time could go down.
Oh my god. Huge hit there from the Scud. Lawyer. Gonna be legalezing his way out of that one.
Filing some paperwork, cease and desist. Doesn't get him to stop and taking the turret in the middle of the map. And that is going to make this all the worse, because that just means that CDAX can continue to run this jungle. There's no real way for Team Fish to defend it with their mid turret gone.
Jiu Xiao not going to be able to find a whole lot off the back of this either. CDAX just disgustingly dominant. And Slayer contest here. Fighting towards the top side. CYB again takes down Susu. Disgusting.
Yeah.
There goes Jiu Xiao as well on the bat side. Feng survives for now.
Lawyer in trouble here as the Scud continues to force his way forward. Whenever you see Scud ult like that, of course it's an AoE knockback, so he wants to get in front of the target. And the reason I'm explaining all this is because we didn't see that. So he wasn't trying to fish for kills. Oh dear.
Oh no, he's in trouble now. Nimung will be able to find his way out into the backside.
So he wasn't trying to fish for kills, that was just Nimang being a frontline. He was just there, zoning, using that ultimate to knock back any kind of attack to guarantee that CDAX could get the turret. And that's what they've done across the map so far. Work really well around these towers, gaining control of the map, cleaning out the jungle, ensuring they get the towers, the maximum amount of gold during this early game. And that's why, despite not having that many kills, they have a 5,000 gold lead at this 6-minute mark, Matt.
Kind of disgusting, but Team Fish are still going to be able to get this Slayer uncontested, it looks like.
Well, it's going to be traded. This turret's gone.
Oh, so's Jiu Xiao at this point. That blitz is not going to save you, buddy.
He does clear the wave, though. He actually might have just saved everything. He spends the kunai blitz in order to clear the wave, and that means the turret doesn't get traded.
Meanwhile, CYB on the top side is in so much trouble. Finally gets shut down. Team Fish recovering pretty well.
Yeah, really good turnaround from Team Fish. They're going to get the top turret. They saved this turret down in the bottom lane. And that tower up top might even get pushed into the tier 2 tower as the Omen begins to come online. Susu not knocked that badly during the early game. Still able to win that 1v2 up top. And that's really scary because if the Omen comes online, CDAX aren't going to be able to win in any of the side lanes. The Omen can constantly operate on their own on the side of the map and win basically any 1v1 in the game.
I think the big problem is that just Jiu Xiao doesn't have any money. He's a little bit behind by 800.
You know, that just makes him really relatable though, so...
Oh, I'm feeling pretty Jiu Xiao today, I'm going to be honest, TJ.
That's why you gotta win the tournament.
Exactly.
Zhao, looking for control around this dragon, and you can see the Oromar of Mammoth over on that support, kind of trying to function in that role. But Oromar isn't nearly as tanky as, for example, a frontline Scud at this point, so he's struggling to get vision, and there's no way they can contest the dragon, which does go to CDAX.
Oh my god, CYB diving in pretty hard. Loyer will blow the ultimate. Muyen dives in, won't be able to find a kill of his own. Empty tries to dive in onto Feng, but I'm not sure that was a good play. Or plan, rather. Nearly gets killed for it. CYB getting 1v1 again by Susu. Just disgusting. 1 for 1 though.
Range play by Feng to get some response. Them and the turret combined to keep CDAX in this, trading onto the Omen, but you can see what Omen does in the late game. Just able to pull up into those side lane 1v1s, and there's no way you beat them in melee range. It just will not happen.
Poor CYB. Dominating the early game, and now just kind of... Alright, Omen. You can take the lane, I'm sorry. Zhou Xiao will dive forward for a kill onto side, not find it. Lawyer will. Oh, too far forward there for Mammoth. Gets punished for it as Moyen finds the kill onto them.
Making it 2 for 1. With Saisai down, there's not a whole lot of damage on CDAX. So much of their damage is tied up in that Telenas. The two big threats you need to watch for CDAX are their Yue and their Telenas. That's going to be Saisai and Feng in these fights. They want to keep those players alive, and those key carries want to sit at the back of the team fights and do the maximum amount of damage. It's happening again, Matt!
No! CYB, run! Run! Sprint! Flicker!
Oh, he's got backup!
Moyen's here! CYB barely survives! We did it!
CYB had maximum HP starting that fight, and it was enough for him to survive the entire extended trade, at least until his teammates arrived. And Team Fish, as a result, are now down their permanent split push. This is as good an opportunity as CDAX are going to get, but they're not capitalized on it. Instead, Saisai's all alone.
Able to take out Zhou Xiao, though, which surprises me. There we go. Saisai will fall to Mammoth, but now it's just Mammoth versus the world as Lawyer falls. Mammoth will escape with his life for the time being.
Mammoth, of course, not doing a whole lot of damage. Can't defend this turret. That turret's gone.
Susu going for the death sentence. I'm not sure if you're going to get a whole lot out of that, as Moyen will be able to survive. The dive in from CYB looking for revenge and finds it.
So CDAX still, despite their composition kind of falling off on paper, despite the Omen and the Hayate theoretically coming online, are benefiting from the Telenas and the Yue. And you saw what happened when Zhou Xiao tried to play through that bottom lane, tried to contest Saisai in the 1v1, just getting absolutely obliterated by the Telenas' basic attacks from Eagle Eye. And that opens up this Darkslayer. Here we go.
I was a little bit worried for the Darkslayer. It's going to be uncontested. I was worried that he was getting lonely, so I'm glad that CDAX are looking out for him. You love to see it.
Infinite Slayer picked up. And CDAX do have a bit of a timer. They don't want to be playing this game in 5 more minutes when the Omen is truly online, when the Hayate is max build. So they'd like to end this game as quickly as possible. They have the tools to do it. If they can summon Slayer aggressively, they're going to go for both objectives here to make sure they can end on this push.
The 50% damage debuff is doing a lot of work, though. Moyen dives outside of the Dragon Pit. Nimung will go for the backup engage as well. Zhou Xiao is really low on the side of this fight. There's the dive in from Moyen. Doesn't find Zhou Xiao, who flickers away beautifully. Lawyer on the side of the fight in a lot of trouble. Moyen falls. Nimeng finds Lawyer on the side, finds another. This Scud is disgusting.
He's still going, man! Underneath the turret, the Infinite Slayer marching through this bottom lane, and this should be the game. CDAX bait in Team Fish around that Holy Dragon fight, and they're going to end it here.
Beautiful play from Team CDAX, going just for another dive there for good measure. There goes the core, game number 1 for Team CDAX.
I'm really impressed. I think that's a great note to start our European qualifier on. We saw some very deliberate decision-making coming out from CDAX throughout that game. First of all, the incredibly aggressive clear of the enemy jungle, making sure they get an early gold lead, and then the very intentional focus on objectives, making sure there were no tools to get back into the game once that gold lead was established.
I was just having a blast watching CDAX. I love their macro play just in terms of raw spectator value, if nothing else, because the constant dives into the jungle, CYB just taking down and dismantling Susu's Omen in the early game was so much fun to watch, and just such beautiful mechanical play from CYB as well. That first flicker kill, fantastic.
Yeah, and you see the power of a couple of key characters that I want to call out because we're playing, of course, on global pick ban rules, so they're going to be off the table for the teams that played them so far during the series. We saw the power of Omen there in the side lanes in a losing game. Sucks to lose when you get Omen in the draft. But you see what Omen brings to a team in the side lanes as he can just chew through towers, does so much, and you also see the power of what Feng has on this Yume. Just one of the longest ranged mages in the game, one of the longest ranged casters in the game. Consider the very back of the fight and throw out damage like there and one-shot people. This fight was actually very impressive for that reason. As you can see, just zoning power coming through from the front lines, Moyen able to eat up so much damage, and then Kai sitting at the very back of the fight, able to work with complete safety, attack the dragon or the enemy champions alongside Feng during those fights.
So pretty. I love watching CYB play. So far, just masterful mechanical play. And yeah, I was really impressed there by the side of CDAX, but I was wondering how you felt about the Ormar support. I was watching it and it didn't seem to be able to accomplish much, but I'm not sure if that was just because of CDAX's unfettered aggression.
Alright, so right away.
I'm ready.
I am the #1 Oromar fan, maybe on the planet. Oromar is one of the greatest champions in the world. Point number two. No, that wasn't a very good Oromar experience. He didn't go very well for Mammoth. He didn't really get big enough to be able to take any hits. The big problem with Oromar is that the early game is very slow. Oromar isn't tanky until they get gold. Because the trade-off for Oromar is they have a little less HP than other frontline bruisers or tanks, but they constantly spit out stuns. So it doesn't matter that you have less HP because everyone around you is attacking fewer times. But during that early game, they got absolutely shattered in every lane, and all of their jungle got taken away. So there was no way for Mammoth to get the kind of passive gold you normally get as a roaming support, where you're in lane for a couple of moments and you get some gold from the minions that die. You roam up and you participate in a kill, you roam around with the jungler, you get some gold from the jungle. None of that was ever happening because CDAX were so aggressive on the map. They were so constantly controlling the enemy jungle, clearing up as much as possible. And then when we got time to these objectives where, again, supports normally get a chunk of gold, there was never a moment where Team Fish were able to act on them.
Really good oppressive play there from CYB. There we go. We get to see it again. I was just waiting for it, TJ. We also get to see why I don't like Scud at all. just a really disgusting pick in the right hands, able to do so much damage while being surprisingly beefy. But I will admit that one was pretty fun to watch.
Yeah, I'm right there with you as the number 428 Scud fan. Pretty far down the list, you know. And when you see a Scud play like that, it just changes everything. It forces you to confront things about yourself. Maybe I do like when Scuds get a ton of gold and surge through the enemy team and land the super empowered basic attack and just one-shot all of somebody's HP in the late game. And I'm not comfortable knowing that about myself. I didn't come into this game knowing that I was going to be okay liking that.
I'm not, TJ. But it sounds like you've moved from number 428 on the Scud fan list to like 427? Is that maybe higher?
Maybe higher.
Maybe
there was one team fight at the very end when CDAX did this really cool thing where they started the Holy Dragon fight, and then everyone just started fighting, except for the jungler who stayed on the Holy Dragon and just kept... Nemeg was just chipping away. He was going to get that Holy Dragon, and the other 4 players started fighting, and I was like, there's no way this works. That means they're taking a 4v5. Surely they lose that. And then Moyen on the Scud just, boom, pops enemy players, and I'm like, okay, well...
Just like, hold on, give me a second. I'll buy you guys time. Just stay here. Give me a second. Just pop, triple kill. All right, back to the dragon, guys. No more distractions.
Did they? My memory is kind of fading. Did they even get that Holy Dragon? I think they just ended the game.
Yeah, I think they did. I think they just abandoned it. I think they were like, you know what? Our original plan was to actually take this thing, but we don't need to. We could just go.
Which is a good sign, right? You know, we're grasping at every little morsel of information we have, as this is our first stage game here at the AIC Qualifier for Europe. But when you see teams make decisions like that for CDAX, where they can go, okay, we want the Holy Dragon, obviously, but we don't need it to end the game. We have a window here where we can just push through with the Infinite Slayer and take these turrets and the game here. And they're able to make that adjustment mid-play, make the call mid-play to just grab the high ground towers and end the game. That's a really good sign. That's the kind of decision-making that teams struggle with when they're newer to the game.
So what do you want to see next, TJ? We've got options.
Sure. Let me lay it out for you. Team Fish, they need to have a jungle.
Okay.
They need to, at any point during this game, get gold from their own jungle. I think that would be a really good start for them. And then once they have that, we can start talking about what their late game would do. I think oftentimes when you see teams struggle with that kind of problem, where they're just losing turrets very early on, where they're losing jungle camps very early on, the quick fix is draft more early game characters. So I guess that's what I want. I want the draft to shift towards giving them tools to secure their early game.
So what I have written down here so far is gold jungle tools.
What do you type with it in landscape mode?
No, I hand write because I'm not going to plug because we're not sponsored.
Right.
I have a stylus.
Okay.
So I just kind of scribble.
You just kind of use the stylus. You know, one of our mutual friends, Dominic, uses his smartphone in landscape mode for everything. And he holds his phone sideways at all times and types with his thumbs constantly.
Oh.
And I asked him about it, actually, because he cast the Australian Valor Series Season 3 final in Australia. So I was there with him, and I was like, why are you using your phone like that? That's nasty. And he explained to me that he had one of those, because he's like old, he had one of those Blackberries that was like that, and the keyboard popped out from the bottom, and so he got used to typing like that.
Okay, sure, but that's a physical keyboard.
Right.
Physical keyboard, I can see the justification for a physical keyboard. When it's a virtual on-screen keyboard and they suck no matter what you do, why not this is so much more comfortable than this.
Here's a fun fact. If you're used to typing like that, then in your AOV games, you can get messages out to your teammates much more quickly.
Of course.
So,
and of course, nobody in AOV chat would say anything but the most constructive, kind words on the planet.
For team comps. For like the only thing you would want to communicate your strategy, and if you have like a really complicated strategy that has a lot of steps, being able to type really fast in landscape mode, now that's important.
It's for team coordination and nothing else, we promise. I'm kind of sad, TJ. We saw the Toro hover. I just want to see it. I know.
He's legal in Europe.
I know. I want him.
Team Fish now down one game as we get into the draft for game number 2 of this best of 3 series. That puts CDAX one game away from their first match win of the day, their first match win, anyone's first match win of the European qualifier. Global pick ban rules are in effect, so neither team can draft anything they drafted in the last game, and that will change our picks and bans accordingly. Most disappointingly for you, could you go ahead and read me Team Fish's first pick?
Nope.
You're okay.
I refuse.
See, I just thought that maybe we could do some exposure therapy and get you to just...
I'll try it. I'll try. Okay, all right.
Okay.
Inner peace.
All right.
Their first pick was Aya. It was Aya.
It was Aya. The Aya is going to function very well with characters like Amelie, who can jump in and out of the fights, because normally those characters that are very high mobility are balanced out by the fact that their HP bars are lower. But with the aid of Aya, they have infinite shielding, and those HP bars are not small anymore. So,
boy, do I know it!
Look for the Aya to combine very well here. The flip side of it is when you draft an Aya in your own role, you don't have a frontline tank. You're effectively down a player in those team fights. So I actually really like what Team Fish has done with the second pick here with the Elsu, because Elsu doesn't need to be near the fight. You don't need your frontline tanks to defend your carry if your carry is Elsu and they're 2 screens away. You're sitting as far back as possible, throwing those snipes in across the entire map.
So we talked a little about Team Fish's composition and my disdain for Aya. We know this. But looking at CDAX's side, last game I was impressed with their drafting. They beat an Omen, and it's one of those things like beating an Aya that seems a little impossible to me, but their draft so far, Crixie is, I would say, S-tier pick absolutely in the mid lane, and they've banned out all of the other high-tier picks, it seems to me.
Yeah, so the big thing they're looking for, a Wonder Woman ban is actually really interesting. The big thing they're looking for, because it makes me think that maybe this Aya is going to be played in the mid lane. If they're banning out the Wonder Woman, which is traditionally a roam pick, then we might be seeing a mid Aya, which is really fun. The big thing for CDAX is they're looking for burst damage. They're looking for the ability to get through whichever character is being boosted by Aya before that Aya can drop another shield out. So Crixie functions very well in that role. You can drop your full Crixie combo and one-shot somebody in the mid to late game. Lumber functions very well in that role because they can be that tanky frontline, and they can drop their Earth Splitter and guarantee that nobody is going to be able to move away from the Crixie combo. So far this is a very Crixie-focused team. They're going to need something in the backlines as their Abyssal Dragon lane carry. But I think you're looking for very high burst damage from that role right now.
Oh, this could be fun. A little bit of Xenial action here, TJ. A little bit of the throwback. The global pressure is probably going to be pretty good, especially comboed with Lumber. That's a lot of teamfight disruption on the back of the Crixie. So, some options here.
Yeah, Xenial is really fun, but it does mean that you now have, instead of grabbing more aggressive picks, you've grabbed yourself very tanky frontline picks. But Lumber and Xenial shift the kind of identity of this team towards something that's gonna have to move a little bit slower. Lumber and Xenial don't cover as much ground as other picks you could lock in these roles. So that says to me that we're gonna see something more sustained damage focused, like a Caphne, like a Talanas, yet again in that CDAX Abyssal Dragon lane carry. If you're like, wow, we sure are seeing those characters a lot, get used to it, buddy. We're going to be seeing them for the entire tournament.
I'm good. I'm good with seeing those already. I think I'm... No, I meant like I'm finished. I've gotten my fair share of them.
That wasn't.
So we've got another Scud. We've got another Scud.
It's about a Tara. I'm excited to see Tara.
Okay. Yeah. I'm excited to see Tara. Playing against Tara, less fun. Watching Tara is pretty enjoyable. Playing as Tara in a 1v1 is also pretty fun, just gotta say. And we get Fennec in response there from CDAX.
Yeah, Fennec makes a lot of sense here. It makes sense with my initial call. My initial call was, of course, that you're going to want to have some burst damage in your physical damage roll to kind of combo with that Crixie to burn down whoever is getting the Aya shielding. And Fennec's very good at that because when he finishes his stacks, his wild marks on an enemy character, he does a huge burst of damage. So he's really good at just melting specific targets in very short periods of time. But I do worry they don't have a lot of mobility. They're not going to be able to get into the back lines very effectively. So they're going to have to fight through the front lines. And what is that front line? It is Aya on top of Tara. And fun fact, you're not going to kill that. That's just there permanently. That's a monument. It's the Empire State Building. It's not going anywhere.
That's true. Defines the Antara's battlefield skyline. We're gonna have tours.
The Empire State Building defines the skyline of New York. Tara, with Aya on her, defines the skyline of the Antara's battlefield.
We're gonna have Tara Aya tours. You're gonna have to go to the top of the tower. You get to actually meet Aya. For $30, you can punch her. It's really good for fundraising.
She's in the lantern on the Statue of Liberty.
Yes. she's trapped, ideally. Just so. It's like, all right, Aya, you're no longer going to feature in any of the games. You're going to be stuck there for eternity. You good with that? It's like, all right, cool.
Did you know you can't, if you go to New York, you can't actually go into the Statue of Liberty lantern anymore? You used to be able to take a tour all the way up.
That's so rude.
They closed it down. Yeah.
That's so sad. I really would love to do that.
Pretty upset about that, to be honest. Because, fun fact, that is the only place where you can morally play Aya. If you play Aya from anywhere else on the planet, if you're a bad person, but if you are playing Aya from the lantern at the top of the Statue of Liberty, I'll let it pass.
So, sorry guys, it's been banned. Being moral and playing Aya has just been banned by TJ.
I'm getting word that the players don't care and that they're going to play Aya because she's really broken.
Oh no. I don't like this news, TJ. Can we hear something different?
Sure. Let me tell you instead that we've got a little bit of a giveaway going on in the Twitch chat. If you would like 200 gems, all you need to do is type the code #AICEU2022. That's again the # AICEU2022, all one word, in the chat, and the giveaway will close at the end of this game, so get those messages in. You only need to type it once, and if you win, the code will be in your pocket within 3 days.
And you know, TJ, when you said #, it kind of set me back to the 80s. I wasn't alive in the 80s, but that's just a vibe I got, so I'm going to add a third way of pronouncing it. Remember, guys, you can type in chat, Joe Thorpe, AICEU 2022. That's right. It's my favorite way to pronounce that symbol, but you can't say that. Like, you can't, if you say Octothorpe, everyone's like, what the hell are you talking about? For good reason.
I really like it. Because ideally, the fewest number of people possible know how to win the giveaway.
Yeah. You know, it really makes a reward. It makes a reward for the people who know what an Octothorpe is. And given that knowledge is absolutely useless in literally every other context, I feel like it's good.
If you would like to win the giveaway, figure out what an Octothorpe is. Look at this! Already!
Mammoth?
They just don't care! This is too much. This is like, surely. Nope. Even this early, Mammoth gets away with that. They don't manage to get any of the jungle camps, but it takes so much attention away.
Susu's in a lot of trouble on this Ambly. There goes first blood. Sai able to pick that one up, and Lawyer in a little bit of trouble as well.
And good early pick over to CDAX as Team Fish tries to start the game with ridiculousness. And now, of course, they're down a player early, so CDAX press in.
Lawyer in a little bit of trouble. Not going to fall, though. CDAX just don't have the damage yet. Oh, wow. LC Snipe doing quite a bit. Mammoth sees the kill. Sai trying to hide out there. Fennec will escape for the time being.
Yeah, but Sai needs to be getting jungle camps during this time. And I don't know if you've been noticing, but they haven't been. So
this is true.
Not a great start to the game for Sai. You can see a little bit of stabilization work there. The entire team getting together in order to make sure they get the blue buff, and that will give them the HP necessary to get the rest of this clear.
Sorry, I'm just mesmerized watching CYB.
I was really mesmerized by the fact that the announcer came in and did our job for a little bit.
Yeah, that was nice. Dragon's been defeated, I hear, TJ, by CDAX. They will pick that one up, lose one in the process. Sai is down. Feng looking for damage there with Moonlight Priestess, will not find a kill with it. Mammoth is low, but got that Tara regen. So hard to chew through. Finally, they will go down. Lawyer goes down as well, which means Empty is in trouble. Aya, will she finally be punished for her crimes against humanity? Yeah, of course not.
And Empty actually messed that up, didn't escape in time. So they didn't have the cooldown to jump onto Juxiao, which could have been really bad, but Empty was allowed to walk away. As is, pretty good team fight for CDAX. They walk away from the experience with the kills and the first dragon of the game.
I gotta say, CDAX are looking really scary, TJ, considering that they've allowed all of these top tier picks and still have had success in both games. I know it's 3 minutes in, I know, but killing a Tara at any point is just impressive to me.
That is the easiest it's going to be all game. But they did do a really good job of it. CYB actually getting in on the action here.
Oh, wow. Ton of damage there on the Susu.
Watching on apples and your health.
CYB.
What is it?
What are you doing, bud?
There's no minion wave. What's the game plan? One of the key parts of that fight that CDAX did a really good job of was the use of the Xenia ultimate, the Angelic Splendor. So keep your eye on that in these upcoming team fights. Angelic Splendor, during that fight, basically cancelled out all of Mammoth's damage, healing back up the 3 members who were slowly taking them down.
Now CDAX looking for a little bit more. Loyer just passing by and explaining tort law as he goes.
Yeah. So actually, if you get a parking ticket and you leave the parking ticket on your front dash, they can't give you another one, he says.
That's true. I mean, it's not true at all, but technically, might work. There goes Moyan. Gonna be a little bit whiffing the ultimate. Forces the flicker out from Feng for safety. Loyer gonna be happy with that gank.
And during that time, CDAX were able to grab themselves the Slayer on the opposite side of the map, so they're doing bonus tower damage during that time. Feng, wow!
Dead.
Angelic Splendor!
Oh! Not going to be able to find the heal. Feng gets taken down by Aya. Disgusting. Go away, Empty. Now, Empty's in trouble. Actually, I don't think I can. I almost had my wish. Moyen going to be coming in. Blows the lumber ultimate. Out of frustration, a very relatable play.
The entire team really tried to play aggressive here. Moyan is going to be content to zone, though, because Haka
just takes the tower.
Their job, and that is their job, just burning through these turrets. And the Chainhammer Cyclone, you see there, an excellent zoning tool from Kakai, stopping any of the pressure onto them and buying themselves 2 turrets in the last couple of moments. 2 turrets in the mid lane.
Good orb. CYB survives. Oh my goodness. What a beautiful play from CDAX.
A little bit scary here now for Team Fish, as their 2 mid towers being down mean that we're going to have a repeat of what we had during the last game. CDAX eating up every single jungle camp available, walking away with all the wildlings. Mammoth, the only player who dares step forward in zone. And even they aren't near this dragon, which Kakai just melts.
A lot of damage coming out of that Fennec. 3.8k gold on the board, higher than anyone on Team Fish's side. So we were talking about how they are going to need gold in the early game. Mission accomplished, I'd say.
Yeah, and they've really done a very good job of containing Tara. I'd like you to go ahead and read the second item that has been built by Fang.
I'm looking. Sorry, I got confused for a second. I'm trying to find the name and then find out who's playing it. Well, we've got a team fight in the meantime. CDAX will be able to find 1 kill. Moyen in trouble, but survives regardless. CYB looks for the dive onto Mammoth. Please punish the Aya. There we go. She finally goes down. That's what I've been liking to see. Now, let me find Fang.
The little game that we were going to do is we've seen early anti-heal items. Oh, Fang. Wow.
Okay. Very well done there, taking down Joe Chow.
We've seen early anti-heal items by Feng, also Soul Detainer built by CYB. So that healing on Tara completely negated by this early game. Tara is not regenerating any HP. You see Lawyer have that experience there, his enchantment trying to give him some HP back, and it just doesn't happen on his health bar. And that's going to be the story of the game for Team Fish. They are now far enough behind that I believe CDAX has tied up this game and indeed this match in a nice little bow.
Yeah, Sai able to take out that high ground tower as well. Mammoth goes in for the dive, will almost kill Sai, who survives with the sliver for the time being. Gets taken down. Feng in trouble. Lawyer looking for the kill. Nimeng is going to be there for safety though. Great CC, but the snipe from Joe Xiao.
Well, it wouldn't be a TJ cast without me eating my words a little bit. Excellent play from Douchdown. Gets themselves a team fight. Just really good Elsu snipes. Not much more.
Well played and well aimed. Besides, I could have used the Xenial for safety there a little. Not Sai, sorry, Feng. They're going to be trying to steal the jungle once again. The CDAX special. Mammoth goes in for the dive. Reverse. The disengage, rather, from Moyen is really well placed. We'll get them out for the time being.
And I don't, you know, with this much gold lead, I don't really want to harbor the thought. But there is the thought that as this game goes on, what can get really scary is the fact that Mammoth and Empty are going to, like, they have basically bonus gold because of the composition they're playing. So they're going to be able to tank relatively soon, and Zhuxiao's not that far behind. He's got 5,500 gold.
He does, but if this team fight goes well, it may mean that CDAX gets to end a little bit earlier. Great CC chain there from Moyen. Nimeng does not find the knockup, but it doesn't matter. Feng secures the kill, and now they're going to be pushing towards this high ground tower.
And this is when CDAX need to end. They don't want to let this game go long. Yet again, this is push time now.
Sai has those 2 items completed. Feng almost finds a good kill there. Mammoth down below half. They're playing this one as carefully as possible, and they get dissuaded by that Elsu snipe.
Yeah, he's just completed Fafnir's talent, so he's doing real damage now. Like, this is actually getting kind of scary. CDAX recognize this, recognize that they're running out of time, and turn towards this Slayer. They're going to try and grab themselves another tool to end this game.
Will be uncontested. Lawyer is going to be scouting it out. Says, there's people here. Guess Slayer's gone. Oh my god, Feng is just down. This team fight might be a disaster now for CDAX. Sai still safe in the backside of the fight, able to pick off Lawyer. Now looking for Susu. Will be able to find it. Mammoth is the next target, but they find Zhuxiao instead on the side, forcing the flicker out. This could mean another kill. CYB looks for it, will not find the secure. But there goes the Slayer. Get them another high ground tower, if not just the game.
And this is the core. These are the players you want to save the game. Still alive for Fish. Here we go.
Zhuxiao in a little bit of trouble. Mammoth dives into the middle of the fight. Sai still uncontested. There goes Mammoth. There goes Empty in short order. There, the core still alive. The respawns come out. The re-engage from Xenial is not enough, and Sai runs away. Tail between their legs. Nimeng has to do the same. Dives out. Lawyer in trouble, though. Goes for the too far of a chase, and Sai will pick up the kill.
Yeah, a little bit of grease there for Team Fish, but they hold on to their core. Inexplicably. Oh, dear.
Oh, Feng. Beautiful pick off there on the Susu.
And Team Fish have just handed away their heroism. Now they're back under threat. It's the same 3 players still defending their core for the game.
Sai dives out towards the backside of the fight. Mammoth is low, still has that Tara regen. The snipe takes down Sai.
And this is real scary because Zhuxiao is hitting their snipes. And they've got the gold necessary to finish the kills. Every single tower on the map is now down for Team Fish. They have not taken a single Team CDAX tower. It should be impossible for them to win this game. But I say should because they do have the perfect late game composition. The combination of the Aya and this Tara does mean that Mammoth is going to be nigh on unkillable in this late game, and Zhuxiao on this Elsu is doing real damage.
Yeah, this is looking suspiciously winnable, especially with the gold swing you get by taking even just that first tower. Here for the side of Team Fish. This gold is very easy.
The big thing, of course, is going to be this Holy Dragon. It's going to be this major objective that CDAX still have control of. If they can just keep farming these objectives, they will eventually win this game because the buffs are going to give them such a team fight advantage. So here they go, Holy Dragon in hand, looking to gain control of the map. We'll see if that gets them Infinite Slayer as well, which is spawning in just 18 seconds.
Looking at that though, Sai might be getting picked off here by Susu. Oh, there it is. The burst from Susu is huge. CDAX will try and punish, but their carry is down. They don't even have the chase for this. Mammoth dives in, will get taken out there by Feng and CYB. they have enough damage to finish the fight? Susu on the backline, still safe. Lawyer tanking up so much damage, giving time for Joshua to chase down, looking for the snipe. Will find almost the kill onto CYB, who will survive for the time being.
I don't know why Mammoth went in there. Mammoth getting way too greedy, not understanding their health bar, full commits to an unneeded fight and throws away the advantage they have. That's a problem that is happening for Team Fish. That's an issue that keeps happening for them. As we saw it in the jungle, two of their players, Susu and Lawyer, ran forward into the jungle for no apparent reason and threw away their advantage earlier. Just now, Mammoth does the same thing. That's got to get sorted out, because that's the moment when you have that one kill lead, that's the moment where maybe you can start taking some control of the map. Where, you know, if you get the Infinite Slayer, you can start chipping away at that tower lead. But instead, Team Fish just get an even trade. And that's good. You're still fighting into a team that has the lead, that has the Holy Dragon. It's good to take even trades. But they need to do more than that if they're going to stop just defending their base.
Yeah, it is a really dangerous position there for Team Fish, because CDAX have had control for the entire match so far. That Slayer has spawned, and watch there on the minimap, CDAX are all headed directly towards it.
Here we go. Slayer very likely for the game. CDAX want to pick up this Slayer and finally put an end to things here. Team Fish, if they want any hope in winning this game, they need to get more aggressive and properly contest it.
CYB a little too over-aggressive there. The Lumber ultimate will save it for the time being. Remember, this entire time the Slayer has gone down from side. This will open up another angle for the team
bottom
fight.
Lane.
Bottom lane, just shoving straight towards the core, and Xenial is stalling. The core is taking so much damage from just the minions, and CDAX now, the entire team are here towards the core. CDAX will take the game, end the series 2-0.
CDAX summoning the Infinite Slayer right outside the core, finally put an end to the madness. They take every single tower on the map, and Matt, they could not end the game.
It just was a little bit of a struggle. They just need a little more time, TJ. It's like that buddy who you lent like 20 bucks to 3 years ago. He's like, yeah, I'll get it back to you eventually. Don't worry about it.
It's fine. I'm gonna be able to sell some things in the next week. I'll get
you $25. It's just like, I don't need 25, man. Just get the 20. Just finish the game.
My
just take the
paycheck's coming in. If you can wait another week, I'm gonna be able to end this game.
Just another week is all I ask, Team Fish. You know, take a nap. We'll all agree to take a nap, and the minions might win in the meantime.
Let me crash on your couch for another week, you know, another couple of Infinite Slayers, and I guarantee you this game will be over.
This game, eventually. They did take it, though. You know what? They were right. Crashed on the couch a little bit, then got everything together, and were like, here you go, Team Fish, there's a game end for you, bud.
I think the big takeaway is that CDAX actually looked really good that game. Looked really good that match. Game number 1 much better than game number 2, but both games they demonstrated a very clear understanding of how the game works, and I think that will mean that they have left this initial match as one of the favorites in Group A. We saw them have very good awareness of how to get a gold lead without having to teamfight by just getting control of the enemy jungle, taking towers on the map. That game came from Susu on the Fennec. That's really good mechanics that will give you an advantage in a tournament like this.
I've been really impressed with CDAX. I do want to shout out as well CYB up there in the Slayer lane has been really impressing me. Just the mechanical plays that come out, especially that gank top side earlier on in the game where it was just like a sliver of HP into orb, into a sliver of HP, into flicker into the bush, into Feng coming in to secure the kill. Just every single moment during that fight was played correctly.
And we saw one of my favorite support characters, the Lumber, being played really well, which is always really good. Those Earth Splitters in the late game where he was able to set up the entire team fight and just say, I know you have plans. I know you've got a setup that you want to execute. Why don't you sit here and think about it? Oh, and by the way, while you're doing that, my friend Sese is just going to have a Chain Hammer Cyclone. I know that sounds scary. It's going to be under you while you're thinking about what's going on. And that's the key to victory. That with the Angelic Splendor. Really well-organized team fights, really well-organized macro, and Team CDAX leave their first match with a win and my stamp of approval.
Well, that will wrap up the post-game analysis for us for the time being, but we're going to toss to a quick break and be back in a couple more minutes with more Desk and more AOV to come. Stick around. We'll be back in just a few.
show. Call for your cum, I be checking through the peephole. Everything closed this late, but your contacts. Here to catch a vibe, you might catch a little contact. Only thing showing this late be the freak show. Call for your cum, I be checking through the peephole. Everything closed this late, but your contact. Here to catch a vibe, you might catch a little contact. Baby, live it up, you know the work week coming. Turn it into profit, so the hurt means something. Shine on the competition, shawty, that's easy. Cuban on the collar, so the next stay freezy. Fresh white tea, ain't good, no stains. Swinging in the rental, got it hogging both lanes. Quarantine clean, but the streets still dirty. Round to the 9 if it's past 8:30. I've been on my grind like I'm tryna get sharp. It ain't come with keys, all I did is hit start. I ain't even planned it, but it hit still. Car full of baddies, got me playing fifth wheel. Juke jammer, baby, got the party going up. I do what I wanna, I don't plan on growing up. See you slamming Henny and don't plan on slowing up. Call your boss and tell him you don't plan on showing up. Lungs full of gas with a handful of goals. Boys in a band, get a band for the shows. Stack it up tall till I stand on my toes. Come and get your man, he'll stand for the... I've been on M's, got him hopping on deep. Tell the bartender get it.
Welcome back everyone to the AIC European Qualifier. What a first couple of games we had. I know guys, first game wasn't quite what we'd hoped for, but that second game made me almost a believer in those little fishies that could.
They were swimming upstream, Counterfeit. That was exactly what I was hoping for. I think it was a really impressive series. Sometimes, like, game number 1 was a bit of a stomp, but sometimes you see stomps and you're like, oh, this team is just winning because they're mechanically better, because they won a couple of team fights. Neither game was that the case. I think both games were actually very impressive from CDAX in terms of how they were controlling the games. And it gives me a lot of hope for this tournament and for the European representatives at AIC.
I'm really enjoying watching CDAX. I just think their style is very It's very exactly what I wanted to see coming into this. It's been a while since I've gotten the pleasure of casting Arena of Valor and getting to see just immediately a team who's just like, you know what? The entire jungle is ours. I've decided. We're going to have the entire jungle, the entire map is ours. Your Dragon Lane player actually just doesn't get to play the game. I'm sorry. So just having... Well, that game 2, eventually Joshua really got to play the game.
Well, I mean, that's something you guys were bringing up in game 1, and I was kind of interested to see how you felt like it went for game 2. That we had this big, big rolling over of, the Fish just couldn't hold ground at all. For you, what changed for them in game 2 that at least there was some amount of competition going?
Well, somewhat inexplicably, because I was not paying enough attention to, see it happening, but then afterwards I'm thinking back and I'm like, wow, Zhu Xiao hasn't really been killed this entire time. And yeah, he hasn't been doing much, but he's just kind of been sitting there getting gold. And now that I think about it, he's just kind of been doing that quietly the entire game. And in comparison to game number 1, where Zhu Xiao got zoned off the entire map, never got to do anything. Game number 2, the same thing happened. All the mid-turrets died, jungle got cleaned up, but Zhu Xiao still had 5,000 gold in the bank, still had enough to land those key snipes and turn a couple of weird team fights.
I do believe we've got some stats from that last series to kind of start really getting into the nitty-gritty of these teams. Of course, we're going to be seeing a lot more, hopefully, from these, across today. But let's go see, guys. Are there any of these stats that kind of surprise you or kind of leap out at you in particular?
Yeah, I mean, killer performance from Zhu Xiao over on Team Fish. I want to give him that credit. You can see what I was talking about in the gold metrics there. And the second item there, he's just absolutely killing it in terms of farming that game, that entire match, despite the fact that there was so much pressure. And then the elephant in the room was Kai. What a monster, man.
Yeah, that Fennec play was just absolutely disgusting. And I mean, even going back to game number 1, we were talking during the break a little bit, TJ, and you were just like, hey, CEST's listed as the mid laner. And he's not played mid once. Went from Dragon Lane straight to jungle, equally as effective in both, and I think really was the backbone for a lot of these team fights. The entire objective game was just CEST soloing objectives while the team distracts. And I think this is really promising going forward to the rest of the day, and fingers crossed for Team CDAX going into tomorrow, the rest of the tournament for next weekend as well, because they look absolutely incredible.
And I want to give credit, as we head into replays, to 2 of the players that I think really made that Kai performance possible, which was Nimeng and Moyan. And you see them here both very low on death, very high on assists, 61% kill participation for the both of them somehow, which is very cool. And the thing they're doing in all these team fights as we're looking at these replays is they are occupying the space in the front of the fight. They are building so much safety for Kai, first on the Telenos and second on the Fennec, that there's never a moment where he's under threat, where Kai themselves is getting forced to play defense.
Yeah, I was really impressed just watching this from the entire team coordination for CDAX. Like you were saying, they did a beautiful job roaming, and CYB was there constantly just taking these 1v1s and keeping the pressure off the rest of the map. Fortunately, one example where didn't really get the chance to do that once that Omen started scaling up, but if you look at the way most of these games, or both of these games went, CYB was putting out insane pressure on the top side of the map, shutting down Susu early, enabling the rest of the team to do their job and make sure that CEST was safe.
I mean, you can look at that fight where CEST is gotten to, and you can look at the positionings of their defensive players who were still able to operate in that front lines. This was the fight where I was like, that's a great angelic splendor. And you could see it completely undoing everything that Mammoth was trying to do in the front lines of that fight. All the HP goes back up. And we didn't really see the dream. We saw a very constrained Aya. She was trapped in the lantern at the top of the Statue of Liberty.
Oh my gosh, this is something I wanted to bring up with you guys as a sort of a larger concern. I think
really?
At this point in the game,
it Statue of Liberty?
Like... Yes, exactly, the Statue of Liberty. And also that we saw CDAX baiting Team Fish into fights again and again. We see here, this being in game 2, it looked like it was going to be exactly the same as game 1, where every single fight was on CDAX terms.
Well, I think part of that is just that they always got to the objectives first. They always got to the things that Team Fish had to fight for first. You can see that, yeah, CDAX are defining where and when the fights are going to happen, but also they're just kind of doing the objectives, and Team Fish are always so out of position. They've always been forced so far back that they need to walk through these narrow choke points in the jungle to get near the Slayer, to get near the Abyssal Dragon.
This is a point that I really want to hammer in on because it's going to be, of course, important going forwards. Is Team Fish managing to pull off an absolutely amazing defense there at the end, but then overextending themselves and ending up losing out on the ground they had gained?
Yeah, it happened 3 times in a row. It wasn't the greatest thing in the world. I would, in fact, classify it as the kind of mistake that happens when you have a little bit of what us pro players call mental boom.
Of course. A very technical term, TJ.
Yeah, the technical term. And you're just out of it, and then you finally win a fight, and you're like, all right, let's go. Let's get in there. And you don't realize in that moment that you're still like 4,000 gold behind, and there's no possible way that you're going to be able to get any kills if you run into them 1v3. And so the same mistake got made 3 times in a row.
All right, so just quickly looking across the heroes being picked up in the series, you know, I know we were talking about Trixie, or you guys talking about Trixie rather, as being, you know, the focus so much in the game number 2, but were there any particular heroes you expect to make an impact across the rest of the day, and indeed the rest of the competition itself?
I think a lot of the power picks were actually picked on the losing side, which is kind of weird to say. Trixie is the standout that got picked by CDAX, obviously very good. And I suspect we'll see quite a lot more of the Telenas from CDAX as well. The other picks to watch out for from that series are Omen and Aya, who were considered turbo OP, but didn't have the best show.
Yeah, I think that was what was most impressive about CDAX for me, was that even when they were playing into these compositions that have those just like, oh my god, free win! Oh my god, how does this hero get banned? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Like the YouTube thumbnail moments in these drafts. CDAX were like, whatever, we'll just ban out the mid lane, we'll pick our Crixie, we'll see what happens from there. And it worked! They executed on it so beautifully, and I think so much of that came through the MVP, which was, of course, CEST. Boom! Look at that beautiful Fennec graphic.
And it was across 2 different roles as well. I think it's really rare that you get an MVP who manages to deliver 2 different roles in a single match.
Yeah.
But as I started on Telenas in the Dragon Lane, switched over to Fennec, who of course is kind of a marksman, so it's a similar role, but playing in the jungle, which is a very different place on the map to be playing, and looked really good in both games.
I was really impressed with how well they were able to maintain safety and how well they were able to, I don't really have quite the term, but like code switch mentally, just be like, okay, I'm going from being less of an agent, because when you're in that Dragon Lane, mostly it's the support deciding the cadence of the map, the cadence of where everyone makes those movements, or more fittingly, the jungler. So switching from more of like a passive map role into that very active, I'm deciding when the objectives get taken, I'm deciding where the majority of our team moves, and having equal efficacy in both roles is just so impressive for me.
So looking forward to our next match coming up, of course, which will be Clash against Team Fish. We're going to be getting to see, you know, Fish going in back-to-back matches. It's going to be so incredibly hard to come out of your first game of the tournament, get 0-2'd, even if that second game was better, and then go on to the next game, which determines their tournament lives. I mean, from you guys, what have we got to like from Team Fish that hopefully we'll see more of in their second match?
I think for me, it's Zhou Xiao has been a standout highlight, especially game number 2, able to just maintain that safety in a composition that really was not allowing for it. Like, yes, we were talking about during the draft, that Tara-Aya combo is a really good front line, but I found in a lot of those fights, it was just kind of like, woo, let's go, dive in. And it wasn't like protecting actively Zhou Xiao, who did a very good job of spacing out properly, keeping their own safety. And I also do want to watch for Susu, who had some really good plays, especially I'm remembering that one little assassination bush gank onto CEST that extended the game by single-handedly by like 3 or 4 more minutes.
Mr. Matt Niberia Clendaniel is over here being very pleasant, being very nice.
Ooh.
Counterfeit, you're setting things up. Can I call you Peter? You're doing a great job setting things up and like...
We've got to that point. Thomas.
Being the responsible dad. Thank you, Peter.
You're welcome.
I'm going to say it straight up. I'm a Rome player. They need to take more map control. I don't know what Mammoth was doing the entire game one. You're on Orabar. Step forward. Contest those objectives. That needs to be the change.
All right, we've got the angels on each shoulder here, the good and the bad, trying to drive Team Fish forward up that stream to getting the win they'll need to get if they're going to get through to next weekend's playoffs. We will be taking our break before we swim our way. There we go. We've got live action interpretation of what they need to do. We shall be back hopefully around past or so for our second match up there. Of course, we'll have 3 across the whole of today. Only the top 2 teams get to go through to next weekend. Of course, tomorrow we'll have 3 new teams taking to the field. So stick around. We'll see you after the break.
Welcome back to the AIC European Qualifier. My name's TJ, joined by Clemers, who once upon a time would have been playing in this very qualifier. What's it like so far, being on this side of the camera?
I feel weird. I feel kinda useless. I cannot do anything on the map. I can just chill and watch. I want to be coach also, so I can try to manage one team, but looking on the caster side, I cannot manage any single team, so I just chill.
Let me tell you, Clemers, I haven't really wanted to break this to you, but this is the worst KDA you've ever had at a European tournament.
Well, and it's difficult to have worse KDA than I have from Brazil, probably.
Ah, true. Let's start heading towards our next game. We are, of course, headed into Team Fish versus Clash, and you will recognize some of these players, Clemers, as we do take a look at our featured matchup. Let's start over here on Clash. Tell me about Tonton.
As far as I know, he plays super aggressive picks. Florentino, Gina, really hard mechanically. Also, he has Thorn. I think it's favorite pick. I think it's not so much played on the top lane. But I'm so happy to see playing Florentino on Gina, because for me it was kinda so hard. It was a meme in Spain. I was called Clementino because it was horrible Florentino. So I hope he picks Florentino.
And we have seen a lot of Florentino internationally. Florentino and Yina, these two first picks here, are some of the most powerful picks in the game over in that Dark Slayer lane. Let's take a look at the opposite side of that lane, though. Over on the Team Fish side, we have ourselves Susu, who we just saw last game. What are your notes for him?
I watched closely the last games, and I think he was kinda aggressive player. But I think in this series, he needs to wait his moment in the game. He was playing same way every single matchup. I think he needs to step up and try to recognize his moment. And I think if he waits, he will be very impactful in the team.
Yeah, I think the big note for me was, of course, that Omen game, where we saw him be able to step up and have the power to meaningfully change the game and not be able to actually leverage that power. Despite winning the side lane 1v1s, despite being the threat, Susu wasn't able to affect the outcome of the game. So I want to go to you as someone who did play in that lane. Why was that? What needs to change?
Yeah, as I said, I think it's more about the moment. I think Omen is really strong pick. As you say, it's picked around the world. It's picking Unban. If we waited the matchup between Bears and Omen, he will beat. If we wait like one, two items, he will be so painful in top lane. You need help of your jungler. So let's see what happened.
All right. Well, that is, of course, the top side of this match. We do have an entire draft to head into, both these teams. So I want to take a step further back and talk about the games so far. It's been a while for you, Clemers. You're getting your first peek back at what is happening over in Arena of Valor European meta. What is going on for you in your head as you're watching these games? Are you impressed so far? Do you think Europe's got a chance at AIC? Litmus test.
I think game proof too good. It's more about macro gaming, because now you have two objectives at the beginning of the game. 2 years ago, it was like everyone fighting for the Drake because there wasn't anything else. So now it's more about team decision. What is better for me? Scaling, towers, gold, Drake, fight. So that's the part changed. It's not that I like more or less. I think it's different. But at the end of the day, it's just AOV. It's fighting, and it's so good to see compared to macro gaming. Boring.
It is really fun to watch those team fights.
Definitely.
And that is where Team Fish hit a big rock during that first series. Particularly during Game 2, when they had this like Aya, Tara, Elsu comp that looked really fun, and that 3-man core actually delivered in game, but they still weren't able to win those massive team fights. where they needed to. It felt like they were constantly fighting on their opponent's terms, stepping into late Drake control. So I don't want to utter the banned word. I know you said you hated macro, but is that just a macro problem? Are they losing control of their jungle too much on tower control and rotations across the map?
In fact, I think first series they had problem with macro gaming because they didn't give up any single fight. They should just try to focus on one thing. If you are behind, you cannot take those fights. You should take anything on the map in return. And let's see if this time they can focus on what they need to do and try to play on their strong side.
All right. Well, it's time for the draft. It's time for our second match of the evening. And of course, this is going to be yet another best of 3 match. And we are playing with global pick ban rules. So any character that gets picked during this first game by either team can't be played again by the same team for the rest of the match across the remaining 2 games, potentially, of the entire match. I also want to give you a note, Clamaris. Fish have made some adjustments to the roster. Susu is now playing in the jungle, and Lawyer is playing in the Dark Slayer lane. Does that mean anything to you?
I don't know if he had tough times in the previous game, but let's see what Susu is able to do in the jungler, if he's able to pressure all side lanes and try to get gold. But I think it's so hard to be jungler when your side laners are just weak, because you can't do anything and you just dance around map. So let's see if Hugh Shao and Lawyer can do enough pressure for Susu to step up and get everything on the map.
We've talked a fair bit about Team Fish. I also want to talk about Team Clash. You will recognize one of those names over there on Team Clash. We've seen Yasui before. What do you make of this roster as we do load in? We get our final confirmation on it.
I'm kind of sad to watch that Clash tag name, and I'm not playing against them. But I think it's so. I'm thinking about going back. Don't worry. I know Snox from previous years. I think he's really solid. I was about to say Liliana. His Liliana is really clear, and he was OTP at the time. He was known as Liliana OTP, and I guess they don't know him and let Liliana open. But I'm missing one player. I thought he was playing. It was the noob. I think he's sub or something. I think he's really good macro gaming. But
he's listed as the team captain, so I wonder if he's just taking like more of a coaching role for this game. As they have subbed in Yasui and brought him into the roster. He wasn't on the initial released roster, so I'm really excited by this.
Probably he's doing coach stuff, because as I said, he had really good macro gaming. So maybe he's teaching the new players, because as I am, we are just boomer hands. Maybe we need to step aside and let the new generation play. And I think it's really good to see all players becoming coaches, because we already live what is a game on a tournament, how pressure we can assume, and I want to see Dino playing once more in my life.
At least once for old time, for Valor Series' sake. We'll see if we can get him in. We'll bully him. Let's talk about the draft so far, though, because we are blasting through it. A couple of power picks locked in. Team Fish, it's Aya and Xenial as an obvious 1-2 duo over for them. They also have the L'Oreal playing in the middle of the map. Over on Team Clash, we get the Hayate, that scaling threat to the late game. And yes, Snox did get his one trick, the Liliana, to play in the middle of the map. I'm looking now for a couple of tanks to add to that roster. And looks like we are going to get one with the Arum hovering. What are your initial reactions here?
I think Arum is really good pick. People think it's bad because he's tank against L'Oreal, but once you ultimate L'Oreal, L'Oreal can do anything about it. So I kinda like the Arum pick against L'Oreal. Also Aya is giga strong pick. Now that Matt is not here, they play Aya. And Xenial, I like it, but for me, when I press ultimate, sometimes I ultimate wrong person. And imagine the faces of my teammates when you help me and you help the other lane. It was completely painful. But really strong sides for Team Fish. Let's see if they can step up and get the pry on the lanes, because they are super late game. If they get destroyed in early game, it's going to be really hard to get back into the game.
And the two characters I'm kind of looking at that can do that early game destruction are the Aurum and the Liliana. I think those are the tools to like start this game strong. If Snox is able in that mid lane to get a ton of gold, if particularly Aurum is roaming up to that mid lane to get him early gold, that's how Clash starts snowballing things, right?
Do you remember when Aurum was playing level 1 with the walls between and going enemy jungler and being painful to get the first buff? I want to see that from that Aurum. I want to see invading level 1 and trying to get the first buff.
Alright, well, we've completed our second phase of bans. It is Abyssal, Laner, Special over from Clash. They get rid of both Elsu, Kafni, characters that could contest Hayate in the late game, both of those. Characters that can operate at enough range that Hayate can't just auto-attack them. And so they're immediately off the board. Team Fish, what do they have left to pick in that Abyssal Laner role?
I think the Lanas should be picked for Team Fish. It's really good into Aurum because of that long range first spell. I don't think they would pick anything else instead of the Lanas.
Oh, yeah.
Otherwise they can put I don't know, Violet. They need long range and high damage, but they cannot pick a super late game pick because they have already L'Oreal Chenille.
Yeah, and what's obvious to me about Team Fish is they're really good defensively with this draft, right? The L'Oreal lays out the circle, wants to stay in the circle. Xenial is going to be throwing down that Angelic Splendor, Aya buffing people up. They're very good on the back foot. Here's my worry, especially if we see something like a Telenas. How are they going to get that jungle control, the map control that they missed during game number 1? And that is why I'm so excited to see a Nakroth locked in, because there's the answer. Suzu switches over to the jungler, and he's going ham, is what's going to happen here.
Imagine changing from Baron lane, from a Slayer lane, and going from Omen to Nakroth, which is like the most difficult champion probably in the game, because you have a lot of dashes, a lot of skill shots. I don't know if it's like, I'm very confident I want to play jungler because I want to play Nakroth and I don't care the composition, or he really thinks Nakroth fits really well in this comp, but enemy team pick Elandor, so I think it's going to be really hard. Nakroth should take everything in this game, like completely everything, and try to snowball and get L'Oreal, get to the late game faster, but enemy team is like full early game, so I don't know. At this micro gaming skills.
Yeah, the big thing I'm watching out for here is, of course, that Thorn being able to scale, the L'Oreal, the Thorn being able to scale. That will give them late game tools. That will give them access to late game 5v5s. So I actually think there's an angle here where if Team Fish can last until the late game and then get themselves fair team fights, they can go 50-50 and win on individual team fight mechanics.
They rely a lot on Nakroth pick, because Nakroth is going to grant the early game and then just give the game to L'Oreal and Chenille and Thorn. But let's see how Nakroth can be able to get something in this game with Elandor in front.
And it's going to come down to that. It's going to come down to what the Nakroth gets on the board during the opening couple of moments. And it's a cold shot from Suzu. It's Suzu saying, I don't care what's going on. The Aurum is out there. Aurum very good against Nakroth. I don't care about any of that. I'm going to switch from the Darkslayer lane to the jungle and immediately pull out one of the most mechanically, hard characters in the entire game and be the only early game character on my team, it's Susu putting the entire weight of the match on his shoulders for Team Fish.
But now, when you are Arum, you had L'Oreal to ult. When Nacroth appears next to your carry, who is your target to ult? Nacroth or L'Oreal? That's the question I have right now.
So you've got to... I think the real answer is you just can't take the fight inside the Angelic Siege, the L'Oreal ultimate. The AoE circle, that of course resets L'Oreal's cooldowns. You just have to bait out the Angelic Siege and back away. And if they can do that to Team Fish, that also of course robs them of the Angelic Splendor, the Xenial ultimate. Because those are two very defensive ultimates, so if you can get those cooldowns spent on a team fight and then just leave, you're making money. The game's easy at that point.
Yeah, when you think someone is dead, Shin is going to ult. L'Oreal is going to gain a lot of HP back, and probably they turn the team fight in their favor.
Well, welcome to game number 1 of match number 2 here at the AIC Qualifier for Europe. As we get into it, Clash over on the right-hand side, and already into the action here in the middle of the map. Snox on that Liliana we put so much emphasis on, pressing forward alongside Kenny, as predicted.
It's going to get tough times, L'Oreal on the early game, because, first blood.
Empty, already in trouble, having to back away, does have the aid of his iron, that keeps him alive. Snox in the meantime dashes away, transforming to safety.
I love these beginnings of the game. I really love these beginnings. But as I said, Arum and Liliana are going to take the prior 100 times because L'Oreal early game is weak. So they need to take advantage on the mid lane, and Elandor is going to be so proactive on lanes. He's already level 4.
Oh my god.
They're looking for gank on bot.
Yang in here against Lawyer.
Wow,
Lawyer hops over onto Ju Shao and lets Susu step forward to try and get a chunk out that Nacroth. So much of the early game, unable to find some traction here, does scare Yang away for a moment.
I don't know if you noticed, but they put the Ajate into Xenial.
Yang here drops the ultimate. Oh,
wow,
he's obliterated. Susu in for 1, making 2 kills, and he's got the resets onto Kenny, forcing those wolves out. That's exactly what Team Fish needed.
But who is Susu? Susu is the best jungler. Oh my. Oh, nice outplay.
He's got Aya shielding as well, so he can immediately start on this Abyssal Dragon. Kenny's just watching on. I think he's going to go for a Miracle Steal with those wolves, but they just waited out, dropped the punish, 30 HP.
30 HP for 5 seconds. Wow. I think that this ruined their plans, because Ajate had the Pry and he was already rotating. He was already mid lane, and they could force 4v5 on the Drake. But Susu destroyed completely their plans with this outplay.
Yeah. Clash are going to try and get something back here. They grab the top side of the map, and with that Darkslayer and immediately into the enemy jungle, they're trying to harass Susu away, punish some of his gold, but he's just chipping away, looking for an angle to get in there with the Judgment. Those blades just flying into the early game.
I really like what Clash is doing right now, as their main plan is just getting the mid prior and invading, because they have L'Oreal on mid, which is really weak at the beginning. Susu? Yeah, Susu is getting the blue buff. You steal my blue buff, I steal your blue buff. Don't mess around. And
vertical jungling keeps the gold even.
Yeah, but as you see, it's super risky for Nacroth to steal buffs, because he gets ultimate by Arum, he's dead. He should be really careful on where he's going.
Oh, there it is. Zhao in trouble, Lawyer gone. Zhao will get to safety, but it's a tenuous safety underneath the turret. Susu.
It's going to be really, really hard for the mid laner, for the Team Fish mid laner. I think Empty is going to be like perma pushed on his tower, and he's not able to do anything. And they are just rotating as 3 and getting everything on the map.
Look at Kenny's wolves there, zoning off the pressure. Good rising wind as well to stall things up, but it does not save the front line as Yang is instantly gone and Kenny is still under threat. Fish pressing forward. Susu looking for a way to get over this wall onto Snox, and Snox dashes to safety. Staying alive here for Clash. As the turret trade
Oh, Susu?
initially is even, Susu's into the backlines, chewing away at Kenny, staying safe and trying to find a way, but the half moon eats him alive!
Gina.
Tonton demolishes Susu! His cooldowns are on down, and Tonton just gets to full combo him!
Tonton just did perfectly with the chain CC onto the Rakroth, couldn't move, and got the kill. This is so bad for Susu, because every time he's dead, it's like 15 seconds, I cannot farm, I cannot scale, I cannot help my team to get into the late game. So he should be really careful for the next place.
And we're still waiting on Jujao to come online. He got bullied during these early fights. You can see him even now trying to drop the ultimate to get something in the mid lane, just clear wave more than anything else, I think. He's not got the gold he needs to be a late game carrier.
Yep. Team Clash is just, okay, we have Xenial on the opposite side. We don't care about Xenial. Let's get Thorn super destroyed and behind in gold. So Yu Xiao is... that's the problem. When you have a strong side laners and you have aggressive jungler, your side laners get destroyed. And you can't do anything about it. As an ex-side laner, you just need to farm and try to get gold Samurai and go back into the game.
It's the mid laner who dies here. Empty getting picked off. To both side lane towers now down for Team Fish, as the Dark Slayer will be picked up by Clash as well. They're going to press forward in mid. The lethal shot out from Jujao to try and slow things down. His turret's still gone. Jujao dashing forward could have been dangerous, but Kenny is instead the player forced to flicker away. Suzu backing off here. Team Fish lose all of their tier 1 towers.
I feel like if Kenny goes into 5 people, right now it's unkillable. He should only be careful about L'Oreal, but if he goes into 5 people with the healing, he's not going to go down anytime soon.
Susu.
Aggressive play by Susu.
Here. Doesn't have any
Going
damage.
Down.
Yang gets the kill, drops the lantern on him. The Angelic Splendor unable to turn this fight. Mammoth's gone as well. It's 2 kills passed over. And Team Fish now very far behind. That gold lead ballooning as the Dragon's going to get picked up as well.
Everything is going bad for the side of Team Fish. I have Genial to help you, and we both die. So I think Clash is ruining their plans like every single time. They are one step ahead. They are not being able to contest any single play from Clash.
And a lot of that actually has come from Kenny. The way he's been playing on this Aurum has been really impressive.
He's playing his champion and his role perfectly. He's helping to get the prio. He's invading, giving vision. And you see, Kenny right now is giving vision. Okay, we see Thorn, let's flash ultimate or something. You see,
there it is.
It's Aurum role. I give vision, I be painful to your team.
He just walks forward and guarantees the kill. Empty will try to get something back onto Snox, and actually it's quite good. The Angelic Siege giving him the cooldowns and damage necessary to drop the blow. Now Susu in for the kills. The Judgment eats away at Yang's HP, but it's only 1 kill, and he can't find anything more.
I think Susu could triple kill there if he didn't maintain his ultimate activated, but really good job. They're taking mid tower, the most important tower in the game, because your jungler now is open, as we saw before. If Team Fish has no mid tower, Aurum can roam and try to gank you. So now, with the map open, Nakroth is free to invade enemy jungler.
Alright, so
are they going to contest this?
Going back over to Fish. They're going to try for this dragon as well, and they will get it.
To secure it.
Yep. Fish able to walk away from that early trading with a little bit more gold than they had a moment ago. The gold lead down to just 2,000 in favor of Clash.
At the moment, nobody's planning to buy anti-healing on the side of Team Fish. And I think it's really important to kill Aurum, because right now Aurum is unkillable. It doesn't seem like what?
They do have their late game damage coming online here though, right? Empty and Jujao are about to start dealing some serious teamfight threat.
Yeah, but Snox is a really smart player, and okay, you have L'Oreal, is win condition for your team. I will buy anti-heal first, second item, and L'Oreal is going to get more difficulties to get into the team fights. So I think Leliana build is right now the best option for them, and L'Oreal is behind, so I think there's no way I'm going to say that Clash loses this game in this spot.
Bold words.
I might be wrong, but I bet on it.
Hey, this is your first opportunity to caster curse anyone. This is your first time ever being a caster getting to caster curse a team. So
I'm sorry, Clash, if you lose this one, but I'm going to be the curse.
Here we go, the Infinite Slayer, kind of wasted. Does get a turret though, so not a total waste, just a little inefficient. We'll die up there on the top side of the map.
Yeah, they kinda gave up on the Slayer. They just put it, okay, well, let's get one tower and we run. Look Susu, he's just being annoying. Like, I'm going to proxy every wave and you cannot push. He's taking everything on the map, everything.
Okay, so I love your confidence. And you're right that there's no anti-heal. I'd love to see a Soul Detainer built on like Mammoth or something. Oh dear, Suzu caught out. But I am looking at Zhujiao's build as he completes Muramana, and I'm starting to get worried. He's doing real damage in these fights. And Kenny spots him. All alone in the middle of the map, does scare him away.
He started super behind, 0-1 in lane, getting destroyed, losing the tower in the first 4 minutes. But he managed to recover. I don't know, ultimate from Shin escape. Yeah, no CC from Yesu. But he managed to get gold, so it's really good for him. He didn't take any single fight. And right now, with 3 items, he should be able to do a lot of damage. But the thing is, Kenny is going to be melee into their team. And he will heal a lot. Senior has no ultimate.
Mammoth has no ultimate, as you called out a moment ago when he got caught out on the other side of the map. So he'll go down for free. And this actually could get worse, because it should mean the Holy Dragon goes over for free as well.
Every time one objective is coming up, there is one death on the side of Team Fish. So it's so hard to fight the objective. They are giving up on everything. And Necroth is keeping their job. Like,
they've lost all those objectives for 2 matches in a row now, as Susu gets caught out on the top side.
Don't go the solo kill on top. But Necroth is building time for the team. He's doing proxy, getting towers, getting gold to the team to scale. I think there's nothing better to do right now for Susu in this moment of the game. It's already mid-late game. You need to be annoying and bring time to your team.
Yeah, mid-late game Necroth isn't going to be doing as much damage. He's just going to get to be the annoying older brother.
Yeah, he's just, okay, guys, live without me. I'm happy with that. Just try to defend inner towers and...
Big damage here in the middle of the map for wave clear.
I don't know how they're surviving that long with the team composition of Clash, because they have a lot of siege potential with Liliana and Ayate. Also, Arum can just flicker and ultimate someone and destroy him, because they are not really tanks on their team. Only Mammoth can survive Arum ultimate. Oh, Liliana.
Snock finds Susu. He's just dead.
They expected Susu to be there.
Yeah, there was a complete prediction. They saw him in the lane, I think. But a complete prediction otherwise from Snox.
It was 2 spells, 75% of the HP. Imagine if they do that siege. Right now, Thorn can't get one-shotted. Look, Xiao is getting destroyed with 1 spell, half HP. If they do that in every single tower,
Xiao over the wall, he's already gone!
Got destroyed.
Just like that, it should be the game. Angelic Spender fled from Mammoth. He's going to try and get out of this fight. He's the only player to survive with Lawyer on his back. As Clash march forward, it'll be game number 1 of this best of 3 series in their pocket. The core is gone, and it's 1-0.
Completely perfect team fight. Completely perfect team fight by Team Clash. They saw the opportunity, they destroyed Yushao from 100 to 0 in a second. I love that game from Clash. They played perfectly macro game from the beginning until the end. And step by step, they didn't overstep for anything, they didn't grid. So, GG for Clash. Let's see if Team Fish can do anything about it for next game.
And I do think there's a little bit of a worrying pattern happening for Fish. And that worrying pattern, Clamaris, is that I don't think they've gotten a single objective, a single Slayer or Dragon after the first of the game. I think they've traded for the first one every single game. And then afterwards, they just do not get near those major objectives ever.
I think they did good in the first Drake. Susu got 2 kills and they got the Drake. It was super good.
Really good.
But the next objective, it was the opposite. They got killed once, twice, and they couldn't afford the fight on the objective. I think they should be careful, like 25 to 30 seconds before the objective. Nobody can die. They should put it in mind. Let's play safe. Objective is coming. Don't do it. Aggressive plays.
And I think that's really important because we were talking about the potential of this team as a team fight team, and Team Fish never really got a team fight. After that first engagement down in the Dragon lane at the very start of the game, all their heroes were constantly split. They were constantly taking 3v3s or skirmishes where they did not have control of the game.
I think they just did the desperate plays. From minute 8, it was desperate plays to just get some gold and try to get the game longer. But from the beginning of the game, they should be proactive. Don't wait the enemy to do something. Just do it and try to get the enemy to react on you. Because like this, you have higher tempo on them and you have that window to do something else. You need to do something thinking about what I'm going to do next. And that's what I'm missing from Team Fish. They should do something because I want to do something after that. So I think they need to calm down. We lose 3 games in a row. Don't worry, we can still win series and still be alive for next weekend.
Can we talk about Tauntaun though, with the full combo that just absolutely obliterated a Nakroth on the overextension? Because that's like where the game turns, is when Susu goes in, he's feeling himself, they're sieging that tower, and he gets in behind it, and he's got the entire team cut off, and then he spends all his cooldowns, and he's like, well, it's fine. There's nobody who's going to be able to punish me. And somehow, Tauntaun weaves his way through the entire team and gets the full half-moon combo onto the Nakroth, pinning him down, getting the kill, shutting down the entire early game.
That's the good thing about Jaina. It's hard to play, but once you hit your full combo, you get a kill. Like, no matter what, you get a kill. Because it's... when you get hit by second spell on the melee form, like 2 blades at once, you cannot move. Like, it's impossible to move. Flicker away, is dead. And if you are ahead, like he was, you will get a kill, no matter what. He played Jaina really, really good, in my opinion.
Yeah, a stellar Dragon or Darkslayer lane performance, my god. As we do look at the stats here at the end of the game, it is Clash over here on your left-hand side, with the win, and with a incredible performance throughout. I'm actually really impressed by Yang. We didn't get to talk about him very much, but his kill participation implies he was doing an awful lot in those team fights.
I think it doesn't seem like he was really impactful, because I think the real job was Snox and Kenny getting the prior mid lanes and helping the Zhang to get enemy jungler. But I mean, he got 79% kill participation. It's really good. It's the highest in the game, I feel like. But I think the hardest role right now is Mammoth. I don't know. He couldn't do anything. He ultimate twice to escape. He ultimate once and died. I think he had really, really, really hard game for him.
And I want to flag that he actually has let the least gold on the team, which to me is a really worrying sign, because he spent so much of that early game alone in lane. Susu spent so much of that game dead, and Susu has the second most gold on the team. Like, it's actually really worrying that Mammoth wasn't able to get access to any of that wave.
Yeah, it's different between Susu and Mammoth, because Mammoth is teamfight champion and Nakroth is split pusher. The only way Nakroth can be useful is if he gets really ahead and can one-shot everyone in teamfights. But as soon as I saw Nakroth behind, I knew, okay, Nakroth is going to split push, die every time, building time for his team. But I think for next game, I want to see more about team fighting, because I think Team Fish has very good potential team fighting. Even if they're behind, they're trying to get some picks. I want to see them fighting even or ahead in gold. I think they can manage to win every single team fight.
And they did make decisions that made me think, oh, they're looking for a team fight, right? Anytime you have a Xenial in your composition, that says to me, oh, this is a team composition that wants to team fight. They had a really good job scaling the Thorn up towards the late game. And then we never really got it. Because as you said, regardless of composition, Team Fish, every single time it was team fight time, one of their players was already dead. Two of their players were on the opposite side of the map. It didn't feel like there was that communication in-game to make sure that they had the squad ready when it was time to 5v5.
Yeah, I want to see more of that. Playing senior comp, I think you need, from minute 0 to 4, you need to be super aggressive, because there is defenses on the towers, and you have this advantage to rotate the whole map with Senior, and you are not giving the tower to the enemy team. So from minute 2, from the objective to minute 4, I think they should force fights on the bot side and try to get kills with the Senior help. And they just waited. They just waited until the tower defense are out. So every time Senior ultimate or something, they will take a tower in return. So Gina is getting big, and you won't stop anyone on their team.
Yeah. Which has been a consistent problem for Team Fish so far in the 2 matches we have seen so far. This is, of course, game number 2 of match number 2 of the AIC qualifier for Europe, and we're into the draft. We are playing by global pick ban rules as a reminder, which means that any character that was picked during game number 1 of this match cannot be picked again during the second game. It'll limit some of those picks somewhat, but we do otherwise have free draft rules, and Team Fish open things up with a Liliana.
I like this Liliana pick. I really like, because, okay, I'm not banning you, Snox. I'm not banning you, the Liliana. You're happy, don't be, because I'm first picking Liliana and taking away from you, so we have one more ban. And they ban Aya. Having first pick, I think is really, really strange. When you have first pick, you want to first pick Aya. But they played the last time Aya, so they cannot pick it right now. So yeah, it's a good ban, in my opinion, yeah. Oh, Gildur? Do you like Gildur?
I cannot describe how excited I am right now.
But
Gildur
Motorcycle.
is my boy.
Motorcycle Gildur. If they play full, nah. It's Motorcycle.
Motorcycle Gildur is the only acceptable skin, and it is in there. There is so much poke and CC on this team, Clamars. They have such long range to start fights.
Okay. I don't want to see any full all-in combo from Team Fish. I want poke, make Clash suffer on the objectives, playing on distance, because if they go all-in, they will get destroyed. They need to poke them, and when they are low, just go in. What are Clash doing? They are picking high range, also counter picking the poke with Lorigan. I think he's really good with the range. And Mina is locked in or not yet?
Not yet, but I think you see the strategy there as we do get that lock-in. Like, this is a ton of lockdown, a ton of CC already active. So if they ever catch this individual poke-style composition within range, they're going to be able to lock it down and guarantee a team fight. They have the tools to say, I don't care what you're trying to do with Gildur. Your Gildur is perma-stunned. He is going to sit here, we are going to hit him, and he's going to die unless you fight us. And that is exactly what Clash should be doing into this kind of long-ranged, we're not hitting you, we're all the way across the map composition that Team Fish have pulled out.
I mean, we can see clearly 2 different playstyles right now. We have Team Fish with the poke and the long range comp, and we have all-in comp with Lumbur Mina. We can flicker ultimate and get everyone taunted. They should focus now on the disengage Clash ban, because right now they have nothing to stop any engage from Clash, so they need to ban disengage champions. I don't understand the Gina, because Gina is not going in this comp, because he will get destroyed. They will split so much the team fight between carries on the backline and Gina alone on the backline.
Nina and Ari are just some the Dark Side Lane's favorite picks over on Team Flash. I think that's why those are getting banned out. So these are just counter picks, not draft aware picks.
I don't know if they are like respect bans for Team Fish Slayer lane, but I don't. I mean, as I said before, you have one way to play it, and it's wait until you poke them, and then you go in. If you have Jin and Ivy who wants to flank and go to the back line, you are speeding up the team fight, and you don't want this. You want long team fights, long poke, and then you finish it. Even if you poke them, you already win. You don't need to kill 5 people to win a team fight. You need to win only HP, because enemy cannot do anything about it. If you have full HP, you run out.
And I'm hoping we get the Malik here, because I think he fits into that identity of being able to stall out the fight, being able to kind of be there as almost a poke melee character in the front lines. Varus, not so much. And Lubu, definitely not as much. Lubu is the quintessential, I can lifesteal, I can go into these tight compositions. So it feels like we've got a bit of a split identity in the final phase of this Team Fish draft.
I can understand Varus and Malok, because they are bruisers who can tank forever and make a lot of time. They shouldn't go in, they should just play reactive on the enemy engages and try to build time for their carries. Just heal up, be annoying with the CC, and Varus is really good at it because he has 2 spells who stun everyone, AoE stuns, and a lot of sustain. Varus should do perfectly his job to fit in the comp. But Clash, Lorion, Pain, Mina, Loom, Slims is pick-up comp. Every time CC is coming out, is going to be 1 kill. So they need to be so careful to be alone in the map.
And what I think the kind of unifying principle of this draft is that both these teams would make me want to throw my phone across the room if I were playing into them. Both these teams are absolutely miserable to play into. You've got infinite stuns from across the entire map over on Team Fish, and then you've got, oh, sorry, you made one mistake, you stepped a little bit too far forward and you're dead on the opposite side from Team Clash.
I was cheering for Clash, but I cannot see a Gildur and not support him. I see Gildur and my heart is like pumping super hard.
You and me both, brother.
If he beats AP, I won't say in any moment of the game, okay, Clash won the game. Because Gildur late game, 4 items AP, is just the best champions in the whole world. Like, 1 second spell, you're dead.
Clemers, you have no idea how validating this is to me. Because Season 2 and 3 of Valor series, I kept telling everyone that Gildur was, like, secretly really good. I remember going to Rest, who was playing on the top North American team at the time, and saying, you guys need to be playing Gildur. Gildur's really good. And him laughing in my face, Clemers.
When I was in Existence, playing on Spanish League, it was the grand finals on Barcelona in offline tournament. And Elsu was released like 3 weeks ago, and I was playing Gildur into Elsu. Every single time I said, guys, Gildur is so good into Elsu. Every time he's going to snipe,
he outranges him almost.
Yeah. Every time he's going to snipe, you second spell him and stun him. He lose the bullet, and he's solo, and we can dive him every time. And it was Barcelona. We lost the first match against Queso, and I said, they first spell Elsu, I go Gildur. I almost 1v9 this game. Only because I was Gildur late game.
So here we go. A tall tale to live up to, Clemers, but Mammoth has got the Gildur locked in, and he's ready to go here in game number 2 of our second match of the day. Team Fish over on the blue side, Team Clash over on the red, the right-hand side. And already, there it is! The combo!
Nox is feeling his own medicine with Liliana.
I mean, you take, oh dear, you take these hits and you just want to throw your phone. You just want to go play a different game. This is awful to play into.
He's using your own weapons against you. It's Mina on the Slayer lane. 2 years ago, you get reported for this. I have no doubt you get reported for this.
Oh my god, he stole the seagull!
Okay, Gilder already doing things in this game.
God, Gilder's so good!
Oh, he took the swimming pool skin. Oh, Jesu.
Is that okay? That's not the biker, is that alright?
Is Jesu getting sniped by Elsu? What is this, rap song? Or
the
what?
Combo! It's a perfect Gilder CC combo from Mammoth, and the bottom lane is just dead. They're not actually dead, but they've both had to reset. So this entire wave is just dying against the turret. They're not getting any gold. It's Elsu, it's Gilder. It's a perfect composition.
I don't want to be Clash right now. I mean, they didn't lose a single HP, and they already sent 3 people to the base. They have long range, and they cannot even get gold from the minions.
Susu stepping forward here to be in the front lines, and Susu is actually really committing here, full committing with the aid of Mammoth, and they get first blood. Snox is dead. Presence here from Yang as they try to get something in the middle of this fight. Long range spear will shut them down. Long stuns from Yasui. He'll now back away, CC'd. You're able to stay in this fight, chipping away, but not doing any damage during this early game, as Empty just eats his entire team. Lawyer there as well, chopping his HP in half. Now diving past the turret. Tonton trying to find a turn, will be stunned up by Suzao. Shut down. Yasui with a long-range spear does not find anything. He's instead perma-stunned by Mammoth, and it's a massive team fight win to Team Fish.
It was whole minute team fight. It was like from minute 1, it was team fighting. Okay, I don't give up on any single kill. But we can see on the replay how
we're gonna replay all of that team fight, are we?
But Lubu already killed one like 20 seconds before. It was like 1 minute team fighting. I love that.
This is what Gilder does to you. When you're playing games with Gilder, the team fights are just gonna take a while because someone hits the pause button every couple of seconds.
Every time the team fight lasts like more than 20 seconds, it's on Team Fish favor because they have really good kiting and disengagement fights.
It does look like it's going to be a long one, which is good news for you in the chat, because that means that you have more time to claim your giveaway. We are giving away 200 gems in the Twitch chat. All you need to do is type the hashtag AICEU2022. That's #AICEU2022. The giveaway will close at the end of this game, and if you are lucky enough to win, you'll get your codes within 3 days.
Fast, because I'm doing it right now. I'm doing it.
Dragon picked up during this time by Clash. They're going to start this action with Susu from Team Fish. Hard diving and picking up Yasui. Early kill onto the Fennec, but traded back as Empty is shut down. So no long range damage except for Mammoth and Susu, who are now sweeping back into this fight to try and shut down Tonton. And they've got him just perma stuns. This is brutal.
Wow.
2 kills passed over to Team Fish in exchange for the first Dragon of the game.
That's the cost when you want to do an objective. When you have this comp in front of you, you will get so much poked. Even if you finish the objective, they will clean up after that. Is it worth? I think it's better for Team Fish to get kills in exchange of this Drake.
I will note, both Dragon Lane carries, ostensible carries, did die that fight. They were both just left alone.
There is not a split push this game. Like, you see every time Mina and Varus are joining the team fights. You didn't invite me to the party. I go, I don't care.
I mean, when Gilder's wearing all those swim clothes, you gotta join the party.
I mean, yeah, when you see swimming pool Gilder throwing spells everywhere, it's like you want to be there.
Yeah. So what is the turnaround? Like, we've seen so much of this scary long-range stun comp from Fish. How do you stop it? As Yang glides in here. Wow, spending his invulnerability to get real close, and Lawyer just turns on him, forces him to blow the Arctic Orb instantly. Here's the flank for Kenny. Oh, Splitter, he sees the entire team, and they're finally able to get access to Mammoth, finally able to win a team fight for Clash. It's just Susu left, and he's doing Lubu things, eating away at their HP, but he's not going to find any kills. And I guess that's the answer for Team Clash.
You just asked what is the way. I think you got it. Oh, the stun. Oh, Mina.
Wow.
Mina thought he has a longer range. I think the way is just getting a pick. You need to go all in on someone who is distracted and kill him. I don't think they will be able to win any single 5v5. when they are both already in an objective. I said about split pushing, and I think Clash should split push until they find a way to get a pick. Pain should split push, for example.
Yeah, and it is also what we talked about during the draft of Clash just said, nope, we're going to team fight. I don't care what you want to do. We're going to make this team fight happen.
Something really weird is Lawyer just got level 8 and he roamed a lot and he lost a lot of minions. Young is like 2 levels ahead. If he's able to split push and pass him, they will get destroyed in a side lane. But they're focusing so much on the defense towers. They should trade the objectives and try to get gold to get into the late game.
Snox spending the ultimate there, I think more than anything, just to stop the play, stopping Mammoth from continuing to harass. And that does mean that 2 players are pretty low over on the Team Fish side, right around objective time, right with this dragon coming up. And so Clash get the dragon for free.
I think Team Fish should be there. Like, shouldn't give Clash any objective for free with their comp. It's always the same. You get objective, but you should die like a couple times, and they didn't even die once. So this is bad for Team Fish.
A little bit of a slugfest up here on the top lane, as Lawyer did manage to grab the tower, getting a little bit of gold back in his own pocket over on the Darkslayer side of the map.
Lu was one of the best matchup for Varus because he has long sustain.
Ooh.
And Mina, sorry. Mina is really good because I don't care if you CC me. I will parry you and attack you in return with my passive. I don't care if you CC me. I will attack anyway.
On the opposite side of the map, Team Fish did get time because of this spread out map stage to operate their team composition yet again. We saw the stuns land from Mammoth and they found 2 kills. Isui and Yang both grabbed there in the middle of the map, so they will, for the first time in any match today, grab a late game objective. This dragon should be theirs unless Snox can do something about it. He'll try and zone it away, but the punish...
First Holy Dragon. First Holy Dragon on the scoreboard in 3 games. Or I think they now with the lead, they should be proactive. They should be aggressive team. Right now they have siege comp. They should do like this.
Oh,
go on the.
They tried to, but Yang interrupts. Yang dropped very low. Lawyer can't get out of here. He's so far forward. The life steal keeping him alive. He flickers to safety. And it is a player dead for Team Fish, but that tower in the mid lane is effectively dead as well.
I don't know how good idea it is to try to get a tower without minions, because they clear the wave. But that's what they do. Try to get the snowball going. With the lead they have, they should try to get every single tower in the game with the comp. They should siege. Like, the siege comp is perfectly. And then
Earth Splitter! It finds him! What a long-range Earth Splitter! Zhizhao forced to disengage. Mammoth will buy him the time, dropping the ultimate just to make that space. Now Susu steps forward and is able to get a kill. Him and Yang combo very well to grab the first pick there.
As I was saying, they don't need to be reactive. Like, they are playing a class game. They should play their own game and just they should be the one getting into the enemy tower. There's no way they push into you with your comp. And they're getting tower.
Fish are kind of like waiting down here in the bottom lane for the fight to start, right? Zhizhao is down here in the bottom lane waiting to get farm. He has the lead right now and should be pressing with it, is what you're saying.
Nice damage by Tonton. They had 2k gold lead, and they had the Holy Dragon, and we know how strong it is. And they didn't do anything with that. Oh, Lorian got a kill on the into empty.
I think
they should take this advantage and a snowball.
Mid turret is destroyed finally. That's a step forward from Lawyer and Mammoth to shut it down. Darkslayer is on the map. Yang dives in to start this fight, and Zhizhao's already very low. He's going to be picked off. Yusui's able to grab the kill. Susu steps into the front lines, joined by Mammoth, and they're all shut down by this Earth Splitter. The team fight for Clash is online, and they take a massive win. A triple kill for Yusui, and it is their Darkslayer as well.
It was perfectly played by Yang, with this Pain ultimate engaging. and the following by the team. That's how you play this comp. You need to go all in without hesitation. I don't care, you poke me, I don't care, I go in. When we are both full HP, that's when we play. Not when I'm 10% HP. I go full when I'm all in.
So good to see from Clash the promise that they made us in draft, that they would start fights, no matter what was happening, fulfilled. Holy Dragon on the board now makes it all the more scary for Team Fish. They need to find something before that team fight starts around the Holy Dragon. It's exactly what Lawyer is trying to do, walking past Kenny.
Nice flicker for Lawyer because he realized he was alone in the team fight. His teammate wants to step back and he wants to step in. That's the problem with the burst pick.
There is!
Young!
Just destroys the team. Earth Splitter as well as the follow-up yet again, and there's just nothing that can happen. Susu dead so far forward. Another beautiful team fight from Yang and Clash as they press forward, and Kenny digs out another kill. It's the mid tower gone. The Infinite Slayer summoned and working away at this mid lane.
It's deja vu every time Slims connect the spear. Pain follows, and I think Yang is following right in time, and he's dealing like 50% of everyone's HP.
And this poke composition isn't getting to poke as a result. There's another tower melting. This is the first high ground gone. So he is tagged down by Zhuxiao, but there's no kills found, as Kenny is now big enough to take those hits to be a body blocking presence for the team. And the gold lead is growing for Clash.
One of the most difficult compositions in the game is poke comp, because everyone knows how to press buttons and go in, but nobody knows how to press buttons and run back. That's the problem. They are not running back. They want to afford the fight in close range. They should just step back, and Bear shouldn't go in. Like, he should just avoid the engages from the enemy team.
And Lawyer and Susu need to be kind of blockers. They need to be spending their HP to build space for their teammates.
Yeah, but every time they are like 3 people on the back and 2 people trying to get the back line. But just Pain is getting the 3 carries on the same spot.
No.
Oh, Susu? Susu almost run. Oh, Susu, not today, brother.
I thought he was going to be able to recall. I thought he had just enough time.
Oh, I thought they were going to PM or something.
CC from Mammoth here in the mid lanes. Yeah, I agree that Fish aren't building enough space. They seem a little too eager to team fight. And Clash now run the map, so they've got a pretty significant gold lead, now grown to 6,000. Did they win the game? Will you say it?
There are like 3 types or comps in, I believe 3. Like, you can play like pickup comp, like it's like you have really good pick and team fighting. Then you have the poke comp like this. And you have the other one, 1-3-1 comp, 2 split pushers and 3 wave clearer. That's super hard to play because your team needs to realize when to play aggressive or not. And I would see a team who plays 1-3-1 in today's games, because it's so fun to watch how they press buttons and team fights, and it's really good to see. But the real macro game is on the 1-3-1 comps.
You're dodging the question, though. Will you predict Team Clash to win? Or is this they're gonna win?
I cannot say anything bad. They have Gildur, but that's so hard right now because they have no damage, poke them enough to make them low. So the boosters on Kenny.
Yeah, a lot of damage dealt to Kenny. I see what you mean. Gildur just absolutely chunking.
Okay, now it's hard because they have no onliner to tank.
Pulled forward. Night has fallen as our third evolution has spawned here for the Dark Slayer. So,
do you like the map like this?
Huge objectives on the map.
I think it's the first time today it's dark, right?
Yeah, first time we've played a 15-minute game today. Team Fish dragging out.
I've played a couple games when I come back, and I was like, okay, my brightness is going low. What's my phone is broke, you know?
Here we go. Slayer up for grabs. Lawyer looking for a way in.
Yeah, secure it.
Does not get
They
the
turn.
steal. It's locked down instead by Clash as they step forward, and Susu's already very low. Empty looking for a flank here
they
around
go
the side, but yet again the back line is deleted, and Clash
This
get
is
their
game TJ.
fight in melee range, and it will be game number 2, match number 1 for Team
Don't
Clash.
pause. Don't pause. don't pause. It's already done. Desperate pause. Desperate call.
Clash will blow through here, and that is going to be their game win, their match win here in their first game of the day. Second series overall of our first day of the European qualifiers for the AIC, and quite a good look for your old friends over there on Clash.
I really liked Clash. I think they have really good macro gaming, and they know how to play this game. So I think I'm surprised because I saw them playing years ago, and maybe they forget something, but I think they were very, very solid, and I'm very hyped for next series to see 2 strong teams. But I think Team Fish needs to step up on their. I don't know if it's a miscommunication, but they need to play on the same side. Everyone, they're playing like 2 different ways in the single game. They want to go in some players, and someone wants to retreat, and that's when the game broke.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that final Darkslayer fight where half the team is actually committing to the fight and like going in melee range, and then that leaves the half that doesn't want to commit to the fight, that's playing a poke comp with Gilder and Elsu just alone as 2 players, and they get run down and run over. And they're just on completely different pages. They're playing different games.
different games. The problem is you have really good comp. You need to take advantage of that and siege every single tower in the first 8 minutes. I think you should open them up. But once you fall behind in gold, your poke skills are not so useful, so the enemy tanks can afford that tank, and you will get destroyed. I mean, you have nothing to, because you have every spell on cooldown. Pain, he was doing perfect. Junk, going in, stunning, silence, because Pain silence everyone. You cannot disengage, and you have Beres on the backline. I think they need to step up for the next games they have.
Yeah, it was a really good performance by Yang, and that might unfortunately be disastrous for Team Fish, as that is their second match loss of the day, and of course, of the 3 teams in this group, one of them gets eliminated today. So that could be it for them. We do have one more game today, which will determine that, though. That'll be coming up in a moment. First, though, we'll take a lightning fast break and come back with some post-game analysis of this one. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this.
I don't wanna, no, I don't wanna keep playing with you, keep playing with you. I just wanna, yeah, I just wanna sustain with you, play no games with you. You're the apple in my eye, my eye. Every time make you leave, make me cry. Meant to be this way, it always feels on time. You'll forever be my purity, you're mine. Yeah, you're mine. my bride, you're my bride. Can't believe I slipped up all of those times. All those times that I lied. Said I played you, now I got you asking why. Can't believe I caused you more, Left my clothes out on the doorstep. Losing you, I can't afford that. I don't wanna cause you more stress. I don't know why I played those games. I don't wanna. Keep playing with you. I just wanna. I just wanna sustain with you. Play no games with you. You're the apple in my eye. Every time make you leave, make me cry. Meant to be this why it always feels on time. You'll forever be my purity of mine. What to do? Where to go? Do you stay? Or do you go? If you leave, can I roll? Cause girl, I know. That I got you stressing. Thinking and guessing. If you wanna end this, I feel the tension. Blowing your phone up. Please read the message. All of these years and how we built this some friendship. I don't wanna keep playing with you. I just wanna sustain with you. Play no games with you. You're the apple in my eye. Every time make you leave, make me cry. Meant to be this why it always feels on time. You'll forever be my purity of mine.
Pile and paper got them talking nice to me. Down the bottle, it be going right through me. Brown baby down to take a flight to me. They think that I'm stunting, but it's slight to me. Pile and paper got them talking nice to me.
Welcome back to the AIC Europe Qualifier 2022 and 2, our post match number 2. We've now seen 2 teams going 2-0, so we're all well set up for an absolute clash in our final match of the day. But before we get that far, gentlemen, of course, we do need to address the elephant in the room, which is that we have had our first elimination for Team Fish. So this is our last chance to talk about them really in too much capacity at all. What do you think of their second match?
Is that really it? I was hoping that I was wrong about the math. I was like hinting at it, but I was like, maybe I've got the math wrong. Is that really it?
So both of these teams were, well, let's see. So we've got...
Yeah.
We're going to have one team that's going to have potentially 2 wins.
There's no way for either of the other teams to lose 2 games because they both beat Team Fish, so...
Yes.
Yeah.
Minimum of
There's no way.
Max is 2.
No.
There's no way.
more fishes. In
Don't
fact,
put 3 casters on the desk and ask them to do math. It's never going to go right. But yeah, it is really sad to see them go out so quickly because I think they had a ton of really good compositions, especially like some really fun ideas, especially around the bottom side of the map. The Ayatara composition, really fun. This Gilder Elsu comp, when it was working during the early game, the greatest I have felt during the last year. I'm going to be real. Highlight of my life. Top 10 moments. And it all kind of fell apart as it did every game, but there's clearly a lot of promise on Team Fish. There's clearly a lot of promise from all of these open qualifier teams.
What I wanted to pitch to you guys was, for Team Fish, in both of the matches we've seen them play, Game 2 was massively better than Game number 1 for them in both cases. Why do you think, that is for Team Fish and probably for other teams as well, to have such a big change between the first and the second game?
I think they should apply what they have on the paper on the game, because I feel like they have really good ideas, but they are not doing it on the game. I think they need to work more on scrims and be overall more confident. I know I can see already they are really good players, but they need to be confident and try to get what they need to do. They know, but they don't do. I think they should try to focus on that on next scrims. I think that is going to be really.
All right, let's go and take a look back across some of those players. Of course, what we'll be seeing quite a lot of, as we saw, across the entire match, was Clash BSPL to force out these fights and, of course, make these pickoffs to get these kills before the really big objectives came down.
I mean, the other thing we're going to see is the first 3 minutes of both games looking like really cool for Team Clash. Or for Team Fish, as we got the Nacroft plays down bottom. Do you remember that when Sushi came in and you said he's the best player in the universe, Claire's?
I saw Bex for a moment. Years ago with that Nacroft on Susu. But yeah, I mean, we can review the whole minute team fight from second game. It was chaotic, it was messy, but it was so fun to watch.
Well, this is something that I was so curious about in game number 2. You guys were calling for Team Fish to get more aggressive, and they did that from the very beginning, but then it all just seemed to go away as the game went on.
Well, they had like almost the wrong strategy for both teams, if that makes sense. Like game number 1, they draft this like super heavy teamfight composition and then never get a teamfight because they're constantly split pushing. Game number 2, they have this composition that frankly shouldn't be getting as aggressive, that should be playing more around the extent of their range, shooting and backing away, as Clemers said. And all of a sudden it's Teamfight Tuesday, we're going in all the time.
I feel like they had 2k goal lead second game. They just did the Drake. I was hoping for them to get the snowball going, but they suicide 2 people on the mid tower. And I think they get their own tower down in return. So everything went wrong after they got the super lead, and that made Clash into the game again. I feel like they should be more confident about the snowballing. AOB is a game. If you lose the early game, it's so hard to get into a game.
Let's take a look back across the heroes that chosen across there. I guess for Team Fish, of course, retrospective for them to be learning going forward, but also for Clash, the particular heroes they picked up. Are any of those you're thinking that are going to be high priority picks or bans coming into our final match?
I do want to call out what a good job Clash did drafting against both of these compositions. We talked a lot about Team Fish's fun ideas, but Clash had the answer in both games, with the RM pick in game number 1 just completely zoning off the Nacroft, the L'Oreal, and then in the second game using that Pain and his big dash on his ultimate, the Acknowledge, to just guarantee they were going to get teamfights against a composition that didn't want to teamfight. So yeah, the individual picks are good, but in answer to your question, Peter, I think the most exciting part about seeing Clash is that they responded to what Fish wanted to do both games very effectively.
I think Clash has really hard work behind the scenes. I think their coaching and the staff made really good job on the drafting and the macro teaching on the teammates. I think like they played automatically. They know what to do step by step. I know we cannot fight this Drake. Okay, we trade. Okay, I go jungler, and that's the thing make the difference between those games.
So one last piece of advice from the both of you for the departing team of Fish. I think Clarison particularly said they had these really big ideas. The execution wasn't quite there. Is it just a case of running back and trying those strategies again and again, or is anything specific you'd like to recommend for them?
I really like how brave they are on the picks, because I think picking Nacroft, Gildur, and Elsu kind of on the same games are really brave. But they should be more focused on the own game side. They should be proactive.
Alright guys, so we're going to go find out who our MVP was from that last match across the 3 games, and it will be Yang. I know you guys are very enthusiastic, but particularly the last game, pretty impressive stuff. That kill participation, it's very nice indeed.
And it was the ability to start fights to force them that made the real difference, because everyone else on the team needed to get in range of the Gilder, which was really hard to do, as you saw during the opening fights. The Gilder can just keep them at arm's length. But Yang, using the Acknowledge, can put a spot on the map and say, I'm going to be there, here's my ETA, and when I arrive, your entire team is going to take half their HP and damage. And he used that Acknowledge, the ultimate, so effectively, and he was constantly able to sync up with the rest of his team's positioning, to only go for those plays, to only start those fights when the rest of the team could follow up and guarantee they were going to get kills.
He understood perfectly how to play his champion and his role. It was like a button on the brain. Every time Slim's connected the spear, okay, it's going in. But not only him, everyone on the team following. Like, boom.
All right, well, we have got those big brains coming forward for our last match of the day. CDAX and Clash, both of them having not taken a single game loss so far, will go up against each other while they're guaranteed to get through to playoffs. Hitting that #1 playoff seed means you're going to have a much easier run to try and get through and fight for that AIC spot. We will be taking our last big break of the day, so stick around. We've got our last match coming up.
Show me the call, the way you turn me on, the way you tell me you want me down. Done it, I done this before you fall. I won't catch you, don't know I'm stalling. Cause you love to have them all crying. Calling me sweet, telling me you need me. But I'm from a city that's high school. I give them this and the more I go. Cause you a bad money, she don't love money. She break grass real fast like conman. Wanna swim down to the deep end. Wanna know all my secrets, honestly. Can you keep it real? Cause honestly, I can tell that you're real fond of me. Baby, don't be shy, I can see it in your eyes. I've been running around, too bad, I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I don't understand how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad, I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I don't understand how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Take it, baby, I ain't scared to take it. Oh, and maybe when I take it, oh, I feel it coming down too strong. Cause I want ya, and it's hard to resist cause I need ya. And it's hard to be here cause I believe ya. Hold me tight, holding on tonight. Oh, no cover, no get to you clean and proper. Yeah, I'm moving a weekend lover. You gon' have me on your mind forever. Ever, thanks baby, turn it down, make it sweet and ready. Go slow, keep it nice and steady. Know that you've been keeping patience. Too bad I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand how you taking all my time.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the AIC qualifiers. My name's Niberia, joined here by Clamares on broadcast for the first time. Clamares, it's excited to actually get to work with you instead of just cast you. I've like cast you in 2 different games now, so I actually get to talk to you. It's very exciting.
Now I can hear what you say about me, because usually I think you blame me in game, so now I'm the other side.
I would never, Clamares. I would never.
I would never blame Team Feng.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, Feng was one of the highlight players coming in for CDAX. Really consistent play in the mid lane. Especially, I want to highlight that earlier Crixie game that was absolutely nuts. Just going in for those assassinations time after time. Just like, you know what? I'm gonna flicker in with ultimate and see what happens.
He was playing Crixie, but it seems like he was playing an assassin. He was playing super aggressive with the flicker combos, and I was so amazed. And the other side was Nox. I think it's the other side of the coin. He was playing super consistent, defensive. Yeah. Let's see which playstyle is winning today.
Well, and you and I were talking about this earlier on during the break. You know, I feel like these 2 teams have very, very similar styles where they really want to roam as those little squads. They're just like, all right, you 3, just go mess people up. Just go find them and beat the hell out of them. And I think that's going to be really fun to watch because they are like that exact same macro style.
I think the people who is watching the stream and really, really like the game are going to enjoy this series, because both teams have really strong knowledge about the game, but on the close range, on the micro game, it's going to be the difference between winning or losing these games.
Yeah, and I think in that one, I'm really looking towards that Slayer lane. I was super impressed games number 1 and 2 by CYB, who was just absolutely killing it up there in the top lane. I remember that one play where it was just like flicker into the bush to drop vision after the orb was used, 3 HP, and waited for Feng to come in and get the kill. So that's the kind of thing that we're going to be looking for in these team fights. And I'm also really excited about the drafts here, because both of these teams, you guys were shouting it out last game. We were talking about it in series number 1. Both of these teams drafting is really, really good.
As a Slayer lane, I was paying a lot of attention on those matchups. I think CYP was the cleanest of the 3 of them, but we saw Anton making super good plays from Gina, so I would pay attention to the lane in those games. We already saw that.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this exact matchup before in series number 1, where it was the Viris pick up there for CYB into the Omen and just absolutely dominated. I think it was he was 4-0 before he got shut down the first time. Just absolutely incredible lane play there. So, again, that Slayer lane is going to be a big highlight, but we've already got our mid lane matchup between Snox and Feng. It's going to be Yue versus Iggy.
I think every team is banning Florentino to CYB, right? I don't know if he's a respect ban, he's really good on it, or they don't know how to play against Florentino, but I want to see this Florentino on the hands of CYB, but I don't think it's going to be possible.
I don't think we're ever going to see Florentino. I'm going to be honest, like every draft I've watched, it's like, all right, Florentino's banned. Aya is usually banned. I still can't believe we got to see one earlier today. This is going to be our first time seeing Aoi potentially.
Aoi, yeah. And Yue, I think Yue played the first game? I think
we saw one Yue so far.
Yeah, the long range mage, right?
Yeah.
I think it's super good pick on mid lane. It's super safe. You have Giga range for taking the wave. There's no way to die. So you secure the scaling on your comp. And there is also, we have already 2 solo laners who can sustain alone without any help. So I believe they were going to strong side on the bot lane.
Yeah, and if they pick up this Hayate again, and they did, we saw them earlier go for this combination where they take the Hayate around the map, they look for these like roaming gank squads, and they try and get him fed just by virtue of participating in those kills, and then he himself with the Kunai Blitz can come in and just absolutely wreak havoc in those team fights. So these next bans, we do see Scud getting taken out, thank God, so we're not going to see any of that nonsense where he completely disrupts the game. But honestly, seeing Nimung on him again wouldn't make me too sad. He was really impressive on that.
Wow, Violet. I was thinking about Caffeine this game because, I mean, they will play for bot lane, they need hyper carry, and Elana's Violet are perfect.
If you look at the things that get played normally, like Caffeine is like the totally reasonable prediction there. I think that is like 90% of the time what you go for. I haven't seen Violet recently, so it's really cool getting to see her pulled out here. Oh my god, if they lock that in, that is going to be a tanky front line.
I don't really like the Elsu ban because I think the standard thing was ban Caffeine because you already have two side laners who is going to farm from the distance. Elsu is farming also from the distance. If you do that, you have 0 prio in every lane. So that means your jungler is completely open for the enemy team. Violet, hyper carry, high mobility, high damage, but he needs to scale 3 items at least. How are they going to get the late game? I'm not sure.
Well, so here's the thing though, right? Like Hayate needs that late game scaling as well. You really need to get him out there. You need to get him gold. So maybe they're just going to kind of like handshake and be like, all right, we're both going to scale up our Dragon Lane carries and we're going to see what happens.
What I'm expecting from Clash is putting Ayate on the Slayer lane, like they did against Shield. I think it's really annoying to get Ayate in front of the Slayer lane. So maybe they do that and get behind Varus and Ayate free farming. Because, I mean, it's clear they're going to get for Violet. So probably they rush map and get the Ayate ahead against Varus. Let's see.
What do you think about this Annette there in the bottom lane instead of going for something like what they were hovering earlier, which has Baldom has a little bit more, I'd say, engage potential?
I think it's the only tool for dealing Violet. Probably there are better picks, but it's only Volta and Omen going in. Maybe. I mean, Annette is really good overall because he can stun Ayate, push away, stop ultimate. But I don't know if it's going to work because they have no tanks right now. Varus is not full tank, he's rusher. So let's see Annette if she suffers or not.
Yeah, and I feel like we've seen this before where if you don't have a front line, you just get absolutely run over. I'm worried about them. You know, they have a ton of scaling. Like we've mentioned, UA is really strong in the later stages of the game. Violet is an absolute massive hyper carry, but you're playing into another hyper carry in Hayate. And like you said, they don't have a front line. How do you get through this early game? How do you get into any fights?
That's so hard because Violet needs someone to tank for her and make her do damage. But if you have no one to tank for you, they're reaching to Violet super quick. So if they get Violet early on the team fight, there's no way you win the team fight because you lack of damage a lot. You have Annette. His role is protect Violet. Violet dies, he's useless, already has no job to do in the game.
Well, and I'm thinking, of course, of the way that we've seen CDAX play before, right? And they always go for that roaming gang squad. They go for those team fights early. How the hell do you team fight that early? How do you scrap that hard without a tank? I don't think you can.
I don't know.
They're going to have to change up. Yeah, they have to change up their strategy. And I trust them. They're clearly an incredible team. But I think my prediction, I don't know about you, I think Clash just has this in the bag out of draft.
I think Clash has easier draft to play right now. Like I don't say the CDAX draft is bad, but it's harder to apply in the game. But Violet can 1v9 this game. That's no doubt.
So CDAX going to be trying to get that Violet out of the early game, but they got to be careful with these team fights.
Ajate into Violet, so they didn't lane swap.
Interesting.
You're playing two range into melee and range in the mid lane. Clash has Pain. It's going to get hard to get the prio mid lane. So maybe that's the window they have to support Violet on the mid prio.
The Sentinel down back into the bottom lane as well. Sai, we know, is an incredibly reliable Dragon Lane carry as well. So I'm not like super concerned. But this early game I think is going to be a really strong deciding factor.
1 minute for the objective already. 1 minute. And they are already getting prepared for it. Let's see if they don't die before the objective, because it ruins your plan. Junglers are already on bot lane. Are they going to cross map? Nimeng is on the top side.
Yeah, it doesn't... Uh-oh. Looks like there's some trouble
They're
top
fighting
side
for
for
the Sentinel.
CYB.
Okay,
Sentinel
they're taking
will
the
be
fight.
picked up. There's the dive in. CYB doing quite a bit of damage. Xiao as well. But Yang is just so beefy, and that ultimate guarantees there's no danger there.
I think
they will
was overcommitment, the ultimate from Junk. It's like 70 seconds cooldown.
Yeah.
It doesn't have ultimate for the LTD. They should just cross map and let the Drake and do the Slayer. That's the smartest thing they can do right now.
Yeah, they're going to be going 4 people, all 5 towards this Drake. They really want to get that Violet out ahead. Makes sense, like you were saying earlier. Means the Slayer will be picked up here by Volcath, even though Yang doesn't have the ultimate, so...
I don't understand why they spend 5 people on the Drake. Like, they could 3 people do it and 2 people already going to the Slayer, so they can secure both objectives. It's risky, but you know already, Yang has no ultimate. It's free kill if you catch him.
Well, they need to take every advantage they can get. If you get earlier on, you know, you can do a ton of damage. If you get that Violet ahead, you're great. But until you get her up, you are in so much trouble in these straight 5v5s. CYB dives in, Tauntaun low.
That's already win teamfight for them. If they get everyone low, they can do whatever on the map. People think you win teamfight when you ace the enemies. But you really win a teamfight when the enemies are not able to do anything. And you can do something around map.
Unfortunately, it doesn't look like they're taking that initiative to really do anything. CDAX aren't invading, there's not a whole lot to do in the enemy jungle as well. So they're just going to be keeping using this time to scale up side.
So you know it's macro gaming when it's 3 minutes into the game and it's the first blood.
Yeah, that was crazy kill there under the tower. We'll find the return kill, but that Violet means they're going to be a little bit behind.
That means Violet cannot farm for 15 seconds, which is really bad because it's the win condition from Team CDAX.
A lot of fighting around this dragon. It's not going to be up for a little bit longer. CYB looks for the engage, finds Kenny, a little bit of damage there. Yang pops the ultimate. CYB diving in, like you pointed out. May be able to find the heal. There it is, but 1v5, that is not where you want to find yourself. CYB gets taken down.
He split the team fight so much. His teammates couldn't follow. He was desperate. He tried to find the 1v1, the 1-for-1 kills, but he wasn't able to. I kinda like this game. Like, they are playing super safe for macro gaming, but they will get the time to fight, and I want to see those fights. I want to see those both teams playing his cards.
Yeah, I want to see some scrapping, man. That's what I'm here for.
They are playing super good, like defensive and smart plays, but people want to see blood and fighting.
Exactly. See, Clomaris, you get it. TJ always talks about this analysis, and he should go here, and he should do all this. I just want to see blood. Just want some team fights.
As a player, you lose your patience. Like, I want to fight so hard, and that's when you lose patience.
CYB looking for the blood as well. Tauntaun uses that death sentence, will not be able to secure a kill off the back of it. Xiao Low gets taken down by Yang, who has popped the ultimate. CYB gonna dive back in. 1 versus 2, looking for the heal, finds it onto Tauntaun. There goes the orb. CYB, a sliver of HP, but survives.
So close. Those fights 2v2. It's a skill. It's just the micro gaming deciding the team fights.
So close. CYB is just such a monster. Wasn't able to quite secure it, but even surviving there in the 1v2 remaining, pretty impressive.
Kenny?
That's a net ult out though. Not a kill secured from it, not even doing significant damage to Kenny. So that's a cooldown that's going to be missing for this Dragon fight.
If I was Violet, I would be so scared right now without the ultimate from Moyan. They shouldn't fight again. The Drake is for free for the enemy team. Omen is rotating, they have the prior, they're 5 on the objective. They should force the fight. Omen should be calling, fight, we are 5, they are 4.
Maybe CDAX just rotate off the Dragon and just head towards Slayer slowly. Oh my god, there's the pull in. CYB in trouble, there's the net ultimate again. CYB finds a kill. Moyen still alive on the backside of the fight. Where's Tatsai? Down in the bottom lane.
CYB,
4 versus 5.
He got kind of motivated. He got 2 kills and he won the triple and the quadra kill.
Finding blood, looking for blood, Clamaris. They're doing the job for us. Tatsai does find that tower in the bottom side of the map. Should be able to secure the Dragon as well.
Violet was like, okay, I'm good, you can fight, I will take this tower, I will get my gold, and I will carry you. Just wait for me.
You guys have fun, I'll just be sitting here farming up a little bit. Scrap as much as you want. Oh. A little bit of danger here for Fang. Fang gonna be diving into the middle. There's the orb, there's the net ult as well. Saves Fang's life for the time being. Dragon down to half HP. Snox will pop the orb as well. CYB diving into the front line, looks for Kenny, trying to find that kill. Chasing him down will remove one
Kenny
of the
should be dead.
CYB is too far in again. Looking for the 1 versus 3 now, has to flicker out. There goes the mid lane tower. CYB's bought some time, but now Yang going to be diving onto Tsatai and Moyan, who gets taken down. Yesu finds the kill.
I think CYB is getting... he's losing the patience. He's losing the patience so much. The team wants to scale, Violet wants to scale, and he's going in to fight people every time. He's getting 1 kill if he's lucky, but I think he shouldn't do that. He's giving kill to Ajate.
Well, and the worst part is you go in, you get the kill, sure, but then if your team keeps fighting, you've just kind of set them up for failure.
You are getting a kill. You are getting a kill on Averis, which is not really important because you are going to be useful with your CC. But you are giving kills to Ajate, and Ajate is the weak condition from an enemy team.
Yeah.
Is it really worth? I don't think so.
A dangerous game being played here by CDAX. CYB needs to be a little bit more careful on these engages. Dragon should be the next fight here. Meanwhile, on the top side, Xiao going to be going for the 1 versus 1. Tauntaun pops that death sentence. CYB here for the assist. Xiao makes it out even without the help. Tauntaun's 1v1 power, not quite there yet.
The calm we're having around the map is totally different on the top lane. Like the Slayer lane is, every time it's action, fighting, 2v2. I don't know. They're having fun, I guess.
Yeah. A little bit of brutality. Here we see the roaming core again here from Clash. Yang apparently kills Xiao in the top lane. That's rough.
Yeah. The fights are on top lane.
Yeah, Saitai's just sitting here in the jungle picking up camps, and that's great and all. You can get that Violet scaling. But all these objectives still up.
I don't know why they forget about this Drake and the Slayer. Like,
yeah.
They are like for 3 minutes or 2 minutes, I guess.
They're fighting around the objectives, but nobody's taking them. Finally, Clash go for the Slayer.
Are they going to trade objective?
They should.
Oh, Yoga.
I hope so.
Yoga for Ajate. For slow. I like it. Also gives you HP, makes you tankier, but you lose damage. Let's see how it works.
We'll have the opportunity. CYB now. Gonna be getting some pressure put on. Clash has invaded that jungle. The gold lead's still pretty even. Fang getting dove under the tower.
I usually can notice which team is going to win because it's kind of clear. But this game, I have no clue who is going to win this game. Like, one team fight, there's only one team fight in this game. I can bet. And the winner will win the game. Only
It's
one
of those
fight.
games.
Yep.
You just gotta wait till late game, see what happens.
Only one team fight. I already saw and live already those games on my own. You are so scared to fight because you know you lose the game.
Well, you were talking earlier about side on that Violet, where you need those 3 items before you can really start playing the game, really. And she has hit that point. 7.3k gold in the pocket, has those 3 items behind the Hayate, but
he has the crit, he has the armor pierce. So I feel like Violet already with the first spell is doing a lot of damage. Let's see. Let's see in action.
Slayer laners fighting one more time. Just seeing that 1v1 down in the bottom side of the jungle.
Usually the Slayer lanes is the lane who is on nice damage.
Kenny looks for the engage, has to flicker out though.
Usually the Slayer lane is the forgotten lane. Always 1v1, nobody comes, you are bored. But this game is the real action on the Slayer lane.
Yeah, this game's brutal for Slayer lane. It's just constant fighting between the two of them. Healing reduction has been picked up now for both teams, worth noting.
They are letting the ADCs just scale and fight on the other side of the map, but it's already 12 minutes in the games and only 11 here. And they are not even fighting for objectives, they are trading. From minute 2, they are trading.
Yeah, in the next minute we do get that upgrade for both the Slayer and the Dragon. We get those respawns coming in. So that'll be maybe the next time they fight.
I think they're waiting the map to get dark to fight. I think they like more the dark mode.
Yeah, I think it's just prettier. They're waiting to win on like the cool map.
Yeah, it's cool, you know.
They're like, we could win, but we really want to win if it's aesthetic.
25 seconds into the objective, and I don't think they will fight again. There's not the moment.
Now we just see still building up those items. Fang's almost full, or Yesu's almost full build at this point. Still has that orb.
I don't know for the... Probably the chat is asking for blood. Can you fight? I'm asking the same right now. Can you fight? Can you fight, please? Okay, Kenny? Nah.
Now Kenny's in a little bit of danger. Yeah, just gets caught out in the middle of that bush.
Ultimate?
Sai stays safe. There's the ultimate from Yang, forces to flicker out. CYB once again diving incredibly deep with no support. Boyan survives for the time being.
Yeah, with the ultimate.
This is a really messy fight here.
CYB is getting caught.
Yeah, that's just brutal. Once again, we see like this. We see like a fake fight. It's just like, all right, we're gonna engage. Okay, CYB, you're screwed. See ya. Goodbye.
That's the problem. The team is calling the retreat, but he's already so far away from their team, they cannot help him. He's dead body by the time he's going against 5 people.
That just feels like a communication issue at this point.
Yep, I think it's communication. I mean, he did every time he did the same. Maybe he sees something we don't see, but he's getting destroyed every time. 9 damage from Snox. He's getting into the dark mode in 1 minute. We didn't see a clear team fight. I think they are super afraid. They watch both games and they respect each other, and they say, okay, if we have one team fight, they will snowball from that, because those teams have snowballed really hard both games.
Here comes the Slayer. Sai's going to be forced to clear this Yang, looking for the flank around the side. Will pop the ultimate, dives under the tower. Invulnerable for the time being. Finds Sai. There goes the Violet. CDAX in a whole lot of trouble now. They've lost their damage. Huge ultimate there from Yesu. Picks up the ace. This should be the game here from Clash.
I said it. One team fight is that. Violet dead, no damage.
Just instant team fight, instantly dead. Everyone on the team, 30 seconds remaining. That Slayer still up. Wave coming behind them.
This is game. This is game.
Beautifully played there by Clash. Oh my god, Slayer, hurry up, man.
Now they will finish the game dark mode. You see? They waited for the photo.
Timing.
Yeah.
just beautifully played game there by Clash, biding their time, finding the perfect team fight.
For the AOP enjoyers, this game was so good. So good. If you can analyze this game for 20 minutes and you have more to say.
Yeah, there was just so much going on that game, and I think a lot of it did come down to that CYB matchup. It came down to those team fights where consistently CYB was getting split from the team, CDAX had no way to re-engage, and they just didn't have the damage.
They rely everything on Violet, and Volkov just went in, one-shot it. I think Annette ultimate didn't go off. But Violet died instantly. You have no way to win the team fight. And I think the ultimate from Kenny, Payne, execute 3 people. I don't know if it was Kenny, but it was execution, I think.
Yeah, I think it was the combination of Kenny and Hayate with the Kunai Blitz, just so much damage coming out all at once. Just a really cool composition being run there by Clash, and I'm starting to worry here for CDAX. We know they're a very strong team. We haven't seen their mental after a loss, though.
I don't think they should mental move or anything. I think they played good, and it was decided in one team fight. I think the series can be 3 games perfectly, but if they want to win, they need to do more, because they need to do more proactive plays. They just waited. I think it's not fear, I think it's respect. They respect too much the enemies. They are good players. Just play your game and you will win. There's no doubt.
Yeah, I mean, they changed their entire style for this game. So before they were so aggressive, they were looking for all of these advantages. They were taking every fight they thought they could win. This game, the only person who was doing that was CYB. The rest of the team was playing, like you said, with so much respect here for Clash. CYB was like, let's do the thing we always do. Everyone else just peels off like this fight. And CYB is stuck alone. So it's either communication or, like you said, they just need to all get on the page of, these are just other players. This is just another team. We can do our thing.
I don't know if CYB was asking for follow-up, because I feel like sometimes they could follow a bit more. But I think it's just 2 blocks on the team. CYB trying to get the backline and the rest of the team trying to peel for Violet. I think if you want to win a game, you need to be all in the same page. Yeah. I want to see more aggressive jungler like Fennec or Elandor on the side of team, on the side of the CDAX. I want to see them like not playing passive on the sideline. Violets, Catherine, Stellanas. I think they are better if they play on the jungler, more carries.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of options they can pick up there. We've seen Nimung be incredibly powerful on that Scud as well if they don't want to have Zai role swap again. They have a lot of options, a lot of levers to pull, but I think this all comes back to the draft that we were talking about, where they just like don't have a front line. So those team fights really, I'm not sure how else they could go without them all being on the same page. Their only option was to just burst people down. Because if you go to the prolonged front-to-back team fight, what happens? CYB dies instantly, and then the rest of the team just has to run away. Like, there's no front line, there's no way for them to stay safe, it felt.
I think the Volkov pick was really good. I didn't realize, but every time Volkov was going in, he cannot die, and he could do whatever into the backline. And it can press one ultimate, but he can just keep going and kill Violet. And there's no way with your team you burst Volkov so fast to kill him. And then you have Omen, then you have Ayate. If you use everything to kill your Violet, Ayate just destroy everyone in your team. 7-1, 81% of the kill participation. Very big game.
Yeah, he was super pulling his weight there, deciding just so much of the game. And it's like you said, the Volcath Hayate combo, plus the Thane, just the drafting from Clash this game was really insane. There is good news, though, for the CDAX fans in the audience. Because of global pick ban, that Volcath option is removed if they want to play hyper carry again, and they didn't use like the highest tier Dragon Lane carry that they could. There's still Caphany in the pool for them. There's still Telenos, like you were mentioning earlier. There's still the Fennec if they want to run that back. So they have options going into the future games that I think, frankly, would be stronger for their team.
I feel like nobody should worry about CDAX. They can win perfectly. They have their own playstyle. they played kind of decent game. Like, they did nothing wrong. They just lose one team fight. Like, they play their cards. I have Violet. If it works, I win. If I lose one team fight, I lose. It was 50-minute game. Time deaths are so long. Something happened, you lose game. Next games, I don't know if it's worth to wait everything in one card because you already lose 1-0. You need to beat something very, very brave, like Fennec, Elandor, even Nacro, something aggressive to snowball.
Yep. And I think as well, it like you were talking about, that one carry composition doesn't really work because you have Yue, who's a really strong mage. Like, she can scale into the later stages of the game and do a ton of damage, but they invested nothing into her. They were just like, okay, Feng, you just hang out on the side there and you have fun. Do the best job you can. We'll see what happens, buddy. And Feng was just like, I don't know what to do. I don't have any gold. Help.
See you in 15 minutes, guys. See you. I see you in 15 minutes. Okay, let's see. Let's see what this game. Aya. At least you are not casting Aya this series.
Yeah, that's a
You're
blessing
happy.
and a half. I gotta tell you. She's just so... She warps the game so much is the thing that's so frustrating about her. Like, the entire game becomes, okay, who's Aya on? And do we avoid them? Do we try and take them down? Because she has so much strength, so much poke if she stays in lane as well. But she enables those roamers so much. It's just entirely decides the game. We have a Liliana ban once more.
Yeah, for Snox. OTP. And I mean, OTP and good, because there are some OTPs that only can play the champion and he plays weird. But he's really good on it, so I respect that ban. Also, I think the ban from Aya is more about, I don't know how to play against this champion, because playing against this champion is you need to be so aggressive, because I mean, the enemy team has one player. He's always with someone. And people don't realize how to play against this kind of comps. So if you play the game Aya wants to play, you are getting destroyed. So it's good ban. If you don't know how to play, just ban and play something else. We see the Omen ban. It's really good ban for the Baron lane. His player lane is like the strongest pick. If it fails, you will take the whole towers into your core.
Yeah. Oh, Florentino's open. Oh no. Oh no. They've got to pick that up. It's been banned the entire day. That's going to be the Florentino pickup for sure.
Any Lockit and Crixie. Wow. Cool.
I'm not going to say that Clash just won the draft already. I'm not quite there, but I'm like hovering in that area. I don't know about you, but those are like two of the strongest picks right now, period.
It depends. I mean, if it's Florentino, they win. If it's Clementino, they lose. So it depends. Florentino can win a game alone, but if he has bad early game, it's not big, to be honest, because Florentino needs to be aggressive in the lane.
I'm liking the support pickup as well. They do end up locking this. They have so much peel right now with that lumber. We've seen Moyen before, how strong he's been able to be getting that defense out for Zai, which really has been the core for a lot of the wins here for CDAX. So I'm hoping they're going to be able to kind of fix that up. And our first Zuka pickup of the game as well. Really strong engager. He's got the execute as well on him. It's going to be a scary game.
I believe like Zuka. Wow. I like those picks. Like every pick that is aggressive, high mechanic and smooth combos, always in my team. Always. Scat. One. People was saying Scat is a kind of troll pick, but at the moment it's really, really strong. But nobody noticed.
Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to remember, 30th most picked right now in the Vietnamese league, which is where I always look for the meta because they really have been traditionally like the top region. So he has been making some appearances in the meta. We've seen him today be incredibly strong as well, like you were saying. So I think people are maybe sleeping on him a little bit. Love to see what they could do with this pick as we go into the game, especially with their heavy roaming style. I think it's a really good pickup for them.
James one. This is respect one for the previous series, I believe. The Jati and Fish and QLASH strong. I mean, they need habitual pick, so I think Ayate, yeah, Slims, I don't like it. I think it's respect ban. You can't play against him. Caffeine open, Telana's open. You prefer to ban Elsu, Slims. I think it's going to be Telana's Caffeine game, like on both sides.
Well, you can ban one and pick the other as well and force them onto like a B tier pick if you really want to play the draft game as much as possible. Now that Elsu and Hayate and Slims have been taken out of the pool, that is a lot of missing Dragon Laners.
Everything is open, like they can pick whatever they want. Right now, everything is open. They ban Lavi. I didn't see Lavi today, like not ban, not pick. Thorn. Oh.
Okay, Thorn. Really heavy scaling hero that relies on getting to the late game as much as possible. So again, we have like that sort of hyper carry.
I played a couple times for on my rank games, and I think it's really hard to play it. I don't know why the palettes for me is super hard to select them. Maybe just old boomer hands, but for me it's really fun to play. But I think it's really hard. Arthur showing up.
I've also been struggling with Thorn, to be honest. I was playing a little bit of him earlier, and it really is. Pick it, do it.
Okay. Also, I was Super Maris. Okay. I don't want to say, but I'm Super Maris also. But that's the good thing. I was good Super. Okay?
That's right.
It's the good team, not the bad one. I like Super
Lock
Maris.
it.
No.
Oh, it's so much less fun. Come on. Give us the Superman. That's all we're asking for. Ryoma pickup, though. This is a really aggressive team coming out from CDAX. Like, the really only defensive hero is going to be Lumber, who can also be used for strong engages with that ultimate. So this is kind of what you were asking for, right, Clamaris? Like, looking for a much more aggressive draft?
There is no 1v9 comp. They just want to stomp in 5 minutes the game.
Yeah.
They want the Fenix to be like 2-3k ahead and the stomp from that. They have Florian, who can wave clear super easy, and they have Stuka, Lumpur, just to engage super hard. Let's see if they play properly, because they have Florentino in the side lane. So if Florentino gets ahead, no matter what you do, you will lose.
Yeah, I'm wondering how they play that, because looking at this, you don't have anyone to really easily pick up farm in the Dragon Lane, since you're going to be sending the Fennec into the jungle. So I assume they're just going to like funnel the Dragon Lane farm onto him as much as possible. But how do you stop that Florentino from getting ahead? Do you just like chain gank him?
I mean, as far as I know, Florentino matchup into Luka or Ryoma should be fine. If you get the stun and the flowers, it's going to be really hard to scale because they are squishy. Ryoma is kind of tanky, but Suka can get destroyed super hard. But that depends on the skills of Florentino. If Florentino is super good, no matter what you play against, he will just destroy the lane and the game. So.
Yeah, Tauntaun versus CYB is probably going to decide this one. And Suka does have quite a bit of burst, quite a bit of teamfight initiation alongside the Ryoma as well. So they have the potential to kill him, get him out of the game early. But it's worrisome. You know, we've got another one of those games where we have to pay attention to specifically one of the heroes that has the potential to pop off. This game, it's going to be Florentino versus the Fennec. And I'm going to be watching Saisai's Fennec. If they lose with this, obviously they lose the series, but that's going to be a huge morale blow going into next week, going into those following rounds. It feels like this is like their pocket pick. Saisai just absolutely dominated on this.
They just use last card. They know what they fit more in their game style. And okay, it's our last game probably. If we lose, we're out. Let's play the best we have. Like not Fennec, but aggressive picks on the early game.
Yeah. All right, we're coming into potentially the final game of the day. If Team Clash take this, they get the first seed going into next week, and CDAX will have the second one.
Oh, it's Ryoma. Let's see how it goes. Probably they force fight on the Sentinel on the first minute of the game. So. Let's see what happens, because I don't feel like Florentino loses the 2v2 matchup.
Yeah. I'm gonna be looking forward to that. I haven't seen a whole lot of Ryoma yet, so okay. Take a look at Fennec now.
Okay, Fennec
Trying
is
to
doing
counter
the
jungle.
Fennec thickens. Okay, Young is going to
Fennec
steal
just
or not.
has this, right? Yep.
Who took it?
It was
Sai
on the Fennec.
Sai took it. Yeah. This is so bad for Scott right now.
Yeah, that was a great steal. Like, this is exactly the start you want for
And
that Fennec.
he's going to keep. He's going to try to keep taking jungler camps. I'm pretty sure. He's playing on the enemy jungler every time.
And Moyan and Feng are looking to do the same, looking to help them out as much as possible.
Yeah, that's the problem. When you don't have mid prio, your jungler is kinda under timing. So Penny can do whatever because they have the mid prio and they spend more time to clear it. So Moyan and Feng can move to the enemy jungler faster. That's what happened. Penny got help and Scott didn't get any help from the mid laner.
And watching as well that 1v1 towards the Slayer lane, like we were talking about, it's not going to be CYB up there for the first time in any of these series. CYB is down here in the bottom side, putting some damage down. Moyan going to be forcing out that ultimate from Snox as Crixie. Look at the Slayer.
They need to give up this Drake already.
Yep. That Drake's going to be picked up by Sai easily. The Slayer is going to be the trade up there on the top side of the map. Xiao has really no way to contest, but that Slayer's going down pretty slow.
Penny is just, okay, you take it Slayer, I will take your whole blue side. And you know what? I know your timer on your red buff. When it's spawned, I will be there.
Yeah. Fennec doing a great job. Maybe looking for the dive here as Moyan is in a little bit of trouble. Gets the slowdown at the very least. There's the ultimate to zone off, if nothing else. So Moyan will be surviving there. Florentino caught between a rock and a hard place at the moment, but Lorian will abandon ship, and Feng goes back mid.
Florentino already one level ahead. Not right now because he leveled up, but it's like half of the level ahead. Let's see if he can do... I love Florentino mechanics. Okay, so free of Florentino.
If he's played well, he's just disgusting.
Ryoma's on the mid lane trying to get a pick. Let's see if it works. I think they expect Sonox shouldn't show up on the mid lane right now. They need information about the enemies. It's Snox? It's Snox? Okay, Snox.
Oh no, Snox!
It's Snox.
There goes first blood.
It's
brutal.
I mean, when you see everyone missing on the map, you should expect that. Like, don't be aggressive. Someone is watching you. But
it's so creepy, Cloris. Someone's watching you. It's like, oh Jesus!
Someone, no, 5 people watching you because it was 5 people gank. Oh no. Okay.
Xiao able to secure
Xiao
as well.
got it. Xiao got it, and there is nothing happening, and it's like 1k ahead for from CDAX, and there's not really fighting. I think they're scared again.
Oh, they may be able to get this kill, actually. Very low health. Tauntaun low as well.
Tino?
Oh, so close.
And he
they only get Yang.
Nah, they only got Junk. But Florentino lasts forever there.
Yeah.
This is
Almost
so good for Fennec. Super good for Fennec.
Picks up the red buff again.
Both sides of the jungler, he's getting everything. So, probably fast game this. If they cannot stop Fennec from doing that, they will lose in less than 30 minutes, I would say.
Okay, 13 minutes on the timer.
2 minutes mark.
We got 8 minutes left. We'll give them 8 minutes to see if they can win this. Now, Fennec, not ahead a ton of gold, enough to make a difference so far. Extra dagger in the pocket at the very least. Moyan has to be careful here. Fennec gets that upgrade to Scorching Wind.
I didn't curse a single team today.
Oh. Sai is just playing like a monster. Just absolutely so aggressive. A little gremlin out here in the jungle. Dragon has spawned, so Moyan needs to be careful.
That's what you need to do when you have a lead like this. 3k, Fennec ahead. Fennec is super good for taking objective and towers so quick. You need to snowball. So right now, Clash shouldn't take any single objective or any single tower.
Good zoning there from CDAX. And they will go for the re-engage, looking for Yasu. He pops the orb. There's going to be a
cacophony of orbs there in the middle, but Feng will pick up a kill onto Kenny. CYB picking that one up, and this is just so far beautiful play from CDAX. Quite the turnaround from last game. They're up 3k.
I think Class is having really, really tough times right now. And they don't find a way to just flip the game. They are getting destroyed little by little. Look, Fennec. Fennec is... His house is the enemy jungler. He's not living there.
Yeah.
And there's nothing Class can do right now. Like, you don't win teamfights, you don't win side lane.
Fennec's just sitting on Zillow.com being like, oh man, there's more property available in the opponent's jungle, I'll take it.
They're waiting for a miracle.
I don't know if they're going to find it.
Scott didn't take a single count for the last 3 minutes, I think.
Yeah. Scott's really behind, but Florentino's doing okay so far. Maybe about to regret that statement. Time does make it out.
The curse.
Yeah. The moment I'm just like, oh, they're doing really well. They almost get assassinated.
Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, Florentino didn't do anything in this game. It's just 1v1. So nothing really happened. He's even with Ryoma. But, I mean, Slayer, minute 7, and they have no T1 tower. This is probably tier 3 tower with this Slayer, if they do properly.
Alright, we'll watch for it. There's the Flicker ultimate from Moyan, but no one to follow up on it.
It was
very cool, though.
It was beautiful, but kinda not needed.
Moyan just showing off for us, I think.
Nobody was even close to Lombor, I think. No. Moyan was alone and he thought it was cool. Moyan MVP for this move, I think.
Yeah, I respect it. 100%.
Yeah, I mean, we can
check
prepare.
this out.
Oh.
Sai's not even in trouble.
He's really smart with Fennec. He's taking everything and he's not taking anything like greedy.
Yeah.
I ran out. Okay, I don't care. I don't need kills. I need your jungler.
Oh, he might be in trouble now. Look at that.
Oh, the big boys are spawning. Holy Dragon and the Slayer.
It almost makes it
now is the problem with the big boys spawning.
Yeah. If you look at Sai, should be able to take this Slayer pretty quickly if they want to push for more tower pressure, like you were talking about. The Slayer will help them with that.
Ryoma pulled away already the Drake, so it's going to fall real quick.
Yeah,
they will
even with that massive health bar.
Lorian is not here. Maybe they can try to do something, but nah, it's impossible.
No, they're zoned off pretty well. Kenny looking for it. There's the ultimate from Yasu. 400, and then it's secured there by Sai. Very close. Clash could, in theory, go for Slayer, but how are they going to get to it?
This is the snowball we were asking in the previous game. They know how to play this game style. They have the lead, and they make it bigger and bigger and bigger until you can do anything. 6k in 9 minutes is so much. So much.
Yeah, that's a disgusting lead. No jungle, like you said.
And Clash has not really powerful late game. Like, they are just getting destroyed by early comp. But I don't know the late game from Varys. It's like, he will tank, but he will die to Panic. Thorn can 1v9. I don't think so. I think they are just getting destroyed in macro game and drafting.
Yeah, and there's the Infinite Slayer picked up there by Sai. Very good macro objective work here from the side of CDAX. Oh, Tauntaun looking for something. I don't think he wants to find it though. Like, if you go for this engage, you are 100% dying for it.
Olumbur again, Kenny.
Finds another cool ultimate that results in nothing, but we respect it, Moyan. And they just pick up 2 towers.
They will get every single tower in the game. There's nothing they can do. And it's frustrating as a player. You're just waiting, clear waves. You see how your team is dying, slowly and slowly. And I don't think it's depressing. It's completely depressing as a player. And we are not seeing dark mode this game.
No. And I mean, if you look at the gold leads as well, just on individual players, you have 3 carries on like 7.5k.
Yeah.
Pretty gross.
Okay. So the Slayer.
Slayer's just hanging out and chilling. There's the Moonlight Priestess to try and do a little bit of damage to it, but it's still 3/4 health. Snock zoned off with just Sideside's ultimate. Might be taken down. Does find the dodge out in safety, though. Slayer's down. So they didn't find a high ground tower off that.
They weren't able to take the high ground tower, surprisingly. And they were with the Slayer. I mean, I don't know what happened. If they let... someone should stop Crixie, I think, for clearing the way. Someone should suicide for it. I don't care dying for a high ground tower. Someone should stop Crixie. Because with no minions, there's no way you take it. I think there was a miscommunication problem on that push.
Yeah, maybe CYB and Xiao could have just dove. Even if you die and you get the high ground tower, you can back off.
Yeah, you just need to make Crixie go back and not clear the wave, because he's the only one who can clear the wave, I feel like. Yes, with the ultimate maybe, but it's ultimate, long cooldown. Let's see. I think it's slowly dying, the Clash team right now.
5 seconds till that dragon has spawned now. And Slayer in 50 seconds, they spaced out these objectives really well, to the point where they're going to be able to take this dragon and then set up for Slayer. And I don't think they can be contested. There goes Tauntaun on the side. Looks for a cheeky engage.
1 minute left. My prediction. Let's see.
I think he might have it, Clamaris. I really do.
If they win in 30 minutes, I probably go lottery and I don't do the second game. I just leave and do lottery. It's my lucky day.
I'll just be solo casting for the rest of the day. Just...
Yeah, but you will earn the half of my earnings with the lottery.
Okay, perfect.
I mean, we have deal. It's deal.
Deal. I'll take that, 100%.
Okay.
All right, they've got 30 seconds till I get a lottery ticket. Moyen looking for the engage. Will zone off the Crixie for the time being. She's back into the fight. CYB, beautiful dive there. There's going to go Fang into the backline. They've taken the wave all the way to this outer tower. 4,000 HP remaining on it. There's the ultimate like you were talking about from Yesu. They find that high ground tower. And they back off like cowards. No! 10 seconds left. We didn't make it.
Okay, no lottery. I need to cut 4.
Next game we'll get the prediction.
Okay, I would make another prediction. But it's close. I don't think it's Darmouth.
No. I think that's definitely true. They've already lost one high ground tower. They're going to get the Slayer. That's going to help them push into the mid or top, depending on how they're feeling. Just kind of check their mood board, see what's up. It's like, am I feeling top or mid today?
I think they are defending Guidewood, Clash, but I feel like I'm missing some from CDAX. I think they need to be more aggressive and dive.
Yeah.
They are so ahead in gold.
Yeah, I mean, even if you die, what's the consequence there? What can Clash actually get off of a kill? There's no objectives left on the map. The only thing you can get is those 2 outer towers. You're ahead by 6k. Those 2 outer towers are nothing.
And there's no way Clash can take any single tower in return. They are just in the base, waiting to defend.
Yeah, they're pushed so far back.
There's something I don't like from CTX, is they are not paying attention to any single wave. They should time 3 waves and collapse into the tower at the same time, so Clash cannot defend a single tower. When Clash has only 1 wave to defend, the 5 people spend everything.
Xiao! Huge burst onto the back line, finds 2. Slayer in the mid lane as well. Beautiful engage, exactly what we were looking for. You want that aggression, you want them to be able to sacrifice themselves for the kills. And Saitai now popping off in the base, able to find 2. Now Dark Slayer looking for core. He's going to waddle his way over and try and tie up the series. Saitai takes down Tauntaun, takes down the core, ties up the series 1-1.
1-1. That's it. They play perfectly. Nothing to say to CTX. Nothing to say to Clash either. They were slowly dying, nothing to say.
Yeah.
And they have no more Fennec for third game. So are they going to play differently or trying to do the same with different pick? I don't know.
Yeah. I do wonder, because I think there are a couple plays you can put in that position. I know I've seen Wisp kind of played in that same position where you put that normal dragon lane into the jungle and use her as a carry. So there's that potential for Saitai, but we've only really seen Saitai on a traditional dragon lane or Fennec in the jungle. So we don't know what the capabilities are for that. I don't know. What are you thinking they're going to pull out for game 3? Do you have any predictions?
I think they should put ADC on the jungler role. Like, their playstyle is based on the snowballing. They have really good early game macro decision. They should put Sai on the jungler. I don't know if it's going to be Lindis, if it's going to be Elandor, it can be Wisp, as you say. Only I want to see ADC on the jungler and try to play his own cards. Because if they want different else, we saw already they didn't know how to react on it. They should play his own style and go with that.
Yeah, that's the best they've looked. I know they've been role swapping a little bit throughout the team, but I think that is really the best position that we've seen CEST in. Unfortunately, because we're on cams, I keep forgetting that we're on cams, and I like rock back and forth when I'm casting. So I'm just like randomly filling the screen with my face and then coming back. I always forget until it's too late and I see myself looking stupid on camera. Oh, that dive from Xiao, just seeing it again, that was so beautiful. Just blows up two of them instantly.
That dive is so useful because you open the mid tower. KD is just a number. If you want to win the game, KD players are not competitive players. You just win the game and just chill.
Yeah, I mean, I think legitimately that play from Xiao is what won them the game. Like that dive to take out Yesu, to take out another squishy, was just so useful for them to push forward.
I feel like they could do that like 3 or 4 minutes ago. Like they waited a lot. They were so ahead. One dive is 1 kill and tower. But if you are playing so defensive, you are not getting the tower because Crixie and Thorn can just depush. But as I said on the game, they were pushing the waves kind of weird because when you are trying to siege, it's so easy for the enemy team only to push one wave. But if you time with your side laners to get the 3 waves at the same time on the towers, the enemy team needs to decide which tower do I defend.
Yeah.
So that's what I need more from CDAX. If I want to siege you, I will make you the things so difficult so you cannot decide. Okay, Crixie is alone, they push on one side, dive Crixie. They are 3 and 2. Okay, let's siege and dive the people who are alone on the sides. But if there are 5 together, it's so hard to dive. So
well, and I think it's what we saw game number 2, right? Where they were just playing or game number 1 rather, where they were just playing so carefully, and they were just like, well, Clash is a really good team. We gotta respect them so much. We gotta be careful with our playstyle. Maybe we just play a little bit more back than usual. This game, it felt like they were getting a little bit more into their old selves, but still had a little bit to go. They could play more aggressive. They can make those dives earlier, but it feels a little bit like they're still restricting themselves a little bit. Hopefully this game gives them the confidence to keep going, because this was just a complete blowout.
I think there is a big difference between I respect you and I fear you.
Right.
It's like, okay, you are in the same tournament as I am. I'm qualified. You are invited. I will show you how to play this game. And I feel like this is what they should show. Like, I will play. I'm qualified. I know how to play this game. I shouldn't be fear or anything related to that.
Yeah, and I would really like to see them make it first seed, just because I really like seeing like new and upcoming teams succeed. You know, like we know Clash, great organization, great players, but you know what? It's time for CDAX. It's time for the Cats. Time for the Cats to take their rightful place as seed number 1.
I think this is the team you cheer for, right? At the beginning of the stream, you said you want the Cat to win, right?
Absolutely. Why wouldn't I? They've got a sick logo.
I'm worried.
They got a cool name.
You will curse them.
So am I, frankly. But
I was really worried. Okay, so we have game 3. We see the Champions League pick both games, and I don't see so many picks left, which are not common. Probably we see Arthur. Probably we see Gina is open, but they will ban it. Like strong picks left are going to get banned. First or second rotation.
Yeah. I think honestly, like we were talking about before, if they just ban out any jungle picks there for CEST, I think that might be the best bet for Clash.
Do we know who is first sheet? Who is first pick this game? Is 1-1-1 or they choose?
Not yet. We'll find out. Maybe our producer can tell us. But in the meantime, I mean, I think
if Clash is first pick, they will ban Aya for sure because they cannot pick it. I think, or it's opposite thing around. The team who picked Aya is going to ban it because he's super strong and they cannot pick it for themselves. Also, Jena is going to get banned because he's the only one left on the top lane, which is really good. I want to see Rictor also. Nobody's picking Rictor or banning it. And I think it's really good. In every region, Rictor is banned or picked. Also, Roxy. Roxy, a lot. Like they put a lot of priority on other regions. I don't see Roxy's, and it's so fun. Like you grab someone and you bring it to your team, and it's so fun.
Just kidnap them. Just casual little kidnapping. Grab them, pull them into the team, give them a giant team-wide hug that results in their death. Just squeeze it a little too tight.
And you want to chase me? You are mad? Okay, I put you fire behind me, and you chase me, you die.
Just roller skate away, just vibing out.
Yeah, I in my head there is a song when I was running, and people behind me is like like clowns, you know? It's clowns, it's circus, and you're running.
You know, just
there are good champions and fun champions. I like the fun champions.
Yeah, we should have a little bit more fun in these drafts. You know, and that's what's actually like super interesting about the global pick ban, because at a certain point it's just like I'm looking forward to the best of sevens like next Sunday, because it's gonna be just like, well, we're game 7.
Can we
what do you
repeat
guys
something?
want to play? Like, or game 6, because game 7 everything's back on the table, but game 6 is gonna be like, well, we can play we got Roxy, we got
Festiguiro. Yeah, Festiguiro.
We'll bring back Crashed, you know?
Oh, Crash side lane. Wow. That meta was so good. Crash side lane.
It's a throwback. I love Crashed. I wish we'd see him a little bit more, but not yet. Maybe next weekend when we've got the longer series. Who knows?
Oh, yeah. I mean, last best of 7 is like 40-something heroes already picked. You cannot pick.
Yeah.
There's nothing left that spicy picks. And we love spicy picks. So I want to see game 7. Everyone wants to see game 7.
Well, game 6, because game 7 is when they remove it, Clamaris, so that's boring again.
Oh, game 6.
That's just for the pick ban. That's everything on the line. It's very important for the series. We love that for different reasons. But game 6 is when they have nothing left in the champion pool, and they just bring out whatever hero they feel like. They're just like, you know what? Roll the dice.
Valheim time.
Valheim time. It's always Valheim time, baby.
It's always. I mean, for this game, maybe we see spicy picks in the third game. They need to surprise, or they need to play their game style, but I don't see they will impress so much, because it's last game, and I think the winner of this series is going to make it for the next weekend, right?
Yes, both of them are going to make it, but it's a fight for seeding.
I mean, but it's first seed.
Yes. And
I mean, in the other group, there are some really good teams. Maybe you don't want to face the seed one.
Yeah.
Kind of finals for them.
A little bit of spookiness between Stamina, Nova, and Haka. There's reasons you want to get that first seed, so we're hoping that they're going to be able to get it. Also, just letting everyone know, we are trying to get into the game as soon as possible. We're having a little bit of a lobby issue, so we'll take care of it as soon as possible and get you the gameplay you deserve. I've just got great news. We're ready to head into game.
I think someone said, I want to pick Wiro, and they delayed the pick and ban phase.
It's like, whoa. We said you can pick anything, but not Wiro. It's an exception. Get that out of here.
Frentino didn't go well for class last game. But
yeah, I didn't feel like it was too scary, frankly. But
I feel like CYP, I think is super good for Frentino. His game style is jig aggressive. Frentino is made for that. Like, go 1v5, sustain forever, and win the team fight. I think every single team will ban Frentino for the whole qualifier.
Yeah, I'm interested in seeing what CYB pulls out now that they've gotten rid of a little bit more of the aggressive Baron laner or Slayer laners. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to be able to bring to the table still. There's the Volcath ban, which is another one of those aggressive options. So really clamping down on CYB's hero pool at the moment.
I mean, when you ban Liliana, you let Yue open. And that's really bad because Jue, I think, is really strong. Like, you can farm from your tower and you don't need to hesitate for anything. And his late game is really good. Jue, I don't know about Liliana ban. Liliana is easier to play against, but if you don't know how to contest it, you waste a ban. So maybe for the next series, they need to react on that pick and try to get something in return on that Liliana.
Yeah, not just yet. Mina going to be potentially picked up here. I like Mina. She's a lot of fun to watch. Those pulls are really useful. Oh my god. I forgot Omen was open for CDAX.
Omen.
We've never seen CYB on Omen, which is like so bizarre to me because CYB is such a good duelist.
I think he's going to 1v5, no matter what. He's going to be Omen. In the case with the ultimate 5 people are around him and he's fighting everyone. Jin,
just going for it.
He'll go off.
Roxy? Oh, bummer.
They're giving us hopes, I think.
Yeah, they're just showing us the things that we want. It's just denying it from us.
If Class wants to deny the power farming and snowball from CDAX, they need to pick a strong side lanes with Prio. Otherwise, they pick a strong jungler and they will get destroyed again. They should play something like, I will win your lane, and if you come to my jungler, I will help my jungler, not you helping my jungler. Slims.
Yeah.
I don't know. No Prio at all.
Yeah, I've not really been big on Slims this tournament so far. We've seen it, but obviously it doesn't have a ton of Prio. It is going to be going into the jungle, so maybe they're trying to match the strategy that CDAX was playing last game. So I'm interested if CDAX swaps side back into the jungle, or if they put him back in the dragon lane.
Is it going to get jungler? I don't know. I think it's going to go dragon lane and pick some kind of assassin on the jungler. But
maybe like a Crookneck or something?
I mean, if you pick a Slims on the jungler, it's hyper carry and he needs a lot of farm. If they pick something aggressive on the jungler, like Elandor or Lindis, Slims is not getting anything and he's not going to scale. So I feel like it's flex pick at the moment. Depends what they pick, but probably it's going to go dragon lane.
Well, and I don't think we've seen. Have we seen CDAX on? Have we seen CDAX play Scud yet? Because he's been really good at taking that aggression. Oh, they ban out the Crookneck. Interesting.
Keep on the Crookneck. They don't want to get the early junglers on the other side. Maybe they're planning the Slims on jungler. Who knows? I mean, Crookneck is really good. Level 4 already with the ultimate. He can roam so fast around map and get a kill. I like the ban Crookneck right now.
I thought they would have been the one to pick it. So they're clamping down on some options. They do pick up the Crixie as well. We've seen Feng be very successful in that, like we were saying earlier. Plays it a little bit like an assassin. So there's a lot of power potentially already on the field. Looks like a lot of lockdown on this team. So maybe they're going to go for something like a Telenos, a more traditional dragon lane carry, so that they can just get a straight front-to-back team fight.
I feel like they're flexing Mina into the Slayer lane and put, the Abyssal lane, because they have Omen already, and put ADC on jungler. They are keeping the flex pick until the end, so they can put Mina, Omen on side lanes. And I would like to see ADC on jungler, because I think it's the key to win from CDAX.
Yeah.
If they want to pick ADC right now and pray for the 1v9, I feel like, yeah, Elandor. Yeah.
Okay. Yep, that makes sense. Elandor is one of those heroes that's really strong in the meta right now. Like Fennec, really takes time to scale up. All the damage comes from those auto attacks, but once he gets scaling, he does so much damage, and he's so safe because he has all of those teleports in his kits. And we know that Saitsai has the mechanical ability to pull it off.
Yeah, high mobility champion, can invade jungler, escape safely, really good pick to snowball. What Class is doing right now is common thing. I'm not putting Slims on the jungler. I would put one assassin and try to get Elandor or something, but they cannot put a Slim on jungler because he's not getting any single resources if Elandor gets ahead. Gina. I like the pain from Young on the previous series. He was MVP because of the pain.
Yeah.
We should pay attention to this pick.
Looks like they're going to be able to. Looks like they're going to lock that in. So we're going to see that pain one more time coming out from Yang. Everything on the table. What do you want to see from CDAX for the last pick?
Wukong. I want to see Wukong. I want to see this. I didn't know I wanted until I saw it. I wanted the Wukong. The Wukong is the best late game champion, I think, with the crit rate. Everything is crit.
Yeah, my favorite was I was watching a Vietnamese VOD earlier, and the Wukong build was just 4 crit gloves, just straight up. Like, you know what? I like crit. I'm gonna do crit and nothing else.
Wow. I mean, this is the spice pick we were looking for. Wukong.
And on CYB as well. I think that's important because CYB is the most aggressive player on this team. I'm going to say the most mechanically strong player on the team. Maybe you can make an argument for Satsai, but CYB, despite some of the calls that CYB has made, I think they have been an incredible mechanical player, and I think that's going to go great with a carry like Wukong.
CYB with Wukong can be crazy. Like, if he gets item, he will demolish the team fight. He will two, double kill, triple kill. But his team should notice that, as we do. And if he goes 1v5, he's going to get destroyed.
He's got to be very, very careful compared to how he normally plays, because I gotta say, CYB, you're impressing me games 1 and 2 of your day. You're still impressing me, but you're scaring me a little bit. I'm a little bit terrified of all those engages. It's just like, you know what? There's 5 people there. I bet I could take them.
When you give scissors to a kid and just something bad is going to happen. It's the same. We gave Wukong to.
Do not run with these scissors, and they're just like wee.
He's going to destroy the whole map. I'm pretty sure, but I don't know how Wukong is on side lane against Gina. I don't know how much prio can he get to help Elandor. That's the question. Because I never play Wukong on side lane.
Yeah. Where do you think the focus is going to be coming in from Team CDAX? Because, of course, they have to get Saitsai ahead. That's been their traditional way to play. But like you're saying, CYB on that Wukong is going to be an incredibly strong carry as well.
I think it's, the most important thing right now is who gets the mid prio and who helps the jungler faster right now. But I think Mina clears faster than Lumbur because it has AoE damage.
Yeah. And we're seeing there was a little bit of a double jungle going on early on to get Wukong a little bit more gold, a little bit more experience to get that started faster. Has hit that level 2. CDAX could potentially engage here. Feng with the early gank once again.
Feng is doing really, really good damage. But, oh, they got it. Yeah. I like this Crixie skin. It's really cool. Like, I didn't know it was Crixie. It was really, really cool.
Available now in the AOV shop.
Yeah. If you want to get it, 200 gems, guys.
That's right, 200 gems in the chat. I don't know if there is still the giveaway. I'll ask our admin about that if that is back up, but we'll tell you when it is. Gem giveaways will help you get those skins.
30 seconds into the objective. I smell the fear already.
Oh, Clash may be able to find this pick on the Moyen. Beautiful disengage, actually. That was slick as hell.
Flicker. He didn't even use flicker. It was just clean disengage.
Now Clash looking towards the top side of the map. We see a Landor teleporting out. They have to know.
Moyen?
Yep. Moyen going really aggressive. Feng gets the knock-up.
He's not coming back to that bush in a long, long time.
No, that's PTSD now. That's trauma.
They don't want to give up in any objective this game. They are not cross-mapping. They are following each other. I like it.
Yeah, this is going to be a really aggressive game. Saitsai in a lot of trouble now. Has flickered out of the fight. Gets taken down by Yesu. Feng, though, with the Moonlit Priestess, will take down one. CYB finds the kill onto Yang as well. So 1-for-1 trade across the fight. CYB getting gold. Not a horrible result.
If someone needs to get the kill, I cheer for CYB. I want to see this Wukong with already 3 gloves. 3 crit items. I like it. I like it.
The classic crit items only on Wukong. Want to cap that out as soon as possible. So CYB gonna be my main focus this game because that Alandor is gonna take so long to get online.
3 gloves, but Wukong only has 2 hands. Can someone explain me in the chat why he can wear 2 gloves?
Well, it's because a lot of primates have those like hand feet, you know, where they have like foot thumbs. So he's putting one on his foot. So he can get another one, and he'll
so
still.
He needs another one. Yeah, he needs another one too. Okay.
That's why. That's why he hasn't bought shoes yet. It's because he needs the open foot so that he can put the glove on it.
Okay, it makes sense.
Yeah, it's just basic logic, Clamaris. Come on.
Oh, the 4th! Nice.
All right, now he's got it.
Okay, I don't want to see a 5th one.
No, if we see a 5th one, you're dead. You're gone. Where's he gonna put it? He's gonna put it on his hand? Well, he's got a tail. So maybe he just kind of like gets a rubber band, puts it on his tail.
Some action on the game. They're kind of scary again, like first game, or it's just my...
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's last game. It's like everything is decided here.
Xiao in a little bit of trouble at side looking for the kill, but that's the double kill coming out from Clash. Able to pick that one up. Moyen in a little bit of trouble as well. Feng looks for damage. Moyen finds the taunt. Knockup coming out.
Forever.
Yeah, no Feng ultimate. So Clash find 2 kills for no trade, and they'll be able to pick up the Spirit Sentinel, maybe transitioning that into a Slayer.
2 kills, but still behind in gold. I don't know if they are last hitting Wars or they are taking enemy jungler, but it's super close game. I think it's the fear we talk about. It's not just respect; it's fear of losing the game in second seed. I want to see more Elandor action in the game. He died twice. He's getting tough times.
Oh, Moyen barely survives that one. But yeah, I agree with you. I feel like we haven't seen a whole lot of Saitai other than getting killed, which is really unfortunate. Has picked up that Scorching Wind, so should start scaling up a little bit now.
Yep, I mean, your win condition is snowballing from the beginning. If your win condition is getting destroyed at the beginning, and your late game is not the best, CYB is getting destroyed.
Ooh, huge damage though. Feng looking for the knockup. Will be able to find it with that Moonlight Priestess damage to back it up. Moyen will not find the engage, but forces the backs. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Xiao in a little bit of trouble. Sai has to make the escape and leave Xiao behind. So there goes Xiao. Sai on the side will not be able to do a whole lot, and that looks like it may be Slayer? No, just going to be going for the Spirit Sentinel, I think.
Yep, I mean, Pain is going for the Slayer.
Okay.
I don't know why they give this objective for free, but I guess they don't want to risk anything. They saw already they burned the ultimates and they gave up on it. Okay.
Clavis Sancti has been finished there for CYB, so that's a little bit more damage on there.
Yeah, it's the
I
first
guess at this
spike.
point. Yeah, I mean, I feel like at this point, CYB is their only damage. Oh!
The Sentinel MVP. MVP for Sentinel.
Yeah,
Wow.
if CDAX win this one, they need to give some of the prize money to that Sentinel.
But it was kind of super good outplay, right? He was 1 HP and he managed to kill CYB.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
Wow. That's the power of Gina. If you get hit by your every spell, you are dead body.
She's so strong. Okay. Feng looks for the knockup, will not find it.
Oh.
Dragon's getting started regardless. Kenny going to be able to scout this one out, sees it happening. Moyen.
For Elandor. Yeah.
Oh, beautiful body block from Moyen.
Yeah, that's the support I want in my life.
Tauntaun is about to die. There's the taunt. That was beautiful. It's CYB going to go in on the side. Just 3 shots. Snocked.
CYB with the Clavis Santis. It was 3 shots. No more.
Sai now going to be looking to steal this red buff. Will be able to do so successfully. There's the
Nice
double
stun.
knockup from Kenny. Beautiful ultimate. Yang looking for the re-engage. Will pop the orb immediately to run away from Xiao, who's putting out quite a bit of damage. Feng as well. Xiao barely survives for the time being. Yang looking for the follow-up kill. Sai pumping out as much damage as possible, but just doesn't have it.
Tonto secure the kill on the Xiao on the mid lane. Nice secure kill. I think Gina is getting gold super hard, but I want to see Wukong 4 items. It's already 4-1. 2 items already, 2 crit items. They are creating a monster, and let's see if they can afford it.
I feel like if I were calling this game without context, I'd say Elandor is the main carry, but the way this early game is going, it's 100% CYB.
Yep, yeah, for sure. He get 4 kills, but look, Elandor is 5.8k gold already.
Wow.
He's
just hard farming.
He's farming simulator for the last 5 minutes. He got 2 kills, and he said, "Okay, I'm not joining anything. I will just farm and farm until I'm useful." And that's the best thing he can do, because keep dying is the worst thing ever in this game.
Yeah. Got a nice plot of land by this point. Probably picked up a couple tractors. Fang finds the ultimate onto a little bit of damage, but there's going to be the stun. Beautiful engage there from Yang directly on the side. Moyan gonna follow. Barely survives for the time being.
Nice move.
Nice dodge on the sphere, yeah.
Nice
Xiao
moves.
in a lot of trouble, though. Should be taken down here as CYB finds that inner tower. There's a watch where Clash goes. They may go for both objectives. If they go for the Dragon, maybe CYB could look for Slayer.
CYB just got the T2 tower on the Slayer lane. I feel like this Wukong can win the game. Like, I don't know why, but I think he can one-shot everyone. He's just power farming. He's 4 kills already, and there's no one who can tank Wukong. Lumbur, but his support, he's behind in gold. So I think Wukong is going to get free entrance to the backline and destroy the teamfight. That's my prediction on the game.
Yeah. I think the problem that is happening right now is Yang just keeps getting these amazing engages directly into the backline and one-shotting people before CDAX can respond. If they can get vision on him before he engages...
Oh, Xiao. They show
Xiao's
you.
in trouble. Fang pops the ultimate defensively, not going to put a whole lot of damage. CYB comes in from the side, not quite able to find the kill onto Yang. Has to escape now. Yesu on the chase. Won't find the spear, though. Tsai does not get that red buff. Denied. Now the Slayer's going to be picked up.
This game is going to drive me crazy. I'm pretty sure. This is so much action. We're asking for it. But every team fight is like coin flip. Everything can happen, and there's no one clearly winning. Sai. Just dancing with the butterfly.
Oh, just taking some wild swings with that butterfly. Kenny defends the tower for the time being.
I don't know about this champion, but 2 items, 1 spell, half of your HP gone. Look, how one champion can do that? One champion doing that.
Yeah, you are doing quite a bit of damage themselves. There's going to be the Slayer spawned in mid lane. CDAX needs to find an engagement
nice
so they can clear this out. CYB looks for the center of the fight. Not going to find a whole lot of damage, though. Has to run out.
Xiao engaging.
Yep, Moyan still stuck in the middle of the fight. Yang going to be able to find another kill on the backside. Yesu just pumping out damage uncontested. The Slayer has gone down, but still that's going to be the mid lane tower lost because there's no one left to defend it.
Jan has been flanking with pain every single time this game and the previous series. He's so good at knowing his champion capabilities. I like it so much.
That damage is so insane coming out of Snox.
But it's not even super risky champion. Like, Snox is playing from long distance and dealing tons of damage, and he's not risking everything. That's the good thing about this champion. You deal the damage without getting involved in any fight.
Yeah.
That's why it's so
and
good.
the problem is, like, CYB's been looking for these engages the whole time. We've been talking him up about how much gold he has. But what can he do with it? He just gets poked out by Yue, and then he ends up with, like, 2 HP. How do you engage with that?
Yeah, and they have no range to fight. Only Grixie. The rest of the team is just close range. Omen needs to go close range to ultimate. Wukong needs to go in. Mina needs to go in. They can play from the distance with the spears from Jesu and wait just for the poke and jump clear the team fight. That's what they have been doing for the whole time this game. Just wait.
Sai has the most gold in the game, though. It's important to contextualize this because it does feel a little bit like CDAX is just conceding everything, but there is so much gold stuck on Sidesai, so late game, it's going to do a lot. Yang finally gets taken down. This could be a good team fight here for CDAX. Well, Sidesai just farms the lane.
Oh, CYB. One shot, Snox.
Finally finds that assassination. There's another one to follow it up. CYB doesn't do a whole lot to Kenny, but that's going to be 3 kills. Much needed here for CDAX.
This Wukong. This Wukong, please keep doing that.
I know. It's just this waiting game where it's like, oh, Wukong's so strong. Is he going to finally engage? No, no, no. Oh god, everything's dead. You know, it's just...
Minute 13. Before this tower, the game was even in gold. Imagine how close this game is. After this team fight, the game just changed. But one team fight will change everything again. Yeah. So, Elador is going for the Slayer. No contest. Impossible. This is a lot of gold from these 3 towers they got. It's like 2k gold.
They just found one good team fight, and off of it, they've snowballed their lead so much. They were down 3k, now they're up 1. Should be 2 at the moment the Slayer goes down. So a 5k swing overall from CDAX, putting them back into the game. And Elandor continues to be the richest person in the game. CYB finds a pick.
He's going to kill Jesu also? No. I don't know why Clash, after Pain was dead and got caught, why they afford the fight. That's the correct. I think it was kind of miscommunication. They should call the run back and not think, oh wow, Wukong.
CYB just does so much damage. Yang's back in the fight though, in a lot of trouble. There's going to be the Moonlight Priestess, so strong. Xiao finds another one. Yang is low. The strongest member here on Clash getting chased down by Sidesai. That's the game. Like you said, Clamares, CDAX will turn it around in game number 3 to find themselves as first seed going into next week.
Incredible series, Nibiria. It was super fun to watch. Super fun to watch. A lot of things to review, a lot of things to enjoy. I feel like CDAX deserved this win. They took the first loss, they didn't hesitate, they played his game style twice with Elandor and Fennec. Wukong was the surprise of the day for me. He played confident and he carried because he did perfect. So, congratulations to CDAX to get the seed 1 for the next weekend. I'm also glad to Clash because they played.
I think this is super exciting, right? Because you have the invite teams. You kind of always expect the invite teams to be a little bit stronger because they've got that reputation. If you're strong enough to get an invite, you're usually considered to be like the favored one. But CDAX have come in and just been so incredibly strong. And like you said, that Wukong coming out of nowhere, that entire game, it felt like they were just conceding so much, but it was just patience. They were looking for the right angle, they were letting Elandor scale up, and it just took one team fight to turn the game.
Yeah, the weak condition was Elandor at the beginning. Everyone noticed that. But, okay, guys, I died twice. I won't be able to do what I wanted to do. But our Wukong has 2 kills. Let's play for him and try to stall the game for that. And when I go back to the game, we win. Because Elandor had the most gold, only farming.
Yeah.
That was super smart move from CDAX. What I want to see is how Group B teams watch these games, because probably they say, okay, those teams know how to play the game, we should pay attention on that and learn from that, because I think they were kind of good games and they should be careful.
Yeah, I think a lot of the games we saw today were so impressive. That was the closest series we had, and it was just so exciting. It makes me so excited for tomorrow, the rest of the tournament as well. We're going to have a quick break before we come back and break down the day and get ready for tomorrow's games. We'll see you in just a couple of minutes.
Fight the greatest battle. Heroes must be forged in ultimate combat, competing for the ultimate prize.
Welcome back everyone to the AIC Europe Qualifier 2022. We have reached the end of day one, and what an incredible match to end out on, going to all 3 games. And guys, I'm very jealous that you got to cast that one. That was some amazing play.
Yeah, I was really impressed there. Like, that game was so clean from the side of CDAX. Looking at it early on, we were so concerned for them. We were like, okay, they've got the Wukong ahead, but the Landor is kind of screwed, just like in a really bad position. But it turns out they were just being patient. They were just waiting, biding their time, and scaling up all the way until they could just turn it around and win.
It was super good and close series. First game, like, I think they played both kinda not their own style. That's why they were not confident in the play. But second game, it was completely stomped, I might say. And third game, Clash tried to react on it. Like, they knew they would play this playstyle, and they reacted on it, and they destroyed the jungler. Okay, but you have Wukong, who is also power farming and weak condition. And CYB, for me, was the hero of the last game, and keep the game alive.
All right, let's take a look at some of the stats we got from that last game, because, oh boy, there were some pretty big numbers inside of here, guys.
Yeah, I think the most important one that we were pointing out during the game, right, is that CEST was having a really rough time. You can even see it in the final scoreline, 2-3-4. Doesn't look too impressive, but you've got to look at that gold. You've got to look at what CEST was playing for. You've got to scale up, find those objectives, and make sure you're pumping out enough damage so that CYB can go in and finish them off. That's why CYB's 8-2-0 had the opportunity to find those flanks, find those kills later on in the game, and that was just such impressive team play from them for me.
Xiao had really hard last game. I mean, we can see on the scoreboard, 27% kill participation. I mean, when you have one strong side winning hard because your team is helping him, your other side of the map is going to suffer, and that's what happened. And probably the Omen pick was not the best one because you want an Omen to be ahead on gold, but they managed to win somehow. So Xiao couldn't do anything else. He was weak side, and the weak side just enjoy the game, go carry me, back, and go next.
All right, let's take a look back at some of the highlight moments from that last game because, oh my gosh, I mean, you guys talking about this, for CYB in particular, over the course of the match, which CYB we're going to see in any given game was always a big coin flip.
Yeah, I mean, CYB is one of those players who really likes those engages, is really strong at finding initiations, and it seemed like for a couple of those games, it was just a communication issue between the team. CYB saw an angle, said, I'm going to go for this. The rest of the team was like, dude, we have no angle for this fight. There's no way for us to follow you. And CYB would just kind of get the sacrificial lamb, like this fight here, got completely split off from his team and wasn't able to contribute, wasn't able to have anyone follow up. But in later games, that's where we saw CYB get to shine. Games 2 and 3, absolutely amazing play.
Yeah, when he realized his role in the team, the team played better because first game, we saw only one player going forward and the rest of the team is going backwards. So when the team is break like this, the team fight is done. Like there's no way you win because you are playing two different games. But he stepped up on the second and third game, and you see he was waiting the opportunity to join the team. With Wukong, he wasn't the first one. He was waiting cooldowns, he was waiting to flank carries, and he did perfectly his job. He was shut down in Snox, he was shut down in Slims, he was playing perfectly on the assassin role. I like him a lot.
Yeah, I do also want to point out in a couple of these fights, you're watching Yang's engages, especially when he was on that pain. I think we should especially highlight how strong Yang was as an initiator. That was the reason that CDAX had problems scaling into the late game. Yang kept going on a Landor, kept going on the entire team, and that was why it took CDAX so long to close out that game 3. I feel like it would be a disservice to not highlight that.
Oh, absolutely. But let's take a quick look across the various different heroes chosen in this series. I think, you said it really well that the teams that you're playing tomorrow are going to be paying an enormous amount of attention to what's been working in day number 1. They've got that into their advantage, of course. Everyone was very excited to see that Wukong coming in to game number 3, ultimately paying off big time.
It's the Wukong.
Clamaris, I mean, I have a question for you. Coming into this one, we both were feeling like Omen's pretty strong in the meta right now. Definite, 100% pick ban. We've seen him come out 2 games now. I don't feel like he was particularly strong in either one. Is that, in your opinion, do we have a bad read on the meta, or was it just bad situations to pull out the Omen?
I feel like Omen is really specific role in a team. You need to be so aggressive on lane to make the pressure, but you shouldn't die. Like Omen, if he dies, he's so weak. But if he gets enough pressure to get towers, he's really strong pick. But the thing is, he was joining every single team fight. That's maybe team problem, because he should ask, okay guys, I'm not rotating for this objective. I will take the tower, I will get gold, I will stomp. But he decided to join every time, and then Omen is not that good in the team fight part.
Yeah, we unfortunately saw that more times than I think the Omen players would like.
Don't fight without me, boys. I want to join.
Well, you might be able to tell who we are shining the light on most fiercely coming out of that last match, just because of who we've been talking about. We have CYB putting on a hell of a show. It's really to an extent been their saga to get through this day number 1, but that last performance, 8-2-0, a kill participation as well. Oh boy, when it went big, it went real huge for them.
It was King Kong. It was not Wukong, it was King Kong. It was the king. It was so good. He was brave enough to play it.
It was really interesting for me because Clamaris, you were so excited when it came out. I was just like, I don't know, it's Wukong, man. Who cares? It's like fine, whatever. And then the first 2 kills happened. I was like, okay, all right, I see it. I see why it's so exciting. So that was a really fun development for me, seeing CYB get to finally pop off and have that carry performance that we saw the glimpses of potential for throughout the day. That made me very excited, very happy for them.
After 2 years of not being on the AOV scene, the last hero I was expecting was Wukong. Like, the last hero, I can expect everyone. Wukong. Why? Why he picked Wukong in that situation? We don't need to ask. He carried it. No asks. No questions.
So as we reach the end of day number 1, of course, we can't cross the River Styx to our destination without bringing ourselves 2 coins along to pay the ferryman. So we are going to bring in TJ to join us to end out today. TJ, hopefully we hear us in just a second to let us know what they thought of that last match. TJ, I see that you've been hard at work and I see your phone is oriented correctly.
Sorry, I was, I'm gonna get some penalties for AFK, but worth it. It was a great tournament. Yeah, Peter, what?
If you just yell Wukong a lot, you'll probably be fine.
That was an incredible performance for CYB. I was losing my mind. We were in our group chat counterfeit while that game was going on, just going, what?
It's so fun to watch last series. Like, and I didn't like cast, and I never. But it was so intense to cast the last game. Like, everything was happening so quick and a lot of things to tell. It's not like a boring game, like you need to talk about the weather, you know? It's like intense game. You focus 100% of the game.
Clamaris, congratulations, by the way. You've reached the end of your very first day of broadcasting ever.
Nice.
He's kind of killing it. Chat, give him some shout outs. Give him some love. Clavaris from pro to caster in like 30 seconds has really just nailed it.
The love I didn't get when I was player, please.
You guys owe him some love. I think there's like a backlog of love that has not been expressed. So now's the time.
Alright, let's take a look across those games that brought Clamaris onto our screens and into our hearts. We thought that maybe we'd be seeing it 2-0s across the whole of the day to leave one team head and shoulders above the rest, but coming out of Group A, while we have got our number 1 seed of CDAX, they are not completely undefeated.
No, and I think that our takeaway from the final game of the day should be that Clash and CDAX are roughly even. Yeah, CDAX won the last game, but they weren't in control. These are 2 really good teams coming out of Group A, and tomorrow is going to be a really difficult litmus test for a couple of reasons, because we've got all these good teams in Group B, but we're going to have to like do the video game math in our heads and compare Nova and Stamina to what we've seen from CDAX and Clash and try and work out if they're as good, if they're better, if they're worse.
I'm so hyped for tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm not sure if anyone can beat CDAX in my heart, but we'll see if anyone beats them in gameplay.
Well, let's take a look at how that's actually going to play out. So we've got Stamina Esports coming in first against Nova. I know people are very excited to see what Nova can bring out for us. And then we've got Haka 7 going up against them as well. So we will know, pretty much halfway through the day if Nova will live up to the hype, with Stamina and Haka 7 going face to face at the end of the day, quite possibly for the 2nd seed out of Group B. I mean, Clamaris, I want to put this to you most strongly. How confident are you in Nova Esports tomorrow?
I feel like we are going to see different meta style, because recently they took Asian coach, and he's teaching the the Asian meta, and probably we see spicy picks tomorrow. As far as I know, they're really confident. They played a lot of scrims and they won kinda a lot. So they come here like the favorites, I think. I will support them a little bit. maybe Octa is watching. I love you. And I hope we see super good matches for tomorrow. Not even for Novas in STMN and Haka 7.
Right, before we put our eyes entirely to tomorrow, let's just take a little broad look across today. We're going to award ourselves award the player, the MVP overall, Kai. I mean, we saw some pretty amazing stuff. That Fennec as well. That's going to be the stuff of nightmares, I think, for quite a few different players.
Yeah, and he being able to perform like that as a marksman anywhere on the map is like the most impressive part of a very impressive series of games. But he played this Fennec in the jungle, looked really good. He played various marksmen in the Dragon Lane where they are intended to be by God. And he looked very good there as well. And I think the takeaway is just this is the Kai team. When CDAX look good, it is because Kai looks good. And there are lots of teams that build around stars, and I don't mean to imply that Kai is the only good player on the team. I mean to say that they are building their strategy around what he can do. And all of their other very good players are enabling him. And when you see a team operate like that, it's obvious who the MVP is.
I was really impressed seeing all of that gameplay coming out from CEST. I mean, especially like you said, TJ, the flexibility to come into different roles with that marksman. Yes, it is the same type of hero, but as someone who does this in solo queue, it is just such different vibes between the jungle and the Dragon Lane, and your responsibility shifts so much. As the jungler, you are deciding the macro. You are the one who is leading the team. As the Dragon Lane, you just kind of hope that your support knows what they're doing and you follow up on the jungler's plays. You don't have as much agency, so the ability to swap between the two tells me one of two things. Either CEST is a god or is already the one who is very aware of the macro and contributing to the calls, so it's not much of a change for them outside of where they're sitting in the game.
I have this picture, Matt, of you in the jungle playing Violet. You know, crouching down, tasting the dirt. The vibes are off here. I'm in the wrong place.
The vibes were right about 30 minutes ago.
One of the hardest things to do in this game is knowing when to stop. Like, he played Elandor and he said, okay guys, I can't do anything. I will just farm, because it's so easy to play this game when you have 10,000 gold. But when you are behind, that's when the good players show up. And he realized he was not able to do anything to contribute the team. And he spent 10 minutes farming and farming and farming. And that makes him a very clever player and good overall.
All right, guys. So from our 6 starting teams, we've had Team Fish exit out the competition today. Another team will follow them in the same manner tomorrow. So please do come back at 2 o'clock CEST for day 2 of the group stage for the AIC Europe Qualifier 2022. Again, STMN Esports versus Nova to start us off. Haka 7 versus Nova, our second. And STMN Esports versus Haka 7 for our final game of the day and the final game of the group stages. The playoffs themselves begin on the 30th of April, finishing on the 1st of May at the same time, same place. We very much hope you'll be along with us for the entire ride. But for now, it's been our honor to bring you day number 1. Tons more AOV to come. We hope you'll be there the whole ride. Woo!
might bop and unlike me too. No roof on my top and my babe see-through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, they ain't gon' feed you. I've been all on my grind, so why I need you? Baby girl love my bop and unlike me too. No roof on my top and my babe see-through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, they ain't gon' feed you. I've been all on my grind, so why I need you? Big flex, my swole up. Double cup and I'm pulled up. Hating like hold up. What's the problem? I'm pulled up. Big flex, my swole up. Hard body, they fold up. Shawty say I done glowed up. Double text on my phone up. With your boy, I'm the man of the year. I'm not a fan of your peers. Serve him a fate, I'ma hand him the shears. He not the man of your peers. Heart of a lion, I'm trampling fears. I love the man in the mirror. Cry me a river to stand in the tears. You better stand in the clear. I'm going crazy, fugazi. How would they ever go with a kid? Put it on, baby. It do not faze me. Boy, I do not get what you did. Eating that kitty, she stuck to my rib. How can I trust him? He the pigs. Bro got a Glock and a couple of C's. He think about splitting a couple of wigs. Shotty my DNA all real. Sweatsuit all heel figure. And I ain't even gotta deal with you. If I ain't never split a bill with you. I got Hennessy and horchata. Baby girl wearing nada. Growing from a cider, bathrobe in his Prada. Fiji water by the cold glass, granddaddy by the Ziploc. Flex season, I'm road running, I'm staying all on my tip top. Young man with an old mind, so I ain't worried about slight. I be up till sunrise, I'm staying out on my night shift. I got a bottle of bourbon, a bundle of hundreds, I'm jiggy, I'm flexing it. Figured I hit it and quit it, I'm busy, I ain't got the minutes for texting it. Came from the gutter with me and my brother, I'm moving my mother right out of the city. I'm a star and they know I go hard, so I'm kissing them babies and signing them. Gold blingin' like Chingo, rock star like Ringo. Checks coming in back to back, I'ma line them up like bingo. Oh, I think that they like me, they be all on my wood tip. Not a stain on my white tee, I'm popping all of this good. Big flex, my swole up, double cup and I'm pulled up. Hating like hold up, what's the problem? I'm pulled up. Big flex, my swole up. Hard body, they fold up. Shawty say I done glowed up. Double text on my phone up. Baby girl love my bop and unlike me too. No roof on my top and my babe see through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, it ain't gon' feed you. I've been all on my grind, so why I need you? Baby girl love my bop and unlike me too. No roof on my top and my babe see through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, they ain't gon' feed you. I've been all on my grind, so why I need you?